In a blind angle of the alley, a figure slowly appeared. This was a middle-aged man, his bearing extraordinary. It was clear that he was an expert at a glance. Yi Yuan did not recognize him either. But this person had been following close to him all along, starting from when he entered the Wu Meng Academy. This person did not have ill intentions. Yi Yuan guessed that the other party might have been sent by the Myriad Treasure Tower to protect him. When Wang Song saw this middle-aged man, his expression could not help changing drastically. Teacher Qi, why are you here? Wang Song never thought that the Myriad Treasure Tower would actually deploy an origin deity powerhouse to come and protect Yi Yuan. Just what origins did this Yi Yuan have? The middle-aged man came to Yi Yuan's side and gave a self-introduction. I'm called Qi Fong, a teacher of the academy, but I'm very surprised you could actually discover my existence. When did you discover it? Yi Yuan said coolly. Right from the start. Qi Fong concealed himself very well. But how could he hide from Dustless's eyes and ears? Qi Fong's expression turned stiff when he heard that. He was confident that he concealed his being very well, so he did not think that Yi Yuan had long discovered him. Now, he finally had some understanding of why Tower Lord made him come and protect Yi Yuan. All right, leave them to me, you go, Qi Fong said coolly. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, Many thanks. I'll also request Teacher Qi to inform Tower Lord. Ask him to come forward and mediate this matter. Just say that this he owes him a favor. Qi Fong's gaze turned intent, and he said with a nod, You can rest assured. I'll definitely pass on the message. Wu Meng Academy was naturally the City Lord's Wu Meng Academy, but it was naturally impossible for the City Lord to manage the academy and the capital city by himself. Therefore, the City Lord also had many things that needed to rely on these major families. Among them also included the Myriad Treasure Tower. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was an outside force, this force could not be underestimated either. In this Wu Meng Academy, there was naturally the Myriad Treasure Tower's share too. Get lost! Yi Yuan came in front of Wang Song and said in a cold voice. This bunch of trash already delayed a lot of his time. He was very annoyed. Wang Song's expression flickered incessantly. He finally managed to seize this opportunity. Did not expect that it was actually this result. Amen? Could it be that you still want me to personally take action? Qi Fong's voice turned grim. The pressure of an origin deity realm instantly spread out, crushing everyone until they could not catch their breath. Especially Jia Chong, because he was only at the Grotto Profound realm. How could he withstand such pressure? He actually knelt down with a thud. He was currently facing Yi Yuan, looking just like he was kneeling down to Yi Yuan. Although extremely unwilling, Wang Song still moved half a position away. Yi Yuan did not have time to be long-winded with them. His figure moved, directly speeding away. The moment Yi Yuan left, Qi Fong's cultivation realm oppression instantly dissipated into nothing. Wang Song's face fell, and he said, Teacher Qi, it's against the rules for you to be like this. I will report this matter to Uncle Qin. Qi Fong said coolly. By all means, but you should also be grateful that I have this identity of the academy's teacher. Otherwise, you'd already been dead now. Wang Song's expression turned fearful. Qi Fong's figure moved and disappeared. The dignity of an origin deity powerhouse could not be profaned. Just based on Wang Song's this one sentence, Qi Fong already had sufficient reason to kill him. Although Wang Song was considered half of the Qin family's son-in-law, killing such a person with Qi Fong's identity, it could not stir up much of a wave either. However, Qi Fong was still a teacher at the academy. If he made a move against his own student, it would be hard to explain. At that time, who he offended would not just be the Qin family but Wu Meng City Lord. Wu Meng Plaza was the largest plaza in Wu Meng capital city. Currently, it was surrounded until water could not seep through. There was a high platform in the middle of the plaza. The two figures on the platform were very conspicuous. Yi Yuan divided the crowd and finally managed to squeeze to the front. Not seeing for a year, Little Fatty seemed to have become fatter. But currently Little Fatty was dressed in ragged clothing, looking like a beggar. On his face and body, whip marks were distinct and clear, deep until the flesh was visible. But Xie Jingyi did not mind at all. As he said in a clear voice, I believe everyone isn't a stranger to this whore. She's the Qin family's young lady. Qin Peiyu, known as Demoness. The sins that she has committed doesn't need me to say. I believe everyone would also have heard of it, or even experienced it personally before. Everyone is afraid of her identity and doesn't dare to do anything to her. But Lord Fatty, I don't believe in heresy. Lord Fatty, I am going to carry out justice on heaven's behalf today. All right? Xie Jingyi's words immediately incurred an earth-shaking response. Qin Nantian spoiled this daughter terribly, resulting in her becoming infamous as a tyrant in the entire capital city. It was just that everyone normally dared to get angry, but no one dared to speak. Now, with someone bearing the brunt of the attack, their constantly suppressed emotions immediately erupted. Slap! 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 Xie Jingyi directly gave a few slaps, arousing a series of applause once more. Qin Peiyu's eyes were spitting fire, and she said in extreme rage, "Damn Fatty, you're dead for sure. The things that you've done to this young lady today, I'll definitely repay it 100-fold to you." Xie Jingyi looked at her with a smirk and did not say anything. Reaching his hand out, it was another few slaps. "Speak, what else is there? Say it all," Xie Jingyi said with a laugh. With this, Qin Peiyu completely lost her wits to show any temper. She did not dare to say any more harsh words and could only glare at Xie Jingyi. "Heh, that's more like it." Xie Jingyi laughed lightly, turned around and said to the plaza in a clear voice, 50 years ago, this whore was 8 years old. She snatched the foot in the hands of a child surnamed Rong on the streets and got into a conflict with the child, and made people exterminate the entire Rong family. Slap! 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 Finished talking, Xie Jingyi casually gave a few slaps. Qin Peiyu's pretty face swelled up very quickly. 47 years ago, this whore gave free rein to her horse on elegant Water Street and trampled a little girl under 3 years old to death. Slap! 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 Finished talking, he flung his hand and it was another few slaps. Just like this, Xie Jingyi carefully detailed Qin Peiyu's these few years of crimes that had utter disregard for human life one by one. Each time he said finish one, he would throw a few slaps. Very soon, Qin Peiyu was slapped into a pig's head once more. At the start, everyone was still hooting and cheering. But later on, the expressions on their faces all became rage. The crimes that this demoness committed were simply too numerous to be recorded. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard. At the start, he only thought that this little girl was unruly and willful. He did not expect that Qin Peiyu, such a young girl, was actually cruel and cold-hearted to this extent. At the same time, Yi Yuan also viewed Xie Jingyi in a different light. This little fatty normally looked very frivolous when doing things. Did not expect that once he took something seriously, he actually did it so beautifully and meticulously. This 1 year's time, little fatty practically dug this Qin Peiyu inside out. Yi Yuan originally thought that little fatty was just acting on impulse. Did not expect that his preparations were actually so ample. This play today looked reckless, but in reality, it was somewhat refined in its crude ways. He made the commotion blow up so big, attracting the attention of everyone in the city. Then listed Qin Peiyu's crimes one by one for everyone to hear. Not only did this make the Qin family cautious in taking action for fear of damages and not dare to act rashly without careful thought, it even occupied the commanding ground on morals. Even if the Qin family wanted to make trouble, they also did not dare to talk about little fatty's fault in front of so many people's faces. Kill her. Kill her. Execute justice on heaven's behalf. Rid the people of a scourge. For a moment, sentiments ran high. Although the strong reigned supreme in the martial arts world, it did not mean that there were no constraints of ethics and morality. Especially to a large family clan like the Qin family, they could do many nasty things in private but did not dare to put it on the table. This slapping of little fatties today was really done too viciously. However, Yi Yuan was rather uneasy in his heart. The Qin family was too quiet. Little fatty caused trouble for the greater part of a day. The Qin family actually did not have one person come forward to refute. This indicated that the Qin family was definitely brewing some big moves. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the crowd and directly landed on the platform. Xie Jingyi was startled and hurriedly clutched Qin Peiyu's life-gate acupoint, protecting his whole body. He knew that his strength was lacking. His only reliance was Qin Peiyu. But, when he saw the arrival clearly, his expression could not help changing drastically as he exclaimed, "Third uncle! You! Why did you come?" Third uncle. Seeing that middle-aged man dressed in military attire, Yi Yuan had a foreboding premonition in his heart. Most likely, the Qin family's backup plan had arrived. The middle-aged man's face fell and he said with a cold snort, "If I still don't come, you'll even poke a hole in the sky. Brat, you've really become capable." Xie Jingyi's brows furrowed, and he said, "Third uncle, I didn't poke a hole in the sky. Me doing so is just because I couldn't bear the sight of this girl's actions. It has nothing to do with the family." The middle-aged man gave a cold snort and said, "Tell me, you deliberately ruined the Qin family's reputation and framed our Xie family as being disloyal. Just who was it instigated by?" Xie Jingyi's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Does the Qin family's reputation still need me to go and ruin? Heaven can uphold justice. This whore's actions and conduct, dying 100 times, isn't even sufficient." The middle-aged man's face fell, and he said, "Is that so? Then I ask you, you said this whole bunch, is there proof?" Xie Jingyi's face turned stiff. The Qin family's people did things very cleanly. He really did not catch much evidence. The things that Qin Peiyu did, he had inquired about them. The middle-aged man laughed coldly and said, "If you're out to condemn someone, you can always trump up a charge. Qin Peiyu, this lass, is a little unruly and willful. But that's also just the temperament of a young lady. Pray tell, among this capital city's large families, which family's missus isn't unruly or willful? You put so many crimes onto a little girl. How can you bear it?" Brilliant Peace City was one of the top major counties of Wu Meng capital city. The Xie family was a large family clan of Brilliant Peace City, their strength second only to the Jia family. Such a large family, there were naturally quite a number of people holding appointments in the capital city. This middle-aged man was Xie Jingyi's third uncle, Xie Zhaoyun. Presently, he was a high-level commander of the city guards, his strength uncommon. With his status, coming forward to question his own nephew would not be more appropriate. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the Qin family actually pulled out this major killing tool. Little Fatty was probably going to be overwhelmed. Sure enough, Xie Zhaoyun's words made Little Fatty at a loss for words. Although he clearly knew that Xie Zhaoyun was turning black into white without sufficient proof, what would he use to refute? If it was the Qin family's people, he could spit back. But this one in front of him was his elder, his third uncle. Xie Zhaoyun smiled coldly and said, "Also, what kind of person you are? I'm all too clear. With your strength, it's totally impossible to pass the Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination. Just how did you deceive everybody and become a student? I'm very curious." Talking until here, Xie Zhaoyun let out a sigh again and said sincerely in a grave tone, "Oh Jingyu, I know that your nature is pure. You must have been hoodwinked by bad guys. That's why you would commit such a grave error. Alright, this farce ends here. Peiyu, this lass is indeed rather overboard when doing things normally. You hand her to me, I'll have Qin Nantian discipline her properly. As for you, you rest assured, with me around, the Qin family won't do anything to you." While Xie Jingyi was smart, he had not seen such a grand line-up before in the end. He was very tensed up to begin with. Now, under Xie Zhaoyun's systematic guidance, this tightly wounded nerve finally slowly loosened up. In addition, Xie Zhaoyun was his third uncle. This made him have a natural closeness. Gradually, he lowered his guard. Right at this time, a cold glint flashed in Xie Zhaoyun's gaze, and he was about to make a move and snatch her. A figure floated up and blocked in front of him. Although Yi Yuan's strength was far from Xie Zhaoyun's, the timing that he appeared was just right, which just happened to interrupt the other party's accumulation of momentum. Xie Zhaoyun also did not expect for someone to throw a wrench in the works. In a moment of oversight, he almost stifled out internal injuries. "Who are you?" Xie Zhaoyun said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "Didn't you say that there's someone instigating him behind the scenes?" "That's me." Xie Zhaoyun's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Sowing discord with my Xie family and the Qin family's relationship, just what wicked intentions do you have?" Seeing Yi Yuan appear, Xie Jingyi's expression was rather complicated. Seeing Xie Zhaoyun questioned it at this time, he hurriedly said, "This is my own idea. It has nothing to do with Yi Yuan. He doesn't know anything at all." Xie Zhaoyun smiled coldly and said, "Unrelated? Heh, do you think that I'd believe? I was still wondering, with your courage, how could you dare to do this kind of thing?" Now, the main culprit finally came out. Yi Yuan patted Xie Jingyi's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Carrying out justice on heaven's behalf is a good thing. Why are you in a hurry to shake off relations with me?" "Why? This kind of good thing, don't want to let me have a share." Xie Jingyi opened his mouth but did not know what he should say. He purely had blood rush to his head previously and did such an earth-shattering major thing. Yi Yuan's questioning made him step into a dead end, only wanting to prove himself, but did not think how to clean up the mess after this matter was done. Actually, standing on this platform, Xie Jingyi knew that he got into big trouble. Hence, he did not wish to involve Yi Yuan in it. This matter was indeed done by him alone. Yi Yuan did not know about it at all. He did not expect that this matter finally still startled Yi Yuan. Furthermore, what Xie Jingyi did not expect was that Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to come forward to admit that this matter was instigated by him at the back. The flesh on Xie Jingyi's face was convulsing, tears already welling up in his eyes. He was too touched. He understood Yi Yuan's meaning. Yi Yuan was going to wipe his ass here. Except, this matter already became the talk of the town. Yi Yuan was all on his own. So how would he clean up this mess for him? Carry out justice on heaven's behalf? Heh, ignorant child, what qualifications do you have to carry out justice on heaven's behalf? It's still that sentence. Bring out the proof, Xie Zhaoyun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Finding me for proof, is it? Then I'll show you." Poo work. Yi Yuan's finger already arrived on Qin Peiyu's forehead. No idea since when. Divine essence spitting, it directly destroyed all of Qin Peiyu's vitality. Immediately, the entire Wu Meng Plaza became dead silent. Xie Zhaoyun's eyeballs were almost popping out looking at this scene in disbelief. You really dared to do it. Not a single person expected it. Other than Yi Yuan, everyone did not expect it. Yi Yuan killed her just like this. The whole place was quiet for several breaths, their heads not quite able to wrap itself around it. Even little fatty, Xie Jingyi, was utterly dumbfounded. Although this year of investigation shocked and appalled him, the original intention of him doing so was also merely expressing an attitude. Although he also felt that Qin Peiyu deserved death, he had never thought of really sentencing her to death. He just wanted to teach her a lesson. With this, Yi Yuan really poked a hole in the sky. Why wouldn't I dare to do it? Her crimes are sufficient to die 100 times already. Yi Yuan said coolly as he did not feel that there was anything wrong with his way of doing things. Why you? Where's the proof? Where? Xie Zhaoyun suddenly roared. Killed then killed. Need what proof? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Well killed. Well killed. This demoness deserved death long ago. The reactions of the onlooking people seemed to be half a beat slower, only coming to a realization at this time, calling out tumultuously. The crowd was virtually unanimous. This Qin Peiyu deserved death. Yi Yuan looked at Xie Zhaoyun and said coolly, You saw it. This is the will of the people. This whore has long incurred the wrath of gods and men already. Well killed. This whore's death isn't regrettable. Xie Jingyi suddenly came forward and said in a clear voice, The Qin family's people, listen up. This matter started because of me, so whatever means there are, feel free to aim at me. Lord Fatty, I will take it all. Little Fatty's voice had yet to fade when a terrifying aura locked onto him at once. A figure leaped up, raising his hand and smacking a palm over towards him and Yi Yuan. This palm could topple mountains and overturn the seas, and actually had the might of heaven and earth. This person was none other than precisely Qin Nantian. Yi Yuan punk. Today, if I, Qin Nantian, don't exterminate you, I vow to not be human. How could the palm of an origin deity powerhouse be what Yi Yuan and Xie Jingyi, just grotto profound martial artists, could resist? Except Yi Yuan did not have the intention of resisting at all. He just stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Then you probably can't be human anymore today." Right then, another formidable and unparalleled palm force rushed out from the side. Bang! The air billows formed by the clash of two mighty origin deity powerhouses' palms directly sent the slightly weaker martial artists below the platform flying. Qin Nanshan's gaze turned intent and he said in a cold voice, "Qi Fang, what's the meaning of this? Don't forget where this place is. Wu Meng capital city's affairs aren't your myriad treasure towers' turn to come and intervene." This person was precisely Qi Fang. Qi Fang gave Yi Yuan a glance and had a helpless look too. He did not think that this guy was so decisive, killing at the drop of a hat. But this kind of situation at present, he was unable to sit by idly and remain indifferent too. He could only come forward. Qin family head is too serious. The myriad treasure tower under City Lord, His Excellency's jurisdiction is similarly a part of Wu Meng capital city. This point Qi Fang dare not forget. Qi Fang said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Qin Nanshan's expression turned cold, and he said solemnly, "In that case, your myriad treasure tower is going to protect this brat and completely go to war with the Qin family?" Qi Fang smiled and said, "Qin family head is truly somewhat irrational when speaking in a violent rage. Yi Yuan is my myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist, and he is also Wu Meng Academy student. Qin family head killing people on the streets is a bit too overboard, right?" The moment Qi Fang's words came out, everyone's faces visibly changed. Even Qin Nantian was secretly alarmed too, his furious state of mind also calming down slightly. What? This young man is actually the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist at such a young age. The Myriad Treasure Tower's one-star alchemy gods are as plentiful as oxen hair. Why would they take in such a kid who's still wet behind his ears to be a guest alchemist? No wonder this brat is so confident. It turns out that he actually had such a reliance. Everyone all knew that the Myriad Treasure Tower did not lack alchemists. Guest alchemists, they absolutely would not casually find a person to make up the numbers, especially a one-star alchemy god. In Wu Meng capital city's Myriad Treasure Tower, one-star alchemy gods were as plentiful as oxen hair. Two-star alchemy gods were not few as well. If Yi Yuan did not have aspects that surpassed people, the Myriad Treasure Tower absolutely would not hire him to be a guest alchemist. Qi Fang, you saw it too. This boy killed my daughter under the circumstances where there was completely no evidence. Could my Qin family be so easy to need? Today he must die, Qin Nantian said in a cold voice. The moment Qin Nanshan's voice faded, another two figures dashed up the platform, surrounding Qi Fang, three people in the center. These three people were actually all origin deity realm mighty experts. No matter how powerful Qi Fang was, he was also unable to fight three people alone. Tomorrow morning, the proof will be placed on Commander Zhao's desk. At this time, a dignified voice suddenly sounded out. A figure descended from the sky, causing an uproar. Flying through the air. Could it be City Lord, His Excellency, descending? Pooh! Inexperienced fellow, in this Wu Meng capital city. The ones who can fly are not just City Lord, His Excellency, alone. That's the Myriad Treasure Tower's Tower Lord, Han Tian. A half-step divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Han Tian looked at Qin Nantian and said, "Family head Nantian is eager because you cherish your daughter? It's understandable. But your daughter has indeed done quite a number of things that enrage both gods and men. It's just that everybody dared to be indignant, but dare not speak because of the Qin family's power. Since this matter involves my Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist, this Han can't sit by idly and remain indifferent either. This matter will be handed over to Commander Zhao to make a verdict. I wonder what family head Nanshan's opinion is." Han Tian's appearance caught Qin Nantian by surprise. What kind of figure was Han Tian? That was a figure on the same level as his father, the Qin family's grand elder. One could say that this Wu Meng capital city, apart from City Lord, His Excellency, it was Han Tian, this level of a powerhouse. Him coming forward, the weight of his words was completely different. Qin Nantian never dreamed that a puny little Yi Yuan could actually make such a big shot come forward in person. The Qin family had long investigated Yi Yuan inside out and knew that Yi Yuan did not have any backing at all. To talk about his greatest reliance, it was probably the essence cultivating pill. It was just that a mere middle-grade tier 1 divine pill could make Han Tian, this kind of character, come forward. The Qin family and Myriad Treasure Tower's relationship was not considered good, but not considered bad either. Han Tian actually utterly fell out with the Qin family for such an insignificant brat. This did not look like a good deal no matter what. Qin Nanshan's expression was incomparably ugly. Han Tian's words were already said until like this, what could he do? The matters in the city naturally needed the city lord manor to make a ruling. Commander Zhao from Han Tian's words was called Zhao Yi, the city guard's head commander. Wumeng city lord normally did not run things. The matters in the city were normally all handed to Zhao Yi to handle. Unless it involved Han Tian, this level of a powerhouse, otherwise it was sufficient for Zhao Yi to handle. This matter got into such a mess. It naturally needed a conclusion. Zhao Yi to handle was naturally the most suitable. Since Tower Lord Han personally came forward, Nan Tian naturally dare not say anything. I want to see just what proof your Myriad Treasure Tower can take out. If the proof is insufficient, Nan Tian still has to personally put this kid to death. Han Tian said coolly, if Yi Yuan mistakenly killed a good person, this Han naturally can't shield him either. Inside a study room in the Myriad Treasure Tower, the atmosphere seemed somewhat oppressive. Han Tian took his time to brew immortal tea. This process was very long, but he did not speak all along. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either and just silently watched Han Tian just like this. Finally, Han Tian brewed a cup of immortal tea and passed in front of Yi Yuan. You kid are really shrewd. A favor made the Myriad Treasure Tower and Qin family turn against each other, Han Tian said with a smile. Yi Yuan got up to receive the teacup and similarly smiled and said, since Tower Lord made a move, you naturally think that Yi Yuan's favor is worth this price. Han Tian chortled with laughter when he heard that and said, for a mere grotto profound realm to dare speak like this in front of this Tower Lord, you are the first. Yi Yuan smiled and said, powerhouses also walk over from weaklings step by step. This Yi Yuan has no need to look down on himself. Han Tian nodded his head as he smiled and said, well said. But people with the qualifications to say these words are not many. I admit that you're one of them. Yi Yuan laughed and said, many thanks for Tower Lord's praise. What a joke. Xiao Feng took a trip to Jewel Hill City and interacted with Yi Yuan for a bit, and touched that threshold. A puny little middle-stage grotto profound could have such magical power. If he did not have the qualifications to say these words, who was qualified? It was just too bad that his Tao was completely different from Xiaofeng's. Finding Yi Yuan was no use either. Otherwise, how could he let go of this opportunity? One had to know that Wu Meng capital city already had not produced a single divine lord realm powerhouse in 100,000 years. Yi Yuan, this kid, was too fiendish. It was just at this point, if Han Tian did not say, it was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know. Even if Xiao Feng broke through his realm, no one would believe that his breakthrough had anything to do with Yi Yuan either. Of course, apart from Han Tian. If not for Xiao Feng admitting it personally, he absolutely would not believe it either. It was true that the essence cultivating pill's profits were great, but it was just a middle-grade tier 1 divine pill after all. If not because of this point, how could Han Tian possibly make a move? However, you were still too rash today. Qin Nantian dotes on that last the most. You doing so, there's no more leeway to turn things around with the Qin family, Han Tian said. Hoo, his Qin family already sentenced me to death. Even if I don't make a move today, would they let me off? Yi Yuan recounted Qin Tian's attitude. Han Tian was also secretly alarmed when he heard it. If it were others, even if the Qin family really had this kind of attitude, they would also think of ways to mitigate it. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, held this mindset. You are ruthless, I'm even more ruthless than you. The moment he made his move, he directly killed Qin Peiyu. But my Myriad Treasure Tower is an outside force in the end. How would you know that me coming forward will settle the Qin family? Heavenly Dao said rather interestedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's precisely because the Myriad Treasure Tower is an outside force. Hence, you all understand about keeping out of harm through discretion even more. The Qin family's scandalous materials, the myriad treasure tower definitely won't lack any. That girl caused the entire capital city to have a foul atmosphere. So how could you guys possibly not have her evidence in your hands? Han Tian was really quite surprised this time. He originally thought that Yi Yuan just randomly stumbled upon it under impulse. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had long had a well-thought-out plan. That little fatty had some intelligence in trivial matters. But compared to Yi Yuan's level-headedness and farsightedness, the gap was too far away. Yi Yuan seemed reckless, but in reality, everything was already calculated. Especially under this kind of sudden outbreak situation. For Yi Yuan to still be able to maintain such a calm head, it was truly hard to come by. Han Tian examined his own self in his heart. Even if he was in Yi Yuan's position, he could not do better than him too. Ho-ho. Since that's the case, how do you plan on returning this favor of mine? Han Tian said with a laugh. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, wait until after I break through. There is a pill formula that I still haven't comprehended thoroughly. After breaking through, it should be almost there. Han Tian's eyes lit up, and he said, the same kind of medicinal pill as the essence-cultivating pill? Yi Yuan nodded his head. Hey, you punk. Not putting your thoughts on alchemy is simply a waste, Han Tian said, rather excitedly. An essence-cultivating pill brought such immense profits to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Another even higher-level medicinal pill, the Myriad Treasure Tower, would really make a killing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how does Tower Lord know that this Yi doesn't have achievements in martial Dao? Han Tian could not help choking up when he heard that. Honestly, he really did not discern that Yi Yuan had any saving grace in martial Dao. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xie Jingyi had an embarrassed look. Yi Yuan Hoo-hoo. That whore. I've long been pissed off at her. Your play today is to the satisfaction of the masses. Yi Yuan laughed loudly, easing little fatty's embarrassment. After this incident, Yi Yuan's vigilance towards Xie Jingyi was also completely dispelled. Little fatty also did not expect that he would cause such a big problem for Yi Yuan. Even more so, he did not expect that Yi Yuan's backing was actually so strong. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was an outside force, Han Tian's strength was placed there. Nobody dared to underestimate him. Haha, Lord Fatty, I have finally done an earth-shattering major thing. Hiss. When little Fatty saw Yi Yuan's attitude, he knew that he did not blame him. On the contrary, because of this matter, Yi Yuan already completely accepted him. This made a large rock in his chest finally land on the ground. It was just that talking pulled at the wounds, hurting until he twitched. The leather whip in Qin Peiyu's hands was a divine artifact. Even when not employing divine essence to lash on people's bodies, the outcome was seeing the flesh with each whip. Furthermore, it was very hard to use divine essence to treat. Resulting in, until now, the injuries on little Fatty's body did not improve much either. Yi Yuan threw him an exterior injury medicinal pill and said curiously, how in the world did you catch that girl? How did you get yourself hurt all over? Little Fatty ate the medicinal pill. The whip marks and bruises on his body were currently getting better before he briefly recounted the process of him capturing Qin Peiyu. It turned out that this fatty had long inquired thoroughly about Qin Peiyu's travel route and deliberately dressed as a defenseless beggar, accidentally bumping into Qin Peiyu. Qin Peiyu was surrounded by experts. Little Fatty naturally could not get close. But when Qin Peiyu saw that Fatty was round like a meatball, her interest was stoked in an instant, using her whip to lash little Fatty until he rolled around on the ground, like playing a spinning top, looking very interesting. It was just that Qin Peiyu was entertained, but Fatty suffered. A divine artifact lashing on the body was not some fun thing. But it was also precisely because of this that expert relaxed his vigilance. Fatty saw a gap and restrained Qin Peiyu with one shot. That expert held back for fear of hurting Qin Peiyu. Naturally, the expert did not dare to approach either. Little Fatty sealed Qin Peiyu's divine sea before dragging her onto Wu Meng Plaza. Yi Yuan gave him a glance. Feeling guilt in his heart, he said with a sigh, why did you do this? This matter was my fault. I shouldn't have made wild guesses. You'll lose your life like this. Little Fatty chuckled and said, you, Yi Yuan, are clever. I, little Fatty, am not dumb either. You're a warm-hearted person, lending a helping hand when we met by chance. There must be a reason that you had some suspicions toward me. Yi Yuan was stunned, not expecting that this guy's heart was clear. Little Fatty suddenly changed his expression again and said very carefully, Yi Yuan, is it really okay? That Qin Nantian left ruthless words before leaving. Yi Yuan smiled and said, he's merely giving himself a way out. The things that the Qin family themselves did, he's even clearer than us. This incident, he can only swallow the broken teeth into his stomach. Sword Tomb, 2nd level, 1 month. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Zhao. Yi Yuan came to the lobby outside the Sword Tomb and handed Zhao Qin his academy token. Zhao Qin looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with a complicated look. Sword Tomb, 2nd level. 40 points have to be deducted each time, Zhao Qin said. I know. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Zhao, Yi Yuan said courteously. Zhao Qin nodded his head and helped Yi Yuan deduct the points. Yi Yuan received the token and directly entered the Sword Tomb. Heh, Zhao Qin, what's with your expression? Who's that kid? At this time, an inner court disciple entered the lobby. Seeing the strange expression on Zhao Qin's face, he could not resist asking. Zhao Qin did a shush hand gesture and lowered his voice to say, Hush, Maji, be softer. You don't even recognize him? Are you really someone from our Wu Meng Academy? Machi smiled and said, a middle-stage grotto profound rookie, I know him for what? Zhao Qin said with a disdainful look. I ask you, who's the most talked-about person in the academy these few days? Maji was stunned, his face immediately revealing a shocked look as he lowered his voice and said, You're saying that? He's Yi Yuan. Zhao Qin said. Otherwise, who else can he be? Heard that the verdict on Commander Zhao that side already came down, judging Yi Yuan as not guilty. He killed the Qin family's direct lineage descendant without even batting an eyelid. Furthermore, he can even enter the Sword Tomb perfectly safe and sound to comprehend the sword now. So what expression? Do you think I should show? Maji drew a cold breath and said, It's a pity. I was in close seclusion that day and didn't feast my eyes on it. Qin Peiyu, that little fiend. Nobody could control her in the entire Wu Meng capital city. She also never dreamed that she bumped into a great fiend's hands this time. That day, Zhao Qin was present too. He originally just went to join in the fun and take a look at how little Fatty would be abused. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan charged out halfway, directly killing Qin Peiyu. At that time, his entire person was dumbfounded. He even thought that he saw things wrongly. Hearing Maji mentioned it, Zhao Qin still had lingering fear currently and said, You aren't aware, but at that time he just pointed and Qin Peiyu kicked the bucket. He didn't even bat an eyelid, just like killing a chicken. At that time I even thought that this guy's head was spoiled. But then, I didn't expect that it actually startled Tower Lord Han Tian to personally come forward. Maji smiled and said, This guy's guts are really fat. But starting from now, senior apprentice brother Qin Tian probably won't let him off, right? Zhao Qin chuckled and said, What the hell do you know? Senior apprentice brother Qin Tian has long clashed with him already. The last time, he said to Yi Yuan's face that Yi Yuan was already a dead man. In the end, Yi Yuan didn't die, but his biological sister died. Maji's face turned stiff and he said, There's still such a thing? Zhao Qin said, Bluff you for what? They were talking here, I was right beside. Maji said, What capabilities does this boy have? To actually be able to startle Tower Lord Han Tian? Zhao Qin said meaningfully, Head, the Wu Meng Plaza incident is stirred up too big, resulting in many people in the academy to all not pay attention to another matter. Actually, before that, Yi Yuan still did another earth-shattering major thing. Zhao Qin recounted the events of Yi Yuan pulling the sword that day, making Maji's eyeballs go wide. There's still such a thing? Maji said with a disbelieving look. Zhao Qin had a smug look and was just about to show off when another person entered the lobby. Yi Yuan went in? Qin Xiao asked. Zhao Qin's face became stifled, and he said with a nod, Yes, just went in. Qin Xiao's expression turned sullen. Passing the token to Zhao Qin, he said in a solemn voice, Sword Tomb 2nd level, 1 month. When Qin Xiao entered the Sword Tomb, he discovered that Yi Yuan already entered the 2nd level. The 2nd level's number of people around were clearly more than the 1st level's. But Qin Shao still recognized Yi Yuan with one glance, because he was too conspicuous in the land of sword burials. Yi Yuan was using that kind of self-mutilating method to cultivate again. The second level's difficulty was much greater than the first level. Qin Shao only used 3 tries of points to clear the first level, which was also 3 months. But the second level he already trained for almost a year and was still unable to succeed in getting through. Each level, the deeper one went, the more powerful the sword intent. Want to succeed in clearing it, there had to be a gradual process in a proper sequence. Of course, Yi Yuan was completely an exception. Clearing rounds in the sword tomb had nothing to do with strength. It was just looking at concept. The more profound the comprehension toward sword Dao laws, the more thorough when clearing the levels. Of course, if one's strength was powerful, by relying on powerful strength, one could similarly get through. With Qin Shao's strength, if forcefully clearing the third level was no issue. But he wanted to comprehend sword Dao laws. That was why he intentionally slowed down and increased law comprehensions. This sword tomb, each level had countless sword Dao law fragments. How much one could comprehend depended on their own comprehension ability. As for Yi Yuan, like this, according to strength, it was impossible to get through the first level. Yet he passed. Furthermore, it was clearing with a very bizarre method. Now, this guy was self-mutilating again. It was just that Yi Yuan's method, no one could do it at all. Once they loosened up somewhat, they would be shredded into pieces by the all-pervasive sword Dao laws. Qin Shao's face fell, and he entered the sword tomb. A month later, when Yi Yuan dragged his injury-laden body and walked out, he discovered that Qin Shao was already waiting for him. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "If you're here to say fierce words to me, don't waste your breath." Qin Shao said, "Qin Peiyu's crimes deserved death. She isn't worthy of me saying fierce words." Qin Shao's words made Yi Yuan feel rather surprised, and he said, "She was your younger sister. You're also a bit too cold-blooded, right?" Qin Shao said coldly, "In large families, how is there the warm-heartedness you speak of? Since young, she has never regarded me as an elder brother." Yi Yuan's gaze flickered. Qin Shao's words were said lightly, but there were probably quite a few undisclosed stories behind it. "Then what are you specifically waiting for me for?" Yi Yuan said curiously. "I want to carry out a life-and-death battle with you." When he said this, Qin Shao's words carried some agitation. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said with a cold smile, "You said that her crimes deserve death just now?" Qin Shao seemed to have long expected Yi Yuan's attitude and said, "After that day, the family head came to find me. He proposed it, making me arrange a battle with you. Because only this way can kill you." Within the academy, they advocated competition, but they forbade students from killing each other in private. But life and death battles were the only avenue to settle things. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It looks like you're merely a tool in the eyes of the Qin family's people. Your talent is so good, you're willing to be reduced to a tool." Qin Shao's face fell slightly, and he said, "I have no choice. Furthermore, I long to have a fight with you." Qin Shao paused for a bit and said again, "Furthermore, I know that you'll definitely agree, because your growth can't avoid me." Yi Yuan gave Qin Shao a glance rather surprisedly and said, "You're different from the rest of the Qin family. Fine, I promise you. But I'm not your match right now. Give me 3 years' time. You and I will have a fight." In the Qin family's hall, Qin Nantian father and son were seated on the right-hand side, Qin Shao standing on the left. "How was it? Did he agree?" Qin Nantian asked in a solemn voice. He did not have much courteousness towards this branch nephew who obtained the golden sword token. The high and mighty attitude was clear at a glance. Qin Nantian could not be blamed either. The Qin family's geniuses were seriously too many, especially under the cover of Qin Tian's light. Qin Shao's achievements were not so dazzling. "He and I made a 3 years agreement," Qin Shao said. Qin Nantian was first a little surprised, then furrowed his brows and said unhappily, "Why is it 3 years? In 3 years' time, the variables are too great." Qin Shao was unhappy in his heart, but in front of Qin Nantian he still did not dare to be insolent and could only patiently say, "Agreeing to a life-and-death battle must be of both parties' own accord. He is currently only middle-stage grotto profound." Immediately undergoing a life-and-death battle can only be delivering himself to death. He won't agree to it. Xianxia frowned and said, 3 years. Could it be that his strength is able to advance by leaps and bounds in these 3 years, and reach an extent where he can contend with you? Xianxia's strength, he was very clear. It was rare to have rivals among those in the same generation. Yi Yuan's performance, they had also all learned about it. In combat strength, he was absolutely far inferior to Xianxia. Xianxia was 2 minor realms higher than him. Furthermore, his concepts' comprehensions were extremely high. This was virtually an insurmountable gap in deity realm. 3 years' time was merely a snap of a finger to deity realm powerhouses. What could Yi Yuan do? Xianxia thought about it and said, I guess that he should be comprehending a kind of martial technique. He's confident in successfully comprehending it within 3 years. This should be his reliance. Xianxia fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he said, Then, do you have assurance in killing him after 3 years? Xianxia said with a firm gaze, Family head, rest assured. These 3 years, Xianxia will definitely go all out and assault the sword tomb's 4th level. After 3 years, I'll definitely cut him down beneath my sword. Xianxia nodded his head and said to Xianxia, Good. If you need any resources in these 3 years, feel free to ask from the family. But this battle must be won. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Yes, family head. All right. Go back home and take a look at your parents. Xianxia waved his hands and let Xianxia leave. After Xianxia left, Xianxia said to Xianxia, In your view, how great are Xianxia's chances of winning? Xianxia said, If it were others with younger brother Xiao's strength, there's no suspense at all. But if the opponent is Yi Yuan, his chances of winning will probably be discounted. Xianxia's face fell and he said, How so? Xianxia smiled and said, Father, there is no need to worry. With younger brother Xiao's strength, as long as he can pass through the 4th level within 3 years, the chances of victory are at least above 80%. I'm worried about that Yi Yuan. Mainly because he's somewhat unpredictable. Xianxia frowned and said, You're talking about the incident that happened in the Sword Tomb's 1st level? Xianxia said, Yes. My view is the same as younger brother Xiao's. Yi Yuan should be comprehending some kind of powerful martial technique. For him to dare leap realms to challenge, it must be this is the reliance. It's just that he probably never thought that younger brother Xiao's talent is also exceedingly outstanding. 3 years' time is sufficient to let him improve greatly. Presumably, younger brother Xiao's dread towards Yi Yuan is even deeper than mine. So these 3 years' time it shall be younger brother Xiao's 3 years of transformation. Only after hearing Xianxia's analysis did Xianxia's expression ease up slightly. Xianxia's personality, they were very clear with it. He was very eager to outdo others. Under the stimulation of Yi Yuan's 3 years agreement, Xianxia might burst forth with potential that would make everyone give a sidelong glance. Even if Xianxia's talent was inferior to Yi Yuan's, a mere 3 years' time, he absolutely would not be pulled apart too much. After all, Xianxia was 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. This disparity was absolutely not what 3 years' time could make up for. In Wu Meng Academy, Yi Yuan and Xianxia's 3 years agreement already spread out like the wind. When Xianxia heard this news, he went to find Yi Yuan straight away. Yi Yuan, did you make a mistake? You clearly know that Xianxia is the season's top dog. You still dare to agree to his life and death battle. Xianxia said in exasperation upon seeing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I dared to agree naturally because I have some assurance. Some? Are you soft in the head? Xianxia said angrily. Hoo-hoo, just as Xianxia said, if I want to rise up, I must get past him, this hurdle. Furthermore, I've already not experienced such a battle for very long. His challenge makes me seethe with fighting intent. Yi Yuan said excitedly. Ever since coming to the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan had always shown people an image of a weakling. On his side, he always needed other people's protection. These several dozen years' time, Yi Yuan virtually had not fought before in the real sense. Now, he comprehended an extremely profound cultivation method and was also currently comprehending an extremely powerful martial technique. Xianxia's arranged battle ignited Yi Yuan's desire to fight. But you can't treat your own life as a joke too. If you want to fight, why must you find Xianxia? He is about to pass the second level right away in the sword tomb. 3 years later, his strength will reach no idea what realm. Xie Jingyi said in anger and disappointment. Yi Yuan looked at Xie Jingyi and said with a smile, "You fatty? Still have the mind to worry about me? If I didn't guess wrongly, your family probably already took some action, right?" Xie Jingyi's expression involuntarily choked up and he said embarrassedly, "How? How did you know?" The family already cut off all of my resources. These bunch of fellows, really outrageous. Still need to guess this? You poked such a large hole, so it's already pretty good that they didn't expel you from the family. However, you have to be careful of that third uncle of yours," Yi Yuan said. Xie Jingyi choked up and said, "Third uncle? He shouldn't have ill intentions, right? On that day, the reason he did so should also just be because he wanted to save me." Yi Yuan said, "It's always right to be more careful. There are 5 million low-grade divine essence stones in here. You take it and use first. Come find me again when it's not enough." Little Fatty chuckled and said, "Then Lord Fatty, I won't be courteous. I know that you're back by the Myriad Treasure Tower and are a rich man. Today I'll live off you, this magnate." Seeing Little Fatty's greedy appearance, Yi Yuan's expression could not help choking up. This punk was also too discourteous. From then on, there were 2 more lunatics in the sword tomb. One self-abused crazily. One trained in the sword crazily. The second time entering the sword tomb after the 3 years agreement. Qin Shao made it past the second level and entered the third level. And Yi Yuan's cultivation also entered a crazy mode. Each time he entered the sword tomb, he would be covered all over in cuts and bruises before he was willing to come out. In contrast, Qin Shao's sword Dao laws were also soaring rapidly. Yi Yuan was still the same as before, making himself a mass of bruises and wounds each time before exiting the sword tomb, then recuperating for a few days and entering again. Rinse and repeat like this. The sword art failed to be completed for a long time, but Yi Yuan was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the day where water flowed when a channel was formed. Being tortured for so long, an elementary form already gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. One day, during the second year, Yi Yuan sat down in the second level again and slowly pulled out a sword. Sure enough, it's here again. Seeing Yi Yuan pull the sword on the light screen, Zhao Qin revealed a look that said it was as expected. While those students on the sword tomb's second level were all struck senseless at this time. What's going on? Why did those sword Dao laws all cease activities? Is there a mistake? Could it be that the sword tomb's second level broke? Come on, when I was cultivating to the critical point, it was suddenly gone. Don't play like this. Those violent sword Dao laws in the sword tomb's second level became incomparably docile at this time. The students currently cultivating lost their opponents all of a sudden. This put them at a loss. Zhao Qin's expression turned fearful, hastily rushing into the sword tomb's second level like an arrow. The second level students, listen up. Hurry up and evacuate. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Zhao Qin shouted at the top of his voice. The last time, Teacher Fan went into and witnessed the might of 10,000 swords launching in unison. This second level's power would only be more terrifying. Once these students set off these swords, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Those second-level students were mostly outer court disciples. Hearing Zhao Qin's yell, they did not dare to dawdle, hurriedly withdrawing out. What's wrong, senior apprentice brother Zhao? What in the world happened? After the group of students withdrew out, they immediately surrounded Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Don't ask so much. Today, this second level is closed. Everyone is forbidden from entering inside. I'll go and invite Teacher Fan right away." Teacher Fan rushed over once more after getting the news. Zhao Qin asked, "Teacher Fan, how to handle this?" Teacher Fan was already not as shocked as the first time. He could ascertain that Yi Yuan comprehended something in the sword tomb. Teacher Fan thought about it and said, "Forget it. Let him be. Seal off the second level for the time being. Others are not to enter. After Yi Yuan comes out, then let people go in." "Yes, Teacher Fan." No one would have expected that this closure was a year plus. Qin Xiao broke through. He passed the 4th level. My god, this Qin Xiao's cultivation speed is also too terrifying. This rate of progress doesn't pale in comparison to the Qin Tian back then in the least. Qin Xiao's talent is still quite a bit worse than Qin Tian's. But his 3 years of hard work goes even further beyond than Qin Tian. Right on the eve of the 3 years agreement, Qin Xiao, who had always been risking his life and cultivating, finally cleared the Sword Tomb's 4th level. The 4th level was a dividing chasm because the 5th level Sword Dao laws were all Sword Dao second-layered heaven, which was also the power of laws corresponding to Heaven Glimpse realm. Qin Xiao making it past the 4th level indicated that his Sword Dao laws already completely surpassed Sword Dao first-layered heaven. With his Grand Completion Grotto Profound Realm plus the power of laws of Grand Completion Sword Dao first-layered heaven, saying that he swept across those in the same rank was not in the least an exaggeration. So when Qin Xiao walked out of the Sword Tomb, a stir aroused once more. Qin Xiao he is already half-step Heaven Glimpse. What's there to compete still? Yeah, this life and death battle. Yi Yuan will die without a doubt. Qin Xiao is well-deserving of being this season's top dog. Just 5 years' time and he already touched the threshold of Heaven Glimpse deity realm. The disparity between each major realm of divine Tao was too great. For martial artists to want to cross in one step, it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Once Grand Completion realm martial artists produced a trace of enlightenment, it would make the realm loosen up once more, the divine sea expand again, reaching half-step Heaven Glimpse realm from there. Of course, there were also people who borrowed this trace of enlightenment to ascend to the heavens in one step, directly breaking through a major realm. But these people were rare. In these 3 years, Qin Xiao bitterly cultivated Sword Dao and finally produced a trace of understanding, striding out this crucial step. The 3 years agreement was arriving in a flash. On this day, Wu Meng Academy's martial arena was booming with popularity. On the corridors of the grandstand, it was packed full of people, virtually tightly packed until not even water could seep through. These 2 people were the most eye-catching 2 people among the new season students. One was a peerless genius personally conferred the Golden Sword token by City Lord, His Excellency, becoming an in-name disciple. While the other was the man of the hour who slew the Qin family's lineal descent daughter and could still be safe and sound. Qin Xiao's might, everyone was clear. But up till now, no one had seen Yi Yuan make a move before yet. How his strength was, nobody knew. Who do you guys think will live or die in this fight? Is there still a need to say? Qin Xiao's strength is top-notch among peers to begin with. These 3 years, his strength improved greatly again. This battle, Yi Yuan is dead for sure. But Yi Yuan isn't a fool either. Since he agreed, could it be that he has confidence? What confidence can there be? I feel that he's too confident, thinking that he can defy the heavens. I heard that he still hasn't broken through to late-stage Grotto Profound yet. But Qin Xiao is already half-step Heaven Glimpse. Could it be that there's still any suspense to this fight? Many people were all guessing the outcome of this life and death battle. But the vast majority of the people were pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Quite a number of people all went to the Sword Tomb's 2nd level to take a look before Yi Yuan's realm still stopped at middle stage Grotto Profound. Even if Yi Yuan's trump card was any more heaven-defying, it was also impossible for a middle stage Grotto Profound to defeat the half-step Heaven Glimpse Qin Xiao. Let alone that Qin Xiao's Sword Dao laws were already Grand Completion first-layered heaven. At this time, several figures slowly walked out on the grandstand. One look and everyone knew they were extremely powerful people. It's the Qin family's family head, Qin Nantian. Didn't expect that he actually came in person. Yi Yuan killed his daughter. He's here to personally watch Yi Yuan be killed. But to Qin Nanshan's side was the Qifeng whom he had exchanged blows before. Several Origin Deity Realm teachers in the academy all appeared on the grandstand. Qifeng, you're also here to watch how Yi Yuan dies? When Qin Nantian saw Qifeng, he could not resist poking fun. Qifeng laughed when he heard that and said, Qin Xiao is really confident. How do you know that the one who dies isn't Qin Xiao? Qin Nantian laughed loudly and said, within Grotto Profound Realm, Is there still someone capable of winning Xianxia? If I believe this, do you Qifeng believe it? Qifeng gave a cold snort and stopped talking. He very much wanted to say he did not believe it, but he really could not say it. Qifeng was really unable to understand why Yi Yuan would agree to such an unfair life and death battle. Could it be that this brat was really tired of living? He already confirmed that Yi Yuan did not break through to late-stage Grotto Profound. This battle had no suspense at all. Qin Nantian smiled coldly and said, "The hour is almost arriving. That punk keeps failing to show up. I'm afraid." He fled in the face of danger, right? Elder Tong, you're this match's judge. You'll have to judge him as losing. Your law enforcement hall shouldn't be biased, right? Elder Tong's name was Tong Shou. He was one of the key people at the law enforcement hall. This life and death battle today was managed by him. According to the rules, once the hour had arrived and one party of the life and death battle did not arrive, it was regarded as automatically admitting defeat. Their law enforcement hall must carry out the death penalty on the losing party. Tong Shou looked at the time and said, "There are still 7.5 minutes. If Yi Yuan still doesn't come, it will be regarded as automatically admitting defeat." Right at this time, a wave of commotion occurred in the crowd. "Look, what's that? My God, Yi Yuan, he actually flew over. My eyes are failing, right?" The crowd was seething. A small black dot in the horizon was rapidly closing in on this side. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? My God! Could it be that he broke through to Divine Lord Realm? How is he actually able to fly in the sky? Are you fucking stupid? A middle-stage Grotto Profound breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm in 3 years. If it's Divine Lord Realm, the pressure is a little too small as well. You guys, look under his feet. S-sword flight. When the small black dot approached, the people finally clearly saw Yi Yuan in full view. Under his feet, he was stepping on a sword. Yi Yuan was maneuvering a sword and flying. Yi Yuan was approaching extremely rapidly. But the closer he got, the more powerful his aura. This guy is breaking through. Sword maneuvering flight while breaking through this. The people were utterly flustered. Yi Yuan's way of coming onto the stage was truly a bit too astonishing. In the crowd, little Fatty muttered to himself, saying with displeasure, "This guy is also too capable at posturing. This way of coming onto the stage is really freaking sensational." He looked at the besotted appearances of those female students nearby and was envious to the extreme. Yi Yuan's entrance to the playing field was simply too cool. As he flew, he frenziedly devoured heaven and earth spiritual energy, throwing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire martial arena into an upheaval. Whoosh! Yi Yuan turned into a stream of flowing light and finally stopped opposite Xianxia. While at this time, Yi Yuan's realm firmly stopped at late-stage Grotto Profound. "Apologies, I made you wait a long time." Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and said to Xianxia. Xianxia's face fell. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of dread. There were more than tens of millions of people who cultivated the sword under the heavens. But those able to achieve sword maneuvering flight, there might not be one in a million. Those able to do this, not one did not have an exceedingly profound understanding of sword Dao. Clearly, Yi Yuan's sword Dao attainments were already unfathomable. I didn't wait that long either. So let's get started. Dread was dread, but Yi Yuan's appearance stimulated Qin Xiao's powerful fighting intent even more. "Hang on," Qin Nantian shouted. Tong Shou's brows furrowed, and he said, "Family head Nantian, what's wrong?" Qin Nantian said, "Yi Yuan learned sword maneuvering flight. This battle isn't fair." "Heh, family head Qin, your words, this Qi doesn't understand." Sword maneuvering flight was comprehended by Yi Yuan. "It's not cheating either. How is this fight not fair?" Qi Feng opened his mouth and said at an inappropriate timing, "Indeed, to the Heavenspan world's martial artists under Divine Lord Realm, although their combat power was strong, not being able to fly, this weakness greatly limited their combat power. Once martial artists were able to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, there was a tremendous advantage to boundaries of fighting and evading the other party's moves. Now, Yi Yuan was able to fly with his sword. He was virtually in an undefeatable position. No matter how fast Qin Xiao's casting speed was, It was also not faster than Yi Yuan's sword maneuvering flight. Qin Nantian also did not expect that Yi Yuan gave him such a big surprise at the 11th hour. This made his previous confidence immediately collapse. Qin Nantian gave a cold snort and said, Yi Yuan's strength is no good. If he makes use of sword maneuvering flight to keep moving about non-stop, what then? That way, wouldn't this life and death battle have to go on without ceasing? Elder Tong, I request to ban Yi Yuan from using sword maneuvering flight. Qi Feng immediately said, life and death battles don't limit any methods in the first place. As long as it's one's true strength, nobody can talk behind their backs. Yi Yuan spent 3 years' time to comprehend sword maneuvering flight, but you said that the fight isn't fair. Where's the logic? Moreover, Yi Yuan is far inferior to Qin Shao in Cultivation realm to begin with. Why don't you have Yi Yuan stick his head out and directly let Qin Shao chop? The two people each stuck to their own argument, neither giving in to the other. Elder Tong's side also fell into a dilemma for a while. He thought about it and said, sword maneuvering flight has indeed never appeared before in life and death battles. Logically speaking, sword maneuvering flight is indeed Yi Yuan's own strength. There's no logic of placing restrictions. But family head Qin's concerns are also not without reason. How about this? I'll report this matter to the head elder and invite him to decide. No need. I'll only unleash one sword. If he can block it, I'll admit defeat and take my own life. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out. Yi Yuan's words immediately evoked a huge response. Qin Nanshan's expression turned intent, and he immediately revealed a look of great joy, while Qi Feng's expression similarly turned intent, but his brows knitted tightly together. No way, right? Yi Yuan is also too arrogant, right? Even if he can fly on a sword, his realm is much worse than Qin Shao's after all. Regardless of whether it is realm or law's comprehension, Qin Shao reached the limits of Grotto Profound Realm. For Yi Yuan to want to win him, wouldn't he need to have Heaven Glimpse realm strength? What kind of joke is this? Even if he comprehended sword maneuvering flight, it's also impossible to reach Heaven Glimpse realm strength, right? In everyone's view, Yi Yuan saying so was simply conceited to the extreme. Qin Shao's strength, everyone was all aware, could be said to be the strongest under Heaven Glimpse already. Yi Yuan's big talk was also boasted too ridiculously. But Yi Yuan really did not have the intention of posturing. He only comprehended one move. He was very confident in his move. If even this move could not deal with Qin Shao, he could only resign himself to fate. Since that's the case, let's start then. After the surprise, Elder Tong opened his mouth and said, only unleashes one sword? It looks like you're really very confident in this sword of yours. Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. His voice had yet to fade when Qin Shao's powerful aura erupted with a loud bang. The realm oppression of half-step Heaven Glimpse blotted out the skies and covered the earth and crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Clank! The long sword came out of the sheath, cold light radiating everything. It's Grand Chant Sword Void. Qin Shao, he has actually been cultivating Grand Chant Sword Void all along. What a powerful power of laws. Yi Yuan played it big this time. He probably never dreamed that Qin Shao had actually long cultivated one of the 6 Supreme Academy skills, Grand Chant Sword Void. Heh, conceited people naturally have heaven to take in. A mere late-stage Grotto Profound actually dare tell Qin Shao that he was only unleashing one sword. I want to take a look at how he blocks this sword. The moment Qin Shao made his move, everyone immediately understood. The Grand Chant Sword Void was the same as the Tai True Dipper Fist, one of Wu Meng Academy's 6 Supreme Academy skills, its power immense. Judging from his attack, this Grand Chant Sword Void was clearly already cultivated to the realm of Grand Completion First Level. For a moment, the entire martial arena crisscrossed with sword energy. Powerful sword Dao laws crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Fine sword. It wasn't in vain for me to arrange a battle with you. Qin Shao, you didn't disappoint me. Now, I'll let you see the Chaos Heaven opening sword art that I created in the Sword Tomb. Seeing Qin Shao's powerful strength, Yi Yuan's fighting intent was instantly ignited. Yi Yuan comprehended for 5 years in the Sword Tomb. In these 5 years, he had no idea how many gouges sliced on his body, suffered how severe the injuries, and endured how much agony. Now, he finally created a sword Dao martial technique that belonged to him. Yi Yuan named it the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art. With evil extermination emerging, Yi Yuan pointed at the sky with his sword. A swift and fierce surge towards the sky. Yi Yuan's mouth lightly spat out two words, sundering. Stars. What a powerful sword art. T2 strong. Yi Yuan's aura is actually no worse than Qin Shao's. But Yi Yuan just broke through to late-stage Grotto Profound. How can he possibly display such a powerful sword art? The moment Sundering Stars emerged, everyone's expression changed. Qin Nantian suddenly stood up, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of horror. The Grand Chant Sword Void is already Wu Meng Academy's pinnacle-most martial technique. Where did this move of his come from? Qin Nantian said fiercely. Qifeng's surprise was not the least bit lesser than Qin Nanshan's. In his view, Yi Yuan was just astonishing in alchemy talent. No matter how formidable his own strength was, it also would not be very strong. All along, Yi Yuan had always been under the Myriad Treasure Tower's protection. No one had seen before Yi Yuan actually took action. No one would have thought that the moment he made his move, it was earth-shattering. I seem to have heard Yi Yuan say just now, this move was his own creation. This move, Sundering Stars, is much stronger than the Grand Chant Sword Void, exclaimed a teacher from the academy. Truly terrifying martial Dao talent to actually be able to comprehend such a terrifying martial technique. His talent is likely even greater than Qin Tian's, another person said. Qin Tian was also stunned by this sword of Yi Yuan's. He finally understood at this moment what Yi Yuan was doing in the sword tomb back then. This guy's comprehension ability was simply too heaven-defying. The moment Sundering Stars was unleashed, Qin Shao felt tremendous pressure too. He gritted his teeth and urged divine essence frenziedly. This sword did not allow him to hold back in the slightest. Grand Chant Sword Void. Kill. An enormous long sword phantom condensed and stabbed straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The evil extermination sword chopped down following the momentum. A power that forcefully cleaved Mount Hua. This chop was daunting to the extreme. The powerful sword Dao laws condensed and did not dissipate, virtually dividing the entire space into two. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. Boom! Too powerful to the extreme power of laws collided together, shaking the protective grand array until it rocked. The students on the grandstand could hardly stay on their feet. No one could have thought that the exchange of two Grotto Profound Realm students would actually produce such terrifying might. Suddenly, Qin Shao's expression changed. A mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spewed out wildly. That long sword phantom did not last long under the swiftness and ferociousness of Sundering Stars before dividing into two, then thoroughly dissipating. Sundering Stars' residual power still remained, cleaving toward Qin Shao. Qin Shao is finished. This move of Yi Yuan's is too powerful. Sundering Stars. This move is domineering. The crowd on the grandstand exclaimed in shock, seemingly already seeing the wretched scene of Qin Shao being split into two. But right at this time, Qin Shao's figure suddenly became indistinct. Boom! Sundering Stars' remaining power directly chopped on the protective grand array. Shocking under everyone on the grandstand swayed once again. It's the God-bewildering step. My God, Qin Shao even learned the God-bewildering step. Someone cried out in shock. God-bewildering step was similarly one of the 6 Supreme Academy skills, an extremely profound movement technique. Everyone did not expect that Qin Shao actually learned 2 Supreme Academy skills. In the instant of imminent danger just now, Qin Shao forcefully deployed the God-bewildering step, narrowly avoiding the power of this chop. However, Qin Shao's condition was very bad. His body was currently teetering on his feet, almost unable to stand anymore. Although he avoided vital areas, the power of laws spurred by Sundering Stars still severely wounded him. Qin Shao already did not have strength to fight again. Crack, crack, crack. On the grandstand, Qin Nanshan's expression suddenly changed, his knuckles cracking. This sword of Yi Yuan's could be said to have broken Wu Meng Academy's 2 Supreme Academy skills. Although it did not kill Qin Shao, there would not be any changes to the conclusion too. Yi Yuan's expenditure was immense, but he still had the strength to fight again, while Qin Shao was no different from waiting for death. This life and death battle, the result was already without the least bit of suspense. Qin Nantian pinned high hopes on Qin Shao to finish off Yi Yuan in this fight, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's skill astounded all, overpowering Qin Shao with sundering stars. 3 years of waiting turned into naught. How could this not enrage him? Humph! Trash! Qin Nantian could not stay anymore. He gave a cold snort and flicked his sleeves and left. He felt that the Qin family's face had been utterly thrown away by Qin Shao. The Qin family was like the noonday sun, but ever since running into Yi Yuan, it seemed like they bumped into walls everywhere. This made him very aggrieved. What a shame. Qin Shao is so talented, but he actually has to fall here. He's really a rare genius. If he really carries on cultivating, his accomplishments might not be worse than Qin Tian's. It's too bad that he ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan is really too heaven-defying. He actually self-created a martial technique, overpowering 2 supreme academy skills. In Wu Meng Academy's so many years of history, probably no one has ever been able to accomplish it, right? Yi Yuan's sword Dao first layered heaven laws don't seem to be at grand completion yet, but he can defeat Qin Shao with sundering stars this move. It can be seen that his understanding of sword Dao is profound. To what kind of extent? Geniuses were respectable, especially Qin Shao, this kind of genius among geniuses. His defeat made the other students feel great pity. However, geniuses were sorrowful too. They must kill each other in order to attain Dao. Alas, Qin Shao ran into Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he could have radiated splendor. Do it. I already don't have strength to fight again. I lose. Qin Shao used the last of his strength to stab the long sword onto the ground, forcefully bracing himself and not falling down. He could lose, but he did not wish to lose in an undignified manner. At least these 3 years he already did his best. His feeling back then was right. Yi Yuan was indeed his future formidable foe. It was just that Qin Shao never expected that this day arrived so quickly. From the entrance examination until the life and death battle now, a mere 5 years had passed. 5 years were just a snap of a finger, but Yi Yuan already caught up from behind, utterly surpassing him. The scene of Qin Nantian flicking his sleeves and leaving, Qin Shao took it into his sights. His heart was already akin to dead ash. No matter how hard he worked, he could not obtain any of the Qin family's high regards. Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and said nonchalantly, "I won't kill you. You're an opponent worthy of respect. Furthermore, you're different from the other Qin family members." What did he say? I wouldn't have heard wrongly, right? Yi Yuan and the Qin family is long already irreconcilable. How could he let Qin Shao off? Yeah. Qin Shao didn't hold back in the slightest just now and already aimed to kill Yi Yuan. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan actually wants to let him off. Yi Yuan's words made everyone stunned. This decision of his exceeded everyone's expectations. The rules of life and death battle were all the way until one party died. But if the victor was willing to spare the other party could naturally survive. Except, normally, both parties who arranged a life and death battle were bound to have deep-seated hatred, wishing to kill the other party and then be gratified. Situations like Yi Yuan and Qin Shao were exceedingly rare. Are you pitying me? I, Qin Shao, don't need people to pity. Qin Shao looked up at the sky and howled, suddenly raising his sword and stabbing down towards his own sea of consciousness. Clank! Yi Yuan pointed a sword finger out, directly tapping Qin Shao's long sword flying. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? If I want to die, could it be that you can stop it? Qin Shao roared at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said coolly, can't even suffer this bit of setback? The heaven-span world is so large. Young genius is stronger than me and you are more than schools of carps crossing a stream. If everyone is like you, 1,000 lives is also insufficient to die. The martial path is arduous. Not reaching the end, who knows what would happen. Speaking lightly of life and death, that's the action of cowards. I know what you will face in the future. How much vilification you can stand up to is how many commendations you can bear. This you will say until here, life and death is your own business. Want to live, want to die, you decide yourself. Done talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Qin Shao's entire body trembled. Clearly, he was currently struggling violently inside. He slowly walked in front of his long sword, gripped the sword handle, but delayed in taking any action. No idea how long had passed either. The martial arena was long stark empty already. He finally picked up the long sword and left desolately. A figure blocked his path. "You're cowardly. Someone who failed has no reason to live on this earth." Qin Tian's cold voice came over. Qin Shao did not look at him. He just said calmly, "To live on requires even more courage. I want to become strong. Weaklings are forever weaklings. The path of a powerhouse is always to never stop advancing, while you have run ashore," Qin Tian said. Qin Shao slowly raised his head, met Qin Tian's eyes and said calmly, "There will come a day where I'll surpass you." Qin Tian smiled faintly and said, "This day will never arrive. You conduct yourself well." Seeing Qin Tian off with his eyes, Qin Shao's gaze was a never-before firm. Since young, it was his first time daring to look Qin Tian in the eyes like this. Qin Shao had never been so eager to defeat Qin Tian before. He fought for the Qin family, but what he got was a trash. He wanted to let the Qin family's people see that their choice was wrong. At the Qin family's residence, Qin Nantian was currently in a thundering rage. That trash actually didn't commit suicide. In my view, he colluded with that Yi Yuan. Qin Nantian roared furiously. When Wang Song heard that, he hurriedly said, "Uncle Qin, there isn't without this possibility. Otherwise, why would they make this 3 years agreement? Likely. They have long planned it out already and want to embarrass the Qin family." Qin Shao feels that his talent doesn't lose to brother Qin Tian's and feels that the family's resource allocation isn't fair. Hence, he harbored hatred in his heart. It's not impossible to. In the eyes of despicable people, other people's mindsets were naturally filthy too. Wang Song caught this opportunity and directly dropped a stone down the well. But his words were really convincing, especially the latter half. Qin Nanshan's expression changed, and he was even more livid with rage. He said icily, "Starting from today, immediately cease all resource supply to Qin Shao and banish his parents to Wuxia City. Living off us while secretly helping others, the Qin family expended so many resources to nurture him in vain." Qin Tian's gaze flickered by the side but did not say anything. Wang Song continued talking, "Uncle Qin, this Yi Yuan is really a troublesome character. If we allow him to grow unchecked, there will probably be no one capable of restraining him in the future." Qin Nantian nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. Regardless of whether or not Qin Shao lived off them while secretly helping others, that Sundering Star's move of Yi Yuan's really astounded everyone. Among them included him, Qin Nantian. Before today, Wumeng capital city's number genius was his son, Qin Tian. But after today, this title of number 1 genius will likely have to change owners. Qin Nantian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "This Yi Yuan must die." Wang Song thought about it and said, "Want to kill Yi Yuan? The 100 Cities smelting trial is the best chance. Otherwise, we can only wait for him to ascend to the inner court and take action when he goes out to carry out missions. It's just that at that time, Yi Yuan's strength would have risen to no idea what kind of extent again." Watching finish this battle, Qin Nantian only felt annoyed, but Wang Song was scared silly. Wang Song and the Qin family walked close together. Qin Shao's strength, he was very clear. Yi Yuan only used 5 years' time and surpassed Qin Shao in all aspects. Once he broke through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Dealing with him, Wang Song was simply capturing with ease. Qin Nanshan's eyes lit up and he said, "I forgot about it if you didn't mention it. There are still a few years, and it's time for the 100 Cities smelting trial again. Want to kill this punk? This is the best timing. However, Yi Yuan's matters will need to be eased up. You all tell the Qin family disciples in the academy not to go find trouble with Yi Yuan these few years. These 2 years, the Qin family and Yi Yuan has become the talk of the town. Want to take any action will definitely be targeted. I'll arrange this matter. You all go." These few years, Yi Yuan could be said to have shot to fame. Defeating Qin Shao this time, Yi Yuan's fame was unparalleled for some time, becoming the man of the hour at the height of his power in Wumeng Academy. The top dog being pulled down, this sort of thing. It was not that it did not happen before in the past. But as fast as this season, it was still the first time in history. I really didn't expect that not only is this Yi Yuan's background solid, his own strength is actually so powerful too. That Sundering Stars move is simply incredible. At that time, separated by the Grand Array, I could even feel that might of that move. One sword forcefully defeated 2 Supreme Academy skills. I say, will this move of his be recruited by the Academy as the 7th Supreme Academy skill? Very likely. Once it becomes the 7th Supreme Academy skill, Yi Yuan will likely be the youngest Hall of Fame member in Wu Meng capital city's history. At this time, in front of Yi Yuan was a very sagacious elderly man. This old man was not an ordinary person. He was Wu Meng City Lord's right-hand man, Wu Meng Academy's actual helmsman, Wan Yang. Wu Meng City Lord was just the Academy's nominal head. Normally, he did not run things. While this Wan Yang was the figure responsible for the Academy's operations. Yi Yuan, actually, when you were in the entrance examination, I already noticed you. You have great potential. Wan Yang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, many thanks for the Academy head's praise. When Yang was slightly stunned, he was somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's indifference to favor and disgrace. If ordinary students obtained such praise from him, they would definitely be excited until they did not know what to say. But Yi Yuan did not appear the least bit excited. When Yang discovered that for Yi Yuan to be able to create Sundering Stars, this kind of martial technique, it was indeed not a fluke. Huha, that Sundering Stars move was what you comprehended from the Sword Tomb? When Yang did not beat around the bush either, asking straight away. That's right. Disciple bitterly comprehended at the Sword Tomb's 1st level and 2nd level for 5 years. Finally created this martial technique, naming it Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art. The Sundering Stars is the first move. However, it's not yet complete. When Yang's gaze turned intent and he said in surprise, not yet complete? One sword defeating 2 Supreme Academy skills, and it was actually still an incomplete version. When this move was completed, how great would the power be? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the Sword Tomb is indeed a superb place to comprehend the sword, extensive and profound. This Yi Yuan bitterly comprehended for 5 years and only reached the 2nd level too. There's still a considerable distance to Grand Completion Sword Dao First Layered Heaven. This move, Sundering Stars, was just Yi Yuan's comprehensions in the Sword Tomb's first 2 levels. At that time, he was comprehending in the 2nd level, finally triggering the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's reaction, forming the elementary form of a Sword Dao martial technique. Yi Yuan used a year's time to continuously perfect. Only then was there Sundering Stars. However, the first 2 level Sword Dao laws were far from the extent of reaching Grand Completion Sword Dao First Layered Heaven. For Sundering Stars to have such power, on the one hand, it was because of the strength of the martial technique itself. While on the other hand, it was because of the powerful cultivation method that Yi Yuan trained in. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan, the reason I'm finding you today, you've probably also guessed a bit. Since your martial technique originated from the Sword Tomb, then it should remain in the Wu Meng Academy so as to benefit those who come after. Of course, the Academy will also give considerable compensation. I wonder if you're willing. When Yang slowly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, that is, of course. I've already imprinted Sundering Stars key secrets and my Sword Dao comprehensions these few years onto these 2 pieces of Heavenly Star Jades. While talking, Yi Yuan retrieved 2 pieces of Heavenly Star Jades and passed them to Wen Yang. Clearly, Wen Yang did not expect that Yi Yuan was so straightforward and was absent-minded for a while before receiving the Heavenly Star Jades. Past students, making them have over the cultivation method that they comprehended themselves. Most of them cherished their own belongings and were not willing to surrender them. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually even prepared the Heavenly Star Jades. When Yang had observed Yi Yuan for a long time already, but only meeting Yi Yuan today did he know that this youth in front of him was different from the rest. Meticulous thoughts, straight to the point when doing things without the least bit of hesitation and sloppiness. Even harder to come by was that Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was abnormally high, talent surpassing others. He was far from those geniuses in the Academy could compare to. When Yang sunk his divine sense into the Heavenly Star Jade and briefly skimmed it over. The expression on his face gradually became solemn. Rank 1 martial techniques were all too simple to Wen Yang. With his realm, even if it was an unfamiliar martial technique, it did not expend much effort for him to use it either. But this sundering stars actually gave him a feeling of obscureness and difficult to understand. For a moment, he was actually unable to pry into its depths. This shock was naturally by no means insignificant. Not bad. Very good. Indeed, a strange and marvelous idea. Yi Yuan, you actually have such comprehension ability at a young age. It's truly hard to come by. When Yi Yang put on an act and praised it. He was a half-step divine lord mighty expert after all. How could he be willing to lose face in front of a student and say that he actually did not quite understand? Later, he planned on properly studying this martial technique. A martial technique that even he did not understand had indeed aroused his desire to win. Yi Yuan said respectfully, "Many thanks for Academy Head's praise. Disciple was lucky too." Yi Yuan naturally knew that he was pretending to be like this. Although Sundering Stars was just a Sword Dao first-layered heaven martial technique, it mixed in the Dao accumulations of the Chaos Heavenspan canon as well as the crystallization of Wu Meng Academy's countless predecessors' hard work. How could it be that easy to understand? If it was that simple, on what basis could he defeat the half-step heaven glimpse Qin Shao with just entered late-stage grotto profound strength? Furthermore, although divine inscriptions could depict heavenly Dao, when portraying it, there were bound to be some losses. The inheritance could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words one could easily understand. Only by truly comprehending the deep meaning in it could one unleash its full power. Hence, Yi Yuan was actually not worried about this skill spreading. He was almost certain that in Wu Meng Academy at present, there was absolutely no one who could truly comprehend this martial technique. Yi Yuan, how about this? Because Sundering Stars isn't complete, after I report to City Lord, His Excellency later will temporarily set it as a quasi-supreme academy skill. As for the reward, it will be given to you as the standard of Supreme Academy skill, 100,000 points. What do you think? Although when Yang spoke in a discussing tone, it actually left no room for doubt already. Furthermore, 100,000 points were really quite a bit in Wu Meng Academy already. With these 100,000 points, he basically locked in as first place on the outer court's points stone already. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Academy Head very much. However, can I trouble Academy Head to help me exchange for some spirit medicines?" When Yang was stupefied and said, "Spirit medicines? Can't you just directly go and exchange for them?" Yi Yuan said, "The quantity that I require is relatively large. Furthermore, some spirit medicines are not common. If I go and exchange myself..." The moment when Yi Yang heard, he understood and said with a nod, "All right then, later you get a list for me." Yi Yuan took out another piece of jade slip and said, "I've already prepared it." When Yang froze again and could not refrain from laughing in spite of himself and said, "You punk. Really advanced gradually and entrench yourself at every step. Looks like you came prepared." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Preparedness averts peril. Academy Head deals with a host of problems daily. How bad would it be to come and trouble you again later?" When Yang nodded and said, "All right, give it to me." 3 days later, all of the students staying in the academy will gather and observe you engraving your name on the sage stone. When Yi Yuan bade farewell and left, when Yi Yang actually had a feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. He, a half-step divine lord mighty expert, actually fell behind Yi Yuan half a beat in all aspects. It was so depressing. This kid really isn't simple. When Yi Yang praised. On the plaza, several thousand people were standing in neat rows. Everyone used an incredibly envious gaze to look at that young profile on the platform. Of course, there were also some very unfriendly gazes, such as Wang Song and Qin Tian. Hall of Fame was a supreme honor in Wu Meng Academy. To be able to leave one's name on the sage stone, each one made immense contributions to Wu Meng Academy, leaving behind a brilliant stroke in Wu Meng Academy's history. Invite the sage stone. The moment when Yi Yang's words faded, there was a tremor in the void. A chunk of enormous stone slowly ripped apart space and appeared in front of everyone. The moment the sage stone appeared, Yi Yuan's expression became stern too. The aura emitting off it made people have an impulse to prostrate in worship. That was a sacred aura. Yi Yuan slightly mustered up the power of the lesser heaven-span mountain before neutralizing this aura. Lifting his head and looking, golden light rippled on the enormous rock, each and every name dazzling the eye. Bow to the sage stone. When Yang took the lead and bowed down toward the sage stone. The several thousand students on the plaza also stooped their bodies and bowed. One could tell that they were all respectful from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Yuan also bowed low. These past sages were worthy of his bow. He knew that the swords in the sword tomb were left behind by these past sages. Finished bowing, when Yang said to the sage stone in a clear voice, "Today there is disciple Yi Yuan, self-created a sword art, sundering stars in the sword tomb, overpowering the 6 supreme academy skills, gifting it to the academy with no greater merit." The incumbent academy head, when Yang, cordially invites the sage stone to permit Yi Yuan to engrave words and leave behind his name, entering the Hall of Fame. The moment when Yi Yang's voice faded, the sage stone suddenly shone with a bright light. A ray of golden light shot out, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. Yi Yuan's expression became austere, feeling as if his secrets were all being snooped out. But right at this time, a surge of terrifying aura emitted from Yi Yuan's body, suddenly flowing up in reverse, enveloping over toward the sage stone. Rumble. The sage stone seemed to have suffered a tremendous stimulation and started trembling violently in the air. What's wrong with the sage stone? When Yang gave a shocked cry, looking at the sage stone in disbelief. Crack, crack, crack. On the sage stone, cracked fine lines actually appeared. When everyone saw this scene, they all unconsciously became nervous, not understanding what happened. "Senior, what's going on here? Could it be the lesser heaven-span mountain's effect?" Yi Yuan asked dustless. "Hey, this sage stone is merely a divine lord's profound treasure. To actually dare pry into the lesser heaven-span mountain, isn't this an elderly person eating arsenic, seeking death?" Dustless said disdainfully. Yi Yuan felt his head swell. If this was broken, the Wu Meng Academy would definitely suspect him. "Senior, can you make the lesser heaven-span mountain pull back or not? At this rate, I'll be screwed," Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Dustless smiled and said, "You refined the lesser heaven-span mountain. Why did you come and ask me instead?" Yi Yuan was stunned, hurriedly revolving the chaos heavenspan cannon in secret, attempting to communicate with the lesser heavenspan mountain. Sure enough, that oppression released by the lesser heavenspan mountain gradually restrained itself. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he heaved a sigh in relief too. After the intense tremor, the sage stone finally stabilized. Those cracked fine lines were already slowly repairing itself. Seeing this scene, only then did Wen Yang's expression get a little better. "Academy head, what's going on here?" Yi Yuan pretended to be frightened and said. Wen Yang was also uncertain and shook his head and said, "I don't know either. This kind of situation has never appeared before in the past. Did you have any special feelings just now?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No." Wen Yang frowned and said, "Then that's strange. I feel the sage stone seems to be afraid of something. But now it should have recovered to normal. Let's continue the ceremony then. Carve the characters." Yi Yuan nodded his head, leaped up, and soared to the sky. Clank. The evil extermination suddenly moved out, engraving Yi Yuan, 2 big words on the sage stone. Yi Yuan landed. Those 2 large characters immediately became dazzlingly golden, glaring, and eye-catching. When everyone saw Yi Yuan's valiantness and heroic bearing, they were all incredibly envious. When Qin Tian looked at this scene, for the first time in his life, he felt jealousy, this emotion. All along, he had always been the object of jealousy. In his eyes, there was only the Divine Lord realm. He had no rivals among peers at all. But today, that youth whom he sentenced as a dead man entered the Hall of Fame ahead of him, becoming the youngest Hall of Fame member in Wu Meng Academy's history. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view, a cold light glinting in his eyes. Qin Tian already made up his mind. The 100 cities smelting trial this time. He had to let Yi Yuan die inside. Congratulations to Yi Yuan for immortalizing his name. Respectfully see the sage off into the Hall of Fame. Under Wen Yang's voice, the sage stone concealed into the void once more, disappearing. Starting from today, you all shall receive Yi Yuan's kindness. Bow and pay homage to the sage. When Yi Yang said to all of the students, Qin Tian, Wang Song, as well as the Qin family's disciples all revealed very ugly expressions on their faces. Especially Qin Tian, he actually had to bow down and pay respects to Yi Yuan. This was simply even more awful than killing him. One bow. Several thousand students on the plaza bowed down towards Yi Yuan. Wang Song's expression changed a few times, finally still bending his waist down unwillingly. On the entire plaza, only Qin Tian alone stood still. When Yang's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, Qin Tian, why? Aren't you moving? Qin Tian's face was livid, the resentment in his head rising to the extreme. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Tian rather interestedly, very much wanting to see what he will do. Yi Yuan also never expected at the beginning that handing over sundering stars actually still had this kind of secondary effect. This Qin Tian did not place him in his sights at all back then. But now he had to bow toward him. He was probably extremely unwilling, right? Qin Tian's expression changed several times, and he said out loud, Lord Academy Head, Qin Tian will never cultivate this sword for life. There's no need to bow to him. Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He did not expect that this guy was still quite resolute. It was then that when Yang gave a cold snort and said, You don't cultivate this sword. But could it be that you're not a student of Wu Meng Academy? You dare to guarantee that your clansmen won't cultivate this sword either? Predecessors plant trees for descendants to enjoy the shade under the tree. The martial techniques and cultivation methods left behind by past sages benefit generation after generation. But right, do you have to not bow? Qin Tian's knuckles were clenched until they cracked. Finally, he still lowered his proud head and bowed down toward Yi Yuan. He knew that the outcome of continuing to contradict Wen Yang was being kicked out of Wu Meng Academy. Even the Qin family could not possibly compare foundations with the Wu Meng Academy. Being chased out, he would have nothing worthy of praise. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. This guy still submitted in the end. At this time, Qin Tian just happened to finish bowing. Raising his head and seeing this hint of a smile, that sense of humiliation instantly filled his chest. Second bow. When Yi Yang shouted again, everyone bowed again. Qin Tian felt like he was about to explode, but he had no choice but to bow toward Yi Yuan once more. Third bow. Qin Tian's entire body trembled as he bowed down once more. Ceremony complete. The moment when Yang's voice fell, Qin Tian immediately flicked his sleeves and left. Today was a day of extreme humiliation for him. He and Yi Yuan could not live under the same sky, but he had no choice but to bow towards this enemy. This was truly a tragedy. After everyone dissipated, little fatty Xianxia found Yi Yuan and said with a wild laugh, Did you see Qin Tian's expression? Ha ha. Just now it really killed Lord Fatty me. But I didn't dare to laugh and nearly stifled out internal injuries. Ha ha. Little Fatty's laughter was, as if no one was around, drew a series of sidelong glances. The Qin family's disciples all used indignant gazes to look over. Sensing these unfriendly gazes, little Fatty chortled and said, What? Want to hit me? Come on. Come hit me. Ha ha ha. I just like to see the appearance of you all be pissed off looking at me, and can't kill me off. Yi Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head. Ever since the incident last time, this punk seemed to have become a different person. Although he was still that Joker personality, he was no longer as weak as before but became incomparably arrogant. Sundering stars becoming a supreme academy skill naturally drew the attention of many students. Its power, everyone had borne witness to it before. Everyone all coveted it immensely. But they only discovered to their dismay after spending points to exchange for it that this martial technique was seriously too profound. Even if Yi Yuan's personal journal was very detailed, their understanding was also very difficult. The more Wen Yang studied Sundering Stars, the more shocked he got. He discovered to his surprise that with his realm, he actually had many hard-to-understand areas about this martial technique too. But without a doubt, this was a powerful to the extreme martial technique. Yi Yuan did not hold back. On the contrary, he made a lot of notes. It was just that this martial technique had some areas that corresponded with the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Without cultivating this cultivation method before, wanting to thoroughly grasp sundering stars was simply as hard as ascending to heaven. When Yang studied with great concentration for a month's time and was actually only able to unleash 50% of sundering stars' power too, he wanted to advance another step, but he could not do it no matter what. Yi Yuan, not good. Things are bad. Teacher Qi. Little Fatty rushed into Yi Yuan's residence very impatiently. He discovered that Yi Yuan was sitting opposite Qi Fang. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't it just releasing a list? Is there a need to kick up such a fuss?" Little Fatty was stunned and said, "You knew." Yi Yuan said, "Teacher Qi already told me." "Why? You were chosen too." The moment Little Fatty heard, he said gleefully, "That is, of course. This Lord Fatty already made it to the 6th level in Rockwind Cave. That's an absolute elite disciple." This time it was Yi Yuan's turn to get a shock. The Rockwind Cave was the same as the Sword Tomb. Both are places to clear challenges. It was just that the Sword Tomb was a place for cultivating Sword Dao, while the Rockwind Cave was a place to cultivate laws of wind. This Little Fatty never said it in front of him before all this while. Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually already cleared to the Rockwind Cave's 6th level. One had to know that even Xianxia was also merely Sword Tomb 6th level strength right now. Little Fatty's talent in the aspect of wind laws was truly seldom seen. 6 years had already passed since Yi Yuan entered the Hall of Fame. These 6 years' time, Yi Yuan passed it very peacefully. Virtually no one came to find trouble with him. Since then, the Qin family was low profile in front of Yi Yuan to the extreme. No one came to provoke him before. This way, Yi Yuan's 6 years were also devoted to cultivation. He got a large batch of Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines from the Myriad Treasure Tower and Wu Meng Academy in batches to study medicinal properties. Yi Yuan researched for 30 years in the world suppressing steel and finally thoroughly grasped the medicinal properties of Tier 1 high-grade medicinal pills and created a new batch of medicinal pills. The Myriad Treasure Tower that obtained the pill formulas naturally made a huge fortune again. For this, the Myriad Treasure Tower gave Yi Yuan 50 million low-grade divine essence stones again as a reward. The remainder of the 3 years' time, Yi Yuan continued to endure in the Sword Tomb to be abused, continuously perfecting sundering stars. A few days ago, Yi Yuan already passed through the Sword Tomb's 3rd level and entered the 4th level. Right at this time, Qi Fang came over, telling him that the 100 Cities smelting trial was about to start, and he was selected as one of the students participating in the 100 Cities smelting trial. This was originally a very normal thing. The 100 Cities smelting trial in itself was choosing the most outstanding students to go and take part in. Yi Yuan's performance was so eye-catching, there was no reason not to choose him. This had no areas for people to criticize. But among the 2 teachers leading the team this time, one of them was a Qin family's member. These few years, the Qin family has been very quiet. I didn't expect that their goal was actually the 100 Cities smelting trial this time. I went to find the academy head. Even he can't do anything about it either. Yi Yuan, you have to be careful on this trip, Qi Fang said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said, I didn't expect that the Qin family's power is so great, to actually be able to influence the decision-making of the academy. Qi Fang nodded and said, the Myriad Treasure Tower is an outside force after all. Its influence in the academy is too weak. But the Qin family is different. They have operated in Wu Meng capital city for God knows how many generations already. Regardless of whether it is in the academy or in the city lord manor, their power is deeply rooted, their influence tremendous. Although they don't dare to contend with the academy on the surface, pulling some underhanded tricks in secret is really impossible to guard against. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, looks like the Qin family still doesn't know how the word pain is written. Then I'll have to teach them well. Qi Fang gave a sigh and said, Yi Yuan, this time, it's Qin Tian personally taking action. The 100 Cities smelting trial this time, you don't think about scoring any achievements anymore. After entering the mystic realm, best to find a place to hide and come out again when the trial ends. I've also arranged for an inner court disciple this time. At that time, he'll take care of you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, many thanks, Teacher Qi. The 100 Cities Smelting Trial was a joint trial carried out by 100 capital cities in order to train the disciples under them. Those taking part in this trial were all the pinnacle-most disciples of the various major capital cities. Hence, Yi Yuan being selected was also something within reason. It was just that Yi Yuan got to know from Qifeng that the Qin family's descendants during this trip were as many as 3 people. The Qin family did not only have Qin Tian, one single genius. It was just that his light was too dazzling, making others seem rather mediocre. Apart from Qin Tian, the Qin family disciples participating in the 100 Cities Smelting Trial this time also had Qin Pei and Qin Zheng, 2 Heaven Camp geniuses. These 2 were also Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses, while Outer Court disciples still had Qin Shao as well as 2 other Qin family disciples. The trial this time only selected a total of 30 disciples to take part. The Qin family occupied 6 spots. The might of the Qin family could be seen at a glance. In front of them was an octagonal altar. Wu Meng Academy students already all finished assembling, transporting from this altar into the mystic realm. When Yang saw that everyone was here, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Those present are all my Wu Meng capital city's young generation's distinguished talents. The 100 Cities Smelting Trial concerns my Wu Meng capital city's prestige. After you all enter the mystic realm, you have to make a united effort and strive for the best. But most importantly, it's still returning safely. The Academy Advocates Competition. Among you all, there are more or less some grudges. I don't wish to hear some news of internecine fighting when everyone returns. Otherwise, the Academy will punish the people involved with due severity." Finished talking when Yi Yang's gaze swept over everyone's faces. The students all felt fearful in their hearts. When Yi Yang's words were actually said for the Qin family's people to hear. Yi Yuan's talent was clearly a notch above Qin Tian's. He did not wish for Yi Yuan to have any mishap. It was just that this time, the Qin family exerted pressure through the Elders Association, making the Qin family's Qin Yuanlong lead the team, adding many variables. When Yang had no choice and could only give a warning or 2 verbally. The rest will have to depend on Yi Yuan himself. Academy head, rest assured. Yuanlong definitely won't fail the mission this time. Qin Yuanlong immediately expressed his attitude. When Yi Yang nodded his head but did not say much. He just said coolly, "All right," set off. The group stood on the altar. But when Yi Yuan turned back, little Fatty's figure was already gone, and he involuntarily started searching in the crowd. Yi Yuan discovered that he already ran to a very delicate and pretty-looking girl's side since goodness knows when. The normally casual little Fatty actually became bashful at this time, rather like a lady. "Ex-shower," Xie Jingyi said shyly. Yi Yuan came to a realization. It turned out that this senior apprentice sister was the shower in Xie Jingyi's mouth. Lin Xiu. This kid really hid deep enough to actually not even mention it to him until now. Yi Yuan thought all along that Lin Xiu should still be in Brilliant Peace City. Did not expect that she was actually an Inner Court Heaven Camp disciple. Seeing Xie Jingyi said hello, Lin Xiu's brows furrowed, and she said, "Call me your senior apprentice sister." Xie Jingyi's expression changed, and he said stammeringly, "As senior apprentice sister." Lin Xiu's brows spread out slightly. Her tone also eased up a little, and she said, "I didn't expect that you actually really passed the entrance examination. Furthermore, you even obtained the qualifications to participate in the 100 Cities Smelting Trial." Xie Jingyi had a look of joy and said, "That is, of course. I am a grown man. If I can't even do this, how can I be fit to be Xiu's man?" Bang! Little Fatty's round body flew straight out. "Ouch, my butt!" Little Fatty wailed miserably. Toward this poser little Fatty, everyone all snickered endlessly. Heh! This reckless and blind thing. To actually dare be frivolous towards senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu. His brain is spoiled, right? Senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu is the Inner Court disciple's top talent. This little Fatty actually had improper thoughts toward her. It's really a toad lusting after swan meat. Yeah. Senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu is a flower in our Inner Court. Turning her nose up at how many young outstanding talents. How could she take fancy on this ball-like little Fatty? When Jia Chong saw the scene, he sneered coldly in his heart to no end. On his deathbed, and he's still in the mood to pick up chicks here. This fool wouldn't really think that for him to be able to participate in the 100 Cities smelting trial, it's because his talent surpasses others, right? Jia Chong, as this season's number 2, was naturally selected for the 100 Cities smelting trial too. Little Fatty rolled and crawled to his feet, running to Lin Xiu's side again with a waddle, thickened his skin and said, "A gentleman reasons things out and doesn't resort to violence. Xiu, senior apprentice sister, what are you doing here? Dare to talk nonsense again. See if I tear your mouth," Lin Xiu said coldly. Not saying anymore," Little Fatty mumbled. Right at this time, light shone brightly on the altar, spiritual energy surging wildly. Following that, everyone disappeared. Passing through a spatial passageway, there was a blur before the group of people's eyes, arriving at a foreign space. What entered the eyes were actually 100 altars. Isn't this Wu Meng's teacher Thundercry? You guys coming this time, which place from the last are you preparing to get? The moment they landed, there was an origin deity powerhouse by the side who made sarcastic remarks. This trip, apart from Qin Yuanlong, there was another teacher leading the team. It was precisely the Thundercry who gave Yi Yuan and the rest the entrance examination back then. Hearing these words, Thundercry's brows furrowed but unexpectedly did not refute. He just snorted coldly and ignored the other party. All of Wu Meng's students, especially the inner court disciples, were all filled with righteous indignation, wishing to rush over and directly clash together with the other party. Senior apprentice sister? Who are they? So cocky. Little Fatty moved close to Lin Xiu's side and asked curiously. Lin Xiu's expression was very ugly as well as she said coldly, "Theirs was Xiang capital cities people. Their overall strength is sufficient to rank in the top 10 among these 100 capital cities. Most importantly, the Zhuxiang capital city and our Wu Meng capital city are sworn enemies. Every time they would deliberately target us, snatching resources from our disciples. It's precisely because of them that our ranking is very low each time, virtually counting from the back." The moment Little Fatty heard, he said furiously, "So arrogant? This time, Lord Fatty, I must snatch all of the resources on them." Lin Xiu rolled her eyes at him and said huffily, "Just your bit of strength. It's not even enough to fill the crevices between their teeth, still snatch their resources?" Little Fatty chuckled and said, "Senior apprentice sister, I know that you're strong, but Fatty, I already can't be compared to the past now. This time, I must let you see that your foresight is correct." This guy spoke rubbish. Lin Xiu glared fiercely, but in front of other capital cities' disciples, she could not flare up and could only endure it. When Zhuxiang capital city's origin deity powerhouse saw Thundercry say nothing, he was even more pleased with himself. He suddenly swept his gaze, landing on Yi Yuan, and said with a smile, TSK, Wu Meng capital city's young disciples are really getting more abysmal with each generation. A late-stage grotto profound can actually take part in the 100 cities smelting trial too. Do you all really can't find people? Ha ha ha. Thundercry's gaze looked at him like looking at a fool. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was indeed too confusing. But his strength could absolutely rank in the top 3 among this batch of outer court disciples. If Zhuxiang capital city turned the spearhead at Yi Yuan, they were bound to suffer a huge loss. But Thundercry naturally would not explain anything. Let this idiot invite ridicule upon himself. Xianxia, don't look down on people. Yi Yuan is the strongest one among our batch of outer court disciples. Even this season's top dog was defeated under his hands. Let your outer court disciples be more careful. Otherwise, if they lose their lives, don't blame me for not warning you." Just as Thundercry was secretly pleased with himself, Qin Yuanlong suddenly came forward and condemned Zhang Shang with righteous indignation. The expressions of Wu Meng capital city students all changed. Qin Yuanlong's intention of killing with a borrowed knife was seriously too obvious. It looked like Qin Yuanlong was defending Wu Meng capital city's reputation. But in reality, he was warning Zhang Sheng to target Yi Yuan. "Qin Yuanlong, what's the meaning of this?" Thundercry said furiously. "Thundercry, Zhuxiang capital city is bullying people too far. Could it be that you can keep enduring?" Qin Yuanlong said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. But by the side, Zhang Sheng looked at Yi Yuan half dubiously and did not discover any unusual areas. A late-stage grotto profound could defeat the top dog? Was it this kid who was too strong, or Wu Ming capital city's this season's top dog who was too weak? Right at this time, a virtual image descended from the sky, appearing in the center of the plaza. Those origin deity realm powerhouses all bowed down and said, "We pay respects to Lord Xianling." Seeing this Xianling, Yi Yuan's heart stirred. The feeling that this virtual image gave him was the same as Wu Meng City Lord back then. They were actually both divine Lord realm powerhouses. Xianling nodded slightly and slowly said, "In a blink. It's been another 200 years. Each of you seems to have quite a few additional new faces again. I won't say much about the trial's rules. I presume everyone is already very clear. This old man only looks at the results, not the process. Regardless of what means you all use, whoever obtains the most number of natural treasures in the end will be the winner. The capital city that obtains first place this time shall obtain 1 4-star divine pill. The inner court's number 1 shall obtain a heavenly divine artifact, spirit gathering plate. The outer court's first place shall obtain 10 weeping spirit fruits. Everyone, work hard." The moment Xianling's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. The rewards this time is actually the spirit gathering plate. With this, cultivation speed can be 10 times faster. Weeping spirit fruit is actually the weeping spirit fruit. 10 weeping spirit fruits is enough for me to break through to Heaven Glimpse realm. I didn't expect that the rewards this time are actually so generous. It looks like I have to work hard. Hearing these rewards, the several thousand people were all incomparably excited. Clearly, the things rewarded were all extremely rare items. Yi Yuan was also secretly startled when he heard it. That 4-star divine pill was clearly awarded to the capital city's city lord. It was just that the one able to obtain it was just one city lord. No wonder each capital city paid so much attention to this 100 cities smelting trial. Xianling waved a hand. Several thousand green lights appeared in front of everyone. Yi Yuan's focused his eyes and looked over. It was a jade pendant. "You all keep the jade pendant well. Right away, I'll be sending you all to your respective areas immediately. Once you encounter any danger, crush the jade pendant. You all will be immediately transported back to the altar. Of course, the storage rings on you guys will also be left on the site." While talking, Xianling kneaded seals with both hands. Yi Yuan only felt his eyes blur, his body vanishing from where he was once again. Passing through a dense forest, over a dozen stalks of spirit medicines entered Yi Yuan's eyes. "Heh! Didn't expect that my luck was so good. The moment I came out, I ran into a dozen overstalks of heavenly fragrance lotus lush grass." Yi Yuan had just been transported over no long and smelled the scent of spirit medicines, and searched all the way over. He did not expect that the harvests were considerable. Yi Yuan was just about to gather these heavenly fragrance lotus lush grass when there was another series of activities in the dense forest. "Heh! Didn't expect to run into over a dozen stalks of heavenly fragrance lotus lush grass all at once. Luck is really not bad." A young man walked out from the other side of the dense forest. The words he said were exactly the same as what Yi Yuan said. However, he directly ignored Yi Yuan. This late-stage grotto profound rookie, he did not take him seriously at all. "Kid, these spirit medicines, I'm collecting them. My Grandpa Chow's mood today is pretty good, so I won't kill you. Get lost." The young man waved his hand and said very magnanimously. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled and said with a laugh, "These spirit medicines were discovered by me first. It's not very appropriate for you to do so, right?" Xiaojia laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "Boy, you probably don't know your Grandpa Xiao, right? In a while, go and inquire about it. The name of Heavenly Feather Capital City's outer courts, Xiaojia." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't know. Not interested in knowing either. Now, scram as far away as you can for me." Done talking, Yi Yuan walked straight for those spirit medicines. Xiaojia's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Reckless and blind fool, refusing face when given." Xiaojia directly drew his sword and stabbed towards Yi Yuan. He was actually really going to kill. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to raise his eyelid. Waving his hand, a sword slashed out. Xiaojia's aura was originally imposing, but the moment Yi Yuan's sword emerged, his face revealed a look of great horror, hurriedly changing the straight stab to a block. He never dreamed that a late-stage grotto profound could use such a heaven-shocking sword. This casual slash of Yi Yuan's shocked his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls out. Clank! Xiaojia's sword was directly cut into 2 parts. He repeatedly fell back several steps, the shock on his face lingering on for a long time. If that sword went a little deeper just now, he would be directly cleaved into 2 halves currently. Xiaojia could not figure out how a late-stage grotto profound would have such powerful strength. You! How are you so strong? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, putting those heavenly fragrance lotus lush grass into his storage ring. Still not scramming? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice. Xiaojia was startled and turned tail and ran. It was only to see him making 3 steps as if it was 2 steps, disappearing in Yi Yuan's line of sight in a twinkle. Yi Yuan slowly put away the storage ring and slowly moved forward. The storage rings on each person's hand were all newly issued by the person leading the team after entering the mystic realm. Prior to this, all of them were requested to not bring their own storage rings in. This way, it could prevent people from cheating. Furthermore, this storage ring was specially made. Once a person shattered the jade pendant, it would automatically separate from the body and become other people's spoils of war. Why didn't you kill him? At this time, Dustless suddenly spoke up. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We just came in. No hurry. Leave his small life. Later, I'll directly take it from them." Dustless was stunned when he heard it and immediately burst into laughter and said, "You, punk, are too sinister. No wonder you had me plant a mark on every one of them. Turns out that it's actually this plan." Yi Yuan's meaning was, raise these people first, let them search for natural treasures everywhere. At the end, Yi Yuan would directly snatch the storage rings off the others. When at the altar, Yi Yuan had Dustless plant a mark on each of Wuxia capital city's students. Dustless was an Empyrean spirit treasures artifact spirit. Leaving behind a trace of a mark on a bunch of heaven glimpse realms and grotto profound realms was all too simple. Of course, there were also Qin Tian and Qin Yuanlong they all. As long as these people entered a certain range of Yi Yuan's proximity, Dustless would be able to detect them. Weren't they here to kill him? Play hide and seek with them then. Ha, these outer court disciples, nobody is my match at all. Those inner court disciples, I can't beat them either. This trial doesn't have much meaning at all. Therefore, better to not waste time on this. We'd best go find Little Fatty first. If they can't find me, I'm afraid that someone will have ideas about him. If Qin family inner court disciples find him, that would be bad, Yi Yuan said. These few years, Yi Yuan directly consumed the medicinal pills that he newly researched. His realm was already no far from grand completion grotto profound. Coupled with sundering stars already gradually approaching grand completion, Yi Yuan's current strength was no idea how much stronger compared to when fighting with Qin Shao. Ordinary grand completion grotto profound realms, even half-step heaven glimpse, very few were Yi Yuan's match as well. Hence, these outer court disciples could not arouse his interest at all. Take that Xiaojia just now for example. If Yi Yuan really had killing intent aroused, the other party would not even get to crush the jade pendant and would be instantly killed by him. Through 3 years of tempering, Yi Yuan became more and more accustomed to utilizing sundering stars. If not unleashing with all his might, he could even achieve instant casting sundering stars, just like earlier. This jade pendant was in order to protect these disciples to the greatest degree. But in past trials, there was no lack of those who were killed before even crushing the jade pendants in time. Firstly, those people did not wish to give up on the natural treasures they found until the end. On the other hand, even though the transported area was separated for outer court and inner court, these two areas were connected. Once there were inner court disciples who infiltrated into the outer court disciples region, suddenly sneak attacking. How could a grotto profound realm rookie react in time? Therefore, in this trial, everyone had to maintain a high-level mental tension. Any instant of relaxation might very likely be fatal. After several days, in the inner court region, 3 figures gathered together. Big brother Qin Tian. Qin Pei and Qin Zhang saluted to Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded his head slightly and said, "Amen. Father expended considerable thoughts and effort for the same of the 100 cities smelting trial this time. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die this time. That is, of course. Yua's enmity, I couldn't wait long ago. Qin Pei said indignantly. This punk swept away our Qin family's face in front of the whole city. Not killing him, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Qin Zheng also said. Clearly, they had great resentment toward Yi Yuan. Qin Tian suddenly flipped his palm over. A flesh-colored little bug was faintly discernible on his palm. Uncle Yuan Long already planted the child-mother heart-linking bug onto Yi Yuan with a secret art. I can already sense his position currently. We'll sneak over quietly so as to not let him discover us. This kid is very astute, we only have one chance. We must be doubly cautious. Before we make a move, we must have full assurance. If we let him crush the jade pendant, we won't have the chance anymore. Qin Tian said in a solemn voice. Qin Pei said, Big brother, rest assured, with the three of our strength, plus the heart-refining turtle-breathing formula, even if he walks by us, it's impossible to discover it too. Qin Tian nodded and said, Okay, let's set off. On an open field, over a dozen figures were currently chasing each other. Right at the front was a ball-shaped little fatty. Who could it be if not Xianxia? But behind him were over a dozen people in hot pursuit. Little fatty was fat, looking incomparably clumsy. Yet his movements were extremely swift and nimble. Those dozen over people could not catch up to him and could only eat dust behind him. These few years, Yi Yuan had been providing him divine-grade cultivation medicinal pills all along. Such a long time had passed and Xianxia already broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound. Coupled with the fact that he trained to the 6th level in the Rockwind Cave, and furthermore cultivated one of the 6 Supreme Academy skills, God Bewildering Step, his movement technique virtually reached the pinnacle in Grotto Profound realm. For these people to want to catch up to him, it was easier said than done. Damn fatty. Quickly hand over the crimson firmament fruit and we'll spare you from death. Damn fatty. Don't run if you have the capability. Halt, you damn fatty. To actually dare take advantage of the situation and steal our spoils of war. When your father catches you, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. This group of people could not catch up to Xianxia no matter what. Each and every one of them started cursing in exasperation. I say, you guys already chased Lord Fatty for 3 days and night, are you tired or not? Isn't it just a crimson firmament fruit? Is there a need to be like this? Xianxia shouted loudly as he sprinted madly. 3 days ago, a group of people was currently in a fierce battle with 3 incredibly strong giant centipedes for this crimson firmament fruit. Little Fatty just happened to pass by there. Seeing the group of people in the midst of fierce fighting, his thoughts stirred, making use of his movement technique's advantage, swiping the crimson firmament fruit. With this, Little Fatty incurred public wrath. Those people at the back forced the 3 giant centipedes away and chased after him desperately. This pursuit lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The crimson firmament fruit was a very rare spirit fruit, a favorite spirit medicine of body-refining martial artists. Little Fatty knew that Yi Yuan was a body-refining martial artist too. Furthermore, his strength was quite strong, that was why he had the idea. Isn't it just a crimson firmament fruit? Said it lightly. Damn you, Fatty. Stop. How are you running faster and faster? Lu Jin was currently cursing when he saw a figure appear in front of Little Fatty, and could not help being overjoyed. The friend in front, help us stop that damn fatty. Later, each of us will share with you 3 stalks of spirit medicines. Just have to stop him for a moment will do. Lu Jin shouted. Lu Jin and company were not considered far from Xianxia. As long as he delayed him for a moment, they would be able to catch up. At that time, Little Fatty would be hard-pressed to escape even with wings. As for giving the 3 promised stalks of spirit medicines or not, it would depend on the mood. Little Fatty naturally saw the arrival too, but he was not alarmed and was overjoyed instead, his feet accelerating even more, sprinting over towards that person. Swoosh! Little Fatty's figure flashed and hid behind that person nimbly, and actually did not run anymore. When Lu Jin and the rest saw this, they could not help being overjoyed. It turned out that these 2 people were together. This Little Fatty's brain wouldn't be spoiled, right? To actually hide behind a late-stage Grotto Profound rookie? Hey, I knew that you would come and find. Lord Fatty indeed didn't judge wrongly. Those trash will be left to you. Lord Fatty was chased by them for 3 days and nights and I'm exhausted. I'll go and rest first. Yi Yuan had his hands behind his back as he said with a faint smile. Relax. Leave it to me. At this time, Lu Jin and the rest arrived. Looking at Yi Yuan with a cold smile, they said, "Kid, your bit of strength also wishes to stand up for people?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether I have the strength or not, wouldn't you know if you come and size it up?" Lu Jin laughed loudly and said, "Did everybody hear that? This late-stage grotto profound guy wants to size us up." "Ha ha!" Everyone roared loudly with laughter. "Attack together. Dice up this punk who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then go capture that damn fatty," Lu Jin shouted, wielding his sword and advancing. Facing a bunch of grand completion grotto profound powerhouses, Yi Yuan was firm as a rock. When this group of people came close, the evil extermination sword suddenly attacked, a sword directly sweeping across. A swift and fierce sword energy made the faces of Lu Jin and the rest suddenly change. Ouch! Lu Jin reacted fast too, directly doing a roll, narrowly avoiding this horizontal sundering stars. The few people in the middle clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. Caught unprepared, it was already too late to dodge. Helpless, they could only crush the jade pendant, their figures directly vanishing from sight. Several storage rings dropped down from their bodies. Lu Jin did a roll and hurriedly crawled to his feet. Looking at Yi Yuan, he had an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. "This kid is so strong. We'll do a four-sided pincer and don't give him a chance to attack," Lu Jin shouted. He raised his sword and was just about to rush forward, but he discovered that no one behind him moved. There were even a few who took a few steps back, turning tail and directly slipping away. "Gotta be joking. That sword just now was too swift and fierce. Wasn't fighting with this guy seeking death? Can't beat, it was naturally running. You bunch of timid fellows. Traitors," Lu Jin said furiously. Lu Jin raised his sword and already rushed to not far away from Yi Yuan. But his figure abruptly stopped. He suddenly changed to a smiling face and said to Yi Yuan with a flattering smile, "Haha, just now. Was just joking with Lord Fatty. Just joking around." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Are you doing it yourself? Or let me do it?" Lu Jin's expression changed and he said embarrassedly, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. That, if I hand over the storage ring, can I not crush the jade pendant?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's fine." The moment Lu Jin heard, it was like he was granted amnesty, hurriedly taking out his storage ring and putting it on the ground, then running away. Little Fatty was absolutely tickled watching by the side and said with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha! This bunch of turtle grandsons. Just now, they were still flaunting their might, why did they shrivel up now? To dare bully your Lord Fatty, you know my prowess now, right? Yi Yuan, finish off all of them." But Yi Yuan ignored Little Fatty and said with a faint smile, "You guys too, put down the storage rings and get lost." How could the others still dare to stay? Each of them left behind their storage ring, fleeing like a puff of smoke. Regarding Yi Yuan letting them go, Little Fatty was very displeased and muttered, "This Lord Fatty, I was chased by them for 3 days and nights. You actually let them go just like this?" Yi Yuan reached out his hand and beckoned, collecting all of those storage rings, and said with a smile, "Don't be too harsh when doing things. We'll always meet again. Don't you say so?" Little Fatty's eyes swiveled around and he immediately said joyfully, "Haha, you, this fellow, are simply rotten to the bones. But Lord Fatty, I like it. Ha ha ha." Little Fatty retrieved the crimson firmament fruit from inside his storage ring and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, "This thing is for you." Just a crimson firmament fruit, this bunch of bastards actually chased me for 3 days and nights. In the end, they even lost their own storage rings. Was it worth it or not? Haha. Yi Yuan received the crimson firmament fruit, his eyes lighting up. Dustless had once given Yi Yuan a body refinement pill formula before. These few years, Yi Yuan already gathered the other spirit medicines. He only lacked this crimson firmament fruit. He did not expect that he got it without any effort. "Heh, thanks a lot, brother. I was just in need of this," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. "Still saying this with me? These few years I've eaten God knows how many of your medicinal pills. Want to really thank, I can't even thank enough for 10 years. Better talk about what we have to do next," Little Fatty said without a care. Yi Yuan said, There's a guy who just happens to be nearby. Just nice to deal with it together." Little Fatty was stupefied, not understanding what Yi Yuan was saying. Yi Yuan brought Xie Jingyi along and flew all the way, quietly walking into a dense forest. Suddenly, Yi Yuan made a shush hand gesture. The two people slowed down and quietly approached ahead. Not far away, a sound of about a fierce fighting came over. Little Fatty focused his eyes and looked over, immediately recognizing who was that person currently in a fierce battle with someone. That was a Qin family's outer court disciples called Qin Yu. He was a season ahead of Qin Xiao, but his talent was clearly inferior to Qin Xiao's, still remaining in the outer court. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan, quietly doing a throat-swiping motion. Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head, the divine essence within his body silently revolving. Before long, a flesh-colored little bug appeared on Yi Yuan's palm. Little Fatty was startled, immediately recognizing that this was a bug. It was just that the functions of bugs were infinite in variety. He also did not know what it was used for, but he saw Yi Yuan mutter away under his breath. That bug actually flew off Yi Yuan's palm and flew over towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu was currently in the midst of fierce fighting with someone else. How would he notice that a bug already silently attached onto him? Done with these, Yi Yuan made a gesture at Little Fatty and ran far away. Although Qin Yu's talent could not compare to those true geniuses, his strength was not common either. After a bout of bitter fighting, he finally forced the other party to crush his jade pendant. He picked up the storage ring dropped by the other party. Investigating it a bit, his face revealed a satisfied smile. "Heh, what did you do just now? What use does that bug have?" Little Fatty asked with a curious look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just giving them a dose of their own medicine. That Qin Yuan long planted a child-mother heart-linking bug on me and still thought that I didn't know." Heh heh. What expression do you think Qin Tian they all will have when they expended a tremendous amount of effort but found their own family's people? The child-mother heart-linking bug was naturally not discovered by Yi Yuan, but discovered by Dustless. Dustless had existed for millions of years, so what had he not seen before? Qin Yuan long thought that it was seamless, but under Dustless's surveillance, nothing could be hidden at all. Not only Dustless knew that he planted the child-mother heart-linking bug on Yi Yuan, he also knew the method to resolve this and to transfer it onto other people. Little Fatty's eyes lit up and he said with a sinister smile, "Yi Yuan, I discovered that you're really damn bad. When you scheme, it simply makes people impossible to guard against." Haha. I can already imagine the expression on Qin Tian's face right now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hey, one must not have malicious intentions, but also must not be without caution against others. I don't harm people, but I can't be harmed by others either, don't you agree?" Little Fatty deeply felt that way too as he nodded. Back then, when he got into big trouble, Yi Yuan directly came forward to shoulder the blame. This code of brotherhood was not what anybody could do. "Oh, right, that shower of yours, what's going on? I didn't know that she's actually our Wu Meng Academy's #2 person, an existence second only to Qin Tian. Such a proud daughter of heaven, she can take a liking to you." Yi Yuan scoffed. The moment Little Fatty heard, he was indignant and said unhappily, "Titich, no matter how proud the daughter of heaven, she can't escape Lord Fatty's fiendish palms either." Kaka. Yi Yuan was very curious. Although that Lin Xiu was very cold and proud, she clearly treated Little Fatty differently from the others. Even if she did not care about Little Fatty a lot, she did not push him 1,000 miles away like the rest either. In between this seemed to have some inside story. Hearing Little Fatty say so, Yi Yuan felt even more that there was something fishy. Lin Xiu had already entered Wu Meng Academy for several hundred years. She was clearly not a figure in the same generation as Little Fatty. But in the martial artist world, this bit of age did not count as a gap either. Especially to deity realm powerhouses, they all belonged to young people. At the very most, Lin Xiu could only be counted as Little Fatty's big sister. Just what the hell is going on? Let's hear it. Yi Yuan had his curiosity stirred up too. Little Fatty said with a boastful look, "Sierra and I were engaged before we were born. It's just that she was born several hundred years earlier than me. Now, I chased after her footsteps and entered the Wu Meng Academy. How can she still run? Of course, all of this was thanks to you. When Shoer and I become a done deal, I'll definitely thank you properly." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. No wonder Lin Xiu was icy cold to Little Fatty. but she also looked very surprised. Clearly, she looked down on little Fatty in the past. But she did not expect that not only did little Fatty pass the entrance examination, he even took part in the 100 Cities smelting trial. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also saw through that Lin Xiu did not seem to be overly averse towards little Fatty. This point was a very good start. Swoosh! 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 Several figures appeared in the dense forest. It was precisely Qin Tian trio. This place's terrain is good. It's suitable for an ambush. He's currently approaching in this direction. There's still an hour's journey. We'll set up an ambush here. Wait for him to walk into the trap, Qin Tian said. Yes, big brother Qin Tian. Qin Pei and the other person responded. This brat is sly and cunning. You all mustn't reveal a hint of aura. When he enters my certain kill range, I'll personally take action. The two of you support through coordinated action, understood? Qin Tian arranged the specifics of the ambush in an orderly manner, scrupulous in every detail. He had never wanted to kill a person so intensely before. Starting from when Yi Yuan killed his younger sister, he already entered his must-kill name list. And the humiliation that Yi Yuan brought to him when he entered the Hall of Fame was even buried in his heart constantly these few years, unable to shake off for a long time. Therefore, this time he must kill Yi Yuan personally. Regarding this, he did not permit any slip-ups. Arranging the ambush positions, the three people each concealed themselves, just like becoming one with the surrounding environment. Looking from outside, it was really indistinguishable. Sensing the child-mother heart-linking bug getting closer and closer, Qin Tian's emotions actually became excited unconsciously. Must be calm. Must not reveal any flaws. Qin Tian continuously warned himself in his heart, letting his mood calm down. With his strength, killing Yi Yuan was but a matter of waving a hand. But this matter was hard in that Yi Yuan had the jade pendant in his hands. Yi Yuan just had to crush the jade pendant and he could instantly teleport to the altar. Hence, he had to make Yi Yuan not react, killing in one blow. If he was slow by a bit, the Qin family's few years of effort would be completely wasted. Closing in. Even closer. Just a bit more and I would have sufficient assurance in killing him. Right at the instant Yi Yuan's figure stepped into the range, Qin Tian moved. He unleashed the sword with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. How powerful was Qin Tian's sword? This sword passed through Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness without any resistance. Qin Tian was overjoyed in his heart. Finally finished off this damn fellow. Qin Tian's brow furrowed, suddenly feeling that it was somewhat amiss. He abruptly turned around, suddenly feeling that the clothes worn by that person were rather familiar. Recalling the scene of him killing just now again, that person seemed to be Qin Yu? Big brother Qin Tian. Killed the wrong person. It's little Yu. Qin Pei and Qin Zheng's actions were one beat slower than Qin Tian's, but saw a little more clearly. Qin Tian's sword just now infused all of his strength. It was incomparably fast, not planning on giving Yi Yuan any chance to catch his breath at all. Under such swift speed, even he himself also did not see clearly what the other party looked like. However, Qin Pei Duo did not have time to yell yet and Qin Yu was already dead. Qin Pei Duo's quivering voices abruptly startled Qin Tian awake. Impossible! How could it be little Yu? How could it possibly be little Yu? Uncle Yuan Long clearly planted the child-mother heart-linking bug onto Yi Yuan. Why? Why is it little Yu? Everything was arranged seamlessly. But why was the one who came to deliver himself to death was Qin Yu? Qin Tian racked his brains and could not think of a reason to. Until now he was not willing to admit killing the wrong person, this fact. But he knew in his heart that he really killed the wrong person. Qin Pei and Qin Zheng, the two people, exchanged a glance, both with dazed looks. They also did not know why such a blunder would happen. This Qin Yu was different from Qin Xiao. He was also a Qin family's lineal descendant, his bloodline relation very close to Qin Tian. Furthermore, this Qin Yu relationship with him was normally pretty good as well, calling him big brother Qin Tian front and back, completely different from Qin Xiao's coldness and pride. Now, he actually personally killed his own younger brother. This outcome, Qin Tian could not accept it no matter what. Big brother Qin Tian, Could it be that Yi Yuan detected Uncle Yuanlong's child-mother heart-linking bug, then deliberately grafted it onto little Yu? At this time, Qin Pei suddenly said out loud. Clearly, this was the most likely situation to occur. Impossible. Uncle Yuanlong's expertise in bug Dao has reached the acme of perfection. Even teacher Thundercry didn't notice it when he planted the bug. So how could Yi Yuan possibly know? Moreover, even if he really knew, how could he possibly transfer Uncle's child-mother heart-linking bug onto little Yu? Qin Tian said furiously. It was precisely because he was very confident in Qin Yuanlong's bug arts that Qin Tian would deal out the killing blow so assuredly. Furthermore, when Qin Yuanlong planted the bug, even Thundercry, this origin deity realm mighty expert, did not detect it. How could Yi Yuan, a Grotto Profound Realm rookie, possibly discover it? Boom! Under Qin Tian's fury, he smacked a palm out, directly sweeping out a piece of open space in the dense forest. Although he was unwilling to believe, he also knew that this was the most likely situation. Except, how in the world Yi Yuan did it made him very puzzled. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Yi Yuan! I must tear your corpse limb from limb. The current Qin Tian changed and became incomparably irritable from his former proud and aloof character. He was unable to accept that a Grotto Profound Realm rookie toyed with him in the palm of his hands. The Hall of Fame that time was like this. This time it was still the same. That stifling feeling accumulating in his chest made him virtually about to explode. He could clearly kill Yi Yuan with a wave of a hand, but the carefully planned killing trap actually became him killing his younger brother. This outcome practically drove him nuts. Qin Pei and Qin Zheng, the two of them were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to say much either. They knew that Qin Tian already reached the brink of eruption. They did not dare to go and set off this catalyst. No idea how long had passed either. Qin Tian finally calmed down. It was just that Qin Pei and Qin Zheng felt that Qin Tian seemed to be even more somber than before. Bury little Yu. I'll go and contact Uncle Yuanlong, tell him that the assassination failed. We'll go do the mission first. I don't believe that this guy can keep on not show up. Qin Tian's tone was icy cold, not containing a trace of emotion. In a certain corner of the mystic realm, Qin Yuanlong suddenly trembled, his gaze revealed a look of astonishment. Just earlier, he received the news Qin Tian transmitted. The assassination failed. Yi Yuan saw through his child-mother heart-linking bug and even transferred it onto Qin Yu. How was this possible? Yuanlong, what's wrong with you? Thundercry's voice sounded out at an inappropriate time, interrupting Qin Yuanlong's shock. And nothing. Qin Yuanlong's expression was not quite natural. They also had the mission of harvesting spirit medicines when they entered the mystic realm. These places were very dangerous. Ordinary disciples could not come over. It was just that along the way, Thundercry was just like a dogskin plaster, eyeing him at all times, leaving him no chance to leave at all. Previously, Qin Yuanlong was still secretly sneering at Thundercry. He already planted the child-mother heart-linking bug, but the other party did not know. But now, all of the mocking became astonishment. Yi Yuan did not die. It was his nephew, Qin Yu, who died. Since it's fine, the spiritual energy of that area ahead is very rich. There might be spirit medicines. Let's go over, Thundercry said. Amen, let's go. Qin Yuanlong feigned an appearance as if nothing was wrong and followed Thundercry away. It was just that he was already cudgeling his brain for a plan to leave. Time passed day by day, various places inside the mystic realm played out the fighting and killings among the various cities' disciples. But Yi Yuan hid in a concealed cave to refine a one transformation profound gold pill. One transformation profound gold pill was the body-refining pill formula that Dustless gave to Yi Yuan. With his current strength, Tier 1 divine pills were basically nothing difficult. He spent half a year's effort to research the one transformation profound gold pills array formation thoroughly, finally refining this medicinal pill a few days ago. Inside the dark cave, golden light radiated, illuminating the entire cave akin to daytime. After another month of refining, Yi Yuan's 9 transformations golden body's first transformation was finally achieved. At this time, Yi Yuan's entire body was molded like a golden body, the entire body assuming a golden color, looking very strange. No idea how long had passed either. The light faded. Yi Yuan's skin finally recovered to its normal appearance. But his current fleshy body was filled with strength. Yi Yuan had a feeling that right now, by just relying on the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he could have a battle with Xianxia. Unfortunately, my fleshy body hasn't broken through to the second transformation yet. Otherwise, my atavism dragon soul should be able to awaken for the second time, right? Yi Yuan pondered rather regretfully. Yi Yuan's atavism dragon soul's first awakening was ahead of schedule, but this second awakening kept failing to arrive. But after reaching the heavenspan world, Yi Yuan also discovered that even one of the dragon race's paramount martial techniques, the voice of the dragon god, was also not considered a top-notch cultivation method in this place. This move could not possibly be like it used to be in the Immortal Grove world, being ever victorious. At least, the sundering stars that he currently comprehended was more than a magnitude stronger than the voice of the dragon god. However, the voice of the dragon god was still a very incisive martial technique in the end. Furthermore, once he awakened for the second time, he could directly comprehend the power of laws to the limits of the second level. Helping him to leap realms to battle was also nothing difficult. It's almost time. I should also go out and settle scores. Yi Yuan slowly got up and walked towards the cave entrance. Heh, the few of you are from Wumeng capital city, right? What a coincidence. Hand over the storage rings obediently, and then commit suicide. Xiao Jie brought along 5 Heavenly Feather Capital City students and surrounded 3 students from Wumeng capital city, with a look of swagger. Through a few months' time of wandering around, the majority of the capital cities were all able to gather a group of their own students. One person fighting alone could not compare to numbers after all. Apart from this, the relationships between some capital cities were pretty good. They would even cooperate with each other to deal with other capital cities. Of course, some solitary people would also gather together, forming one small group after another. All in all, what this 100 cities smelting trial trained was not just the students' strength, it was more on their survivability. Under the circumstances of ensuring that they were not finished off and finishing off others. Xiao Jie later inquired from many parties and finally knew that the late-stage Grotto Profound who broke his sword originated from Wumeng capital city. Now, when he saw Wumeng capital city's people, he vented his anger on these people. Our Wumeng capital city and the Heavenly Feather capital city each stay in our own lanes. We'll just hand over the storage rings. Why is there a need to pressure people? Said a student from Wumeng capital city. Xiao Jie had a smug look as he said, Want to blame that fellow called Yi Yuan, who asked him to provoke Lord Xiao me? Turns out it's Yi Yuan. This guy is really a troublemaker. Yeah, this guy went around to stir up trouble at the Wumeng Academy. I didn't think that participating in the 100 cities smelting trial, he still provoked enemies everywhere. Why doesn't that guy go and die? The moment the 3 people heard that it was Yi Yuan who attracted the enemy, their temper flared up out of nowhere. In the 100 cities smelting trial, the biggest taboo was making enemies everywhere. But Yi Yuan provoked enemies everywhere. But now they were made to shoulder the blame. This naturally made them very depressed. Originally thought that everyone is from the same academy, but you guys are talking bad about me behind my back. What should I do? At this time, a leisurely voice sounded out, making everyone get a shock. Xiao Jie's expression changed. This voice, he was too familiar with it. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Sure enough, Yi Yuan brought along a little fatty and appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiao Jie instinctively wanted to run. But he instantly saw quite a few fellow disciples around him, and immediately became much braver in his heart. Hey, punk, you finally showed up. The score last time, we should settle it properly. Xiao Jie said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, we should settle it properly. The few of you hand over your storage rings. Xiao Jie sneered coldly and said, You're really arrogant. There are 6 of us today. Could it be that you plan on fighting 1-on-6? Yi Yuan said coolly, so what if 1-on-6? Looks like you want me to take action. Done talking, Yi Yuan directly unleashed Sundering Stars over. Xiao Jie's expression changed drastically. This sword move was no idea how much stronger than that move used to deal with him back then. Only at this time did he know that Yi Yuan did not use much strength at all back then. This move of Yi Yuan's was incomparably fast. Xiao Jie simply could not avoid it. With strong unwillingness, he crushed the jade pendant. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the remaining people and said nonchalantly, "You guys want me to take action too? Your strength is even worse than his. If I unleash my sword again, you guys might not have time to crush the jade pendant." The remaining 5 people were all white as a sheet. How could they still dare to resist? They crushed their jade pendants in succession, transporting away. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. 20 over storage rings came to his hand. Heh, looks like letting that guy off back then was right. This half a year, that guy collected quite a number of storage rings. It saved me quite a bit of trouble, Yi Yuan said with a satisfied look. When the Wu Meng Academy's 3 people saw Yi Yuan eradicate Xiao Jie's 6 people with a wave of a hand, each and every one of their faces were very ugly. Yi Yuan never made a move in these 6 to 7 years. They completely did not know how powerful Yi Yuan's strength was currently. At that time, Yi Yuan defeated Qin Xiao, but he was not powerful to this kind of degree. This was just 6 to 7 years' time, and Yi Yuan's strength was already no longer what it was before. What was laughable was that they were still talking about him behind his back just now, and yet it was heard by Yi Yuan. With this, it was awkward. You fools. Not taking the side of your own people in this 100 cities smelting trial. But you actually blamed Yi Yuan. Really stupid. This 100 cities smelting trial. If you don't provoke others, will others not come and kill you? Have you all stayed too long in the academy? Your brains all gone soft. Little Fatty came forward and reprimanded those few people. We know we were wrong. Those few people's expressions were extremely ugly, but also did not know how they should refute, and could only admit their mistakes. The current Yi Yuan was already not on the same level as them long ago. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said coolly, looking on the account of being fellow disciples, "You guys leave, but help me do something." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the 3 of them were akin to being granted amnesty, and hurriedly said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, feel free to instruct." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "A month later, I'll accept the challenge of all outer court disciples at Howless Ridge. No restriction on numbers. No restrictions on methods. You guys help me to spread this news." The 3 people's expression changed, drawing a cold breath, using dumbfounded gazes to look at Yi Yuan. This was too crazy. Yi Yuan was going to challenge 100 cities' geniuses with his power alone. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, this is too risky, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Taking the risk or not, don't need you to worry about it. You just say that I have several hundred storage rings in my hands. As long as they are confident in themselves, they can come and challenge me." The 3 people exchanged glances, all being dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's arrogant words. This 100 cities smelting trial had been held for no idea how many seasons. No one had even been arrogant to the degree to challenge all of the 100 cities' elite disciples. But Yi Yuan did just that. One had to know that although this smelting trial was called 100 cities smelting trial, the capital cities taking part were far from just 100 capital cities. In reality, the cities taking part were close to 200. Each city had 30 people taking part, which was also close to 6,000 people. According to the 1-to-2 ratio of inner court disciples and outer court disciples were close to 4,000 people. These 4,000 people were all elites among elites of each capital city. Every single one was a very formidable expert. But now Yi Yuan wanted to challenge these 3,000 over geniuses with his power alone. They did not know whether such an action should be called courageous or seeking death. When the 3 people came to their senses, Yi Yuan was already long gone. Are we really going to say that? This guy is also a little too crazy, right? But his strength is really powerful. I've heard of that Xiao Jie just now before. He's a heavenly feather capital city's peerless genius. His strength was probably not beneath Qin Xiao's. Even he couldn't last past one move under Yi Yuan's hands. But Yi Yuan said no restrictions on methods, no restriction on numbers. One person challenging close to 4,000 people. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Since he said so, we'll comply with it. Either way, if something happens, it has nothing to do with us either. Did you hear? There's a fool who actually wants to challenge all of the 100 cities' geniuses at Howless Ridge. How is it possible to not hear of it? This wouldn't be news deliberately released by someone wanting to ambush us halfway, right? Heh. I heard that this fool called Yi Yuan came from Wumeng capital city and is just late-stage grotto profound. Late-stage grotto profound? Why is it more and more nonsensical? For a late-stage grotto profound to be able to survive until now is already a miracle. He still has the strength to challenge so many geniuses. No matter what, Howless Ridge must be very lively now already. We'd best go and take a look. This 1 month's time, the news of Yi Yuan putting out the challenge for all outer court disciples at Howless Ridge spread like wildfire. Some people dismissed this with a laugh, but some people were still moved by the storage rings in Yi Yuan's hands. More and more outer court disciples were currently rushing to Howless Ridge. Not long after this group of people left, 2 silhouettes walked out of the dense forest. But these 2 people were Qin Yuanlong and Qin Tian. Qin Yuanlong tangled with Thundercry for several months and finally found a chance to shake him off. The 2 of them rendezvous in this outer court region. They did not expect that they would hear news about Yi Yuan. Humph! This brat is really rampant. He really thinks himself to be invincible under the heavens? He probably doesn't know that those from powerful capital cities, many disciples all intentionally suppressed their realms to comprehend the power of laws. Regarding Yi Yuan's arrogant actions, Qin Tian responded with a cold sneer. This punk is indeed arrogant without limit. But this kind of courting death action, we can make use of it, Qin Yuanlong said with a smile. With uncle around, since we know the whereabouts of that kid, he's naturally certain to die, Qin Tian said. The current Howless Ridge had long gathered a large group of students already. Yi Yuan stood on the mountain, standing with his hands behind his back, with an attitude of standing proudly under the heavens. By his side, over a dozen figures already surrounded him. Sure enough, the first to find Yi Yuan was the Zhuoxiang capital city's people. Use your butt to think and you'll also know. Zhuoxiang capital city and Wumeng capital city are implacable enemies. Each trial they will eye Wumeng students to kill. This time, there naturally won't be any exception either. I heard that He Ning is Zhuoxiang's outer court's #1 person, an existence with hopes of breaking through to Divine Lord Realm. Him alone is already very hard to deal with, let alone 15 to 16 people. Yi Yuan, this fellow is too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. He Ning isn't the strongest. Yongdang capital city's Jin Yu, Changjia capital city's Qiu Shuixing, they are the most terrifying existences. He Ning was Wuxiang capital city's outer court's #1 person. His Sword Dao laws already reached the 3rd level of Sword Dao second-layered heaven. His strength extremely formidable. But Wuxiang capital city's might did not lie on He Ning alone. Those students by his side, each and every one of them, their strengths were not ordinary too. When he heard that Yi Yuan was Wumeng capital city's disciple, he brought all of Wuxiang capital city's disciples and rushed over straight away. Towards Wumeng capital city's disciples, they had never been soft-hearted. Furthermore, they never paid attention to fighting one-on-one. Wanna fight, it was all together. Kid, I say, are you brave? Or is your brain not working well? Looks like your Wumeng capital city's this season's top dog is really unbelievably weak to actually lose at the hands of you, this fool. Haha, He Ning said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, so much crap. If you're not making a move, I'm coming. Seeing Yi Yuan's rushing figure, He Ning said disdainfully, just this bit of strength? To dare be so arrogant, I even thought that you can let me enjoy to my heart's content. Facing Yi Yuan's attack, He Ning did not retreat, but advanced instead, his figure disappearing bizarrely. At the same time, Wuxiang capital city's other people also moved. The reason why Wuxiang capital city was powerful was not just because their student strength was powerful. Their cooperation was also incredibly close. The moment these dozen over people made a move, it was akin to one person fighting, incomparably harmonious. Clank. He Ning exchanged a sword move with Yi Yuan in a blink, but he was shocked until his arm went numb, his long sword nearly slipping out of his hand. His expression changed, greatly astonished in his heart. How could a late-stage Grotto Profound's casual sword move have such terrifying strength? Clank, clank, clank. Yi Yuan's sword emerged like the wind. Under the encirclement of over a dozen people, it came and went freely, without the slightest hint of falling into a disadvantage. In one exchange, all of Wuxia capital city's people fell into immense shock. He Ning's expression turned fearful and he said in a solemn voice, "All don't hide it anymore. 9 firmament sword energy. Kill." Wuxia capital city's group of students cooperated seamlessly. Under He Ning's command, the within-the-group battle immediately crisscrossed with sword energy. Rays of terrifying sword energy slashed over toward Yi Yuan. Strength isn't bad. A little interesting. Facing the besieging of over a dozen experts, Yi Yuan did not seem to feel taxed. Instead, he appeared to have plenty more to spare. Wuxia capital city's 9 firmament sword energy was indeed very strong. Displaying the move with over a dozen people joining hands, its might was even more unimaginable. Only such a battle could make Yi Yuan enjoy it. Those sword after sword of Yi Yuan's parried seemingly in a careless manner. Actually, each sword contained the sword intent of sundering stars inside. His utilization of sundering stars currently was long already not limited to that heaven-shocking chop. With every movement, releasing and withdrawing as he pleased. In such a small-scale battle, Yi Yuan practically utilized the sword intent of sundering stars to the limits. It was just that this battle was totally not the case in the view of outsiders. He Ning, stop playing. Is it fun to toy with the young man? Haha, you guys have to bring out a bit of strength at any rate. Otherwise, when other people see it, they'll even think that you guys aren't a match for a late-stage Grotto Profound. When can your Wuxia capital city get rid of this bad habit and stop playing cat-and-mouse games? Among Wuxia capital city's students, they could sense the other party's positions through the 9 firmament sword energy. Hence, each trial, they could virtually find their companions the fastest. They would then regroup into a powerful team to crush the opponent. It was precisely because of so that their overall strength ranked among the best of these 100 cities. They also frequently surrounded their opponents and not kill, forcing the other party to crush their own jade pendant. This was a humiliation toward the opponent and also made many weaker capital cities gnash their teeth in hatred. This point, Wu Meng capital city's disciples felt it the most. But no matter how furious they were, no one could do anything to Wuxia capital city either. Powerful strength was so capricious. It was just that this time it was totally not the case. He Ning knew his own pain. This Yi Yuan was really powerful to the extreme. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. This brat cultivated no idea what kind of heretic martial technique. A casual sword move contained tremendous power, capable of easily breaking their 9 firmament sword energy. This point, outsiders could not tell at all. Only by feeling it personally could one experience it. It was precisely because of so that it let everyone mistakenly thought that Wuxia capital city, these guys' old habit flared up again, deliberately playing with Yi Yuan. In reality, it was them who were toyed by Yi Yuan. Clank. Suddenly, a clear sound transmitted out. The long sword in a Wuxia capital city's disciples' hands was directly shook to fly out. And Yi Yuan's next sword move already slashed over like lightning. Over a dozen swords stabbed over towards Yi Yuan at the same time. They wanted to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. However, it was like Yi Yuan did not see it. The evil extermination sword suddenly accelerated, chopping down with immense speed. The expression of that Wuxia capital city's student changed drastically and knew that there was no more chance of a fluke, crushing the jade pendant and transporting back. Right at this time, over a dozen long swords arrived. Go to hell. Currently, Yi Yuan's move was already ending, and he was unable to save himself at all. He Ning could not help being overjoyed when he saw the situation. But right at this moment, a layer of golden light surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. The long sword struck back at a strange angle. Clank, clank, clank. Yi Yuan's long sword swept, sweeping away all of the dozen over swords. Quick as thought. The entire process was also nothing more than a flash. Fast until everyone did not react to it. 9 transformations golden body. First transformation grand completion. He Ning said in disbelief. The surrounding students were all incomparably shocked, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes. What the hell? They messed up, played their own people to death. Just now, that was 9 transformations golden body? Isn't it said that the 9 transformations golden body's cultivation speed is very slow? Even exceedingly talented people could only have some attainments in 1,000 years. This Yu Yuan's strength is uncommon. He actually still had time to go cultivate the fleshy body? This Yu Yuan is so bizarre. Not only is he completely unscathed under the besieging of over a dozen people, he actually even counterkilled a person instead. The cultivation of the fleshy body was an extremely slow process. Even with the assistance of medicinal pills, it was also very hard to have some achievements within a short time. But once they had some achievements, it was rare to have opponents in the same rank. If one's strength was not powerful to a certain degree, one could not breach their defenses at all. Furthermore, the 9 transformations golden body could do what ordinary people could not. One's control over their bodies could reach an inconceivable degree. Just now, Yi Yuan's sundering stars had an imposing momentum. If it were others, it would be tremendously difficult to pull back. But he relied on the toughness of the fleshy body and performed the inconceivable action. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Quite interesting, continue." Done talking, his long sword swung. Another sword slashed over towards He-Ning. He-Ning's pupils constricted, hurriedly dodging aside. The group of people fell into a group battle once more. This time, nobody mocked Yi Yuan anymore. They discovered that the battle situation was completely different from what they imagined. Even though Yi Yuan looked to be in perilous danger under over a dozen sword lights, the Wuxia capital city, these people always seemed to be lacking a little. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's occasionally slashed-out sword was accurate and fierce, always throwing one of them into confusion. Before long, Yi Yuan saw a chance and decisively attacked again. That's Wuxia's student's gaze revealed a look of despair, shattering the jade pendant. More and more other capital city students gathered around. But the vast Howless Ridge became quieter and quieter. Time slowly trickled by as Wuxia capital city's people became lesser and lesser. No idea how long had passed either. The people discovered to their shock that Wuxia capital city was actually only left with 3 people at goodness knows when. What happened? Why do I clearly feel that Yi Yuan isn't very formidable, but he can finish off Wuxia capital city's people? Asked an outer court disciple to the person next to him somewhat woodenly. His sword art seems to be average. Actually, he suppressed the power of laws to a very small range. Only by coming into contact with his sword can one sense the might of his sword arts. Although his realm isn't high, even though the power of laws of sword Dao first-layered heaven hasn't reached grand completion yet, his utilization of the power of laws already reached the acme of perfection. At this time, someone beside him suddenly explained, "Then, how did you tell?" But this time, that person no longer answered him. He turned his head around rather curiously, his gaze suddenly turning intent. Jin Yu. 100 Cities #1 person, Jin Yu. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually called down this great god too. Jin Yu's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body for an instant. A surge of powerful fighting intent rose from his body. Heh! Looks like this time, Wuxia capital city has utterly stumbled. Jin Yu, you're moved. Another voice was heard. The gaze of that person previously turned intent again as he cried out in shock, "Qiu Shuisheng!" These 2 people were both the pinnacle-most existences among the 100 cities. It was said that their power of laws were already comprehended to the grand completion realm of second-layered heaven. In Grotto Profound realm, they did not have opponents at all. Jin Yu did not turn back and just said coolly, "Didn't you come too?" "Hey, I really didn't plan on coming. Originally, I thought that it was just a clown seeking popularity by saying something sensational. In the end, I still couldn't resist my curiosity. It's just that, didn't expect that this visit was an eye-opener." Xiao Shuixing said with a light laugh. "Are you going? Or me?" Jin Yu said coolly. "Do you have assurance?" Xiao Shuixing answered with a question. Jin Yu slowly shook his head and said, "We'll only know after fighting." Xiao Shuixing smiled and said, "Since you came, you go then. If you can't even beat, then I'm pretty sure I can't win." Jin Yu said nonchalantly, "All right." These 2 people chipped in a word each, already directly casting that student who asked questions previously to one side. His heart was gasping with astonishment listening by the side. Jin Yu was known as the 100 Cities' #1 person. Even he actually did not have assurance in dealing with Yi Yuan. He finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence in setting up the arena lay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Yuan released 3 sword moves consecutively as fast as lightning, sealing off all of He Ning's escape routes. He Ning's countenance was greatly shocked, carrying intense unwillingness and crushing the jade pendant. At this point, the Wuxia capital city was completely wiped out. Yi Yuan fought the Wuxia capital city's 15 people with his power alone and slew all of them. If not for the jade pendant's transportation, none of these 15 people could be spared. The previous period's top 10, the Wuxia capital city, was actually shaved bald this time. This result shocked everyone until their jaws dropped. Yi Yuan casually beckoned. 100 storage rings landed on his hand. He examined these storage rings, a ray of light flashing in his eyes. The Wuxia capital city was indeed well deserving of being a major force ranked in the top 10. The harvest was plentiful. Yi Yuan put these storage rings away. Surveying the surroundings, he said coolly, "Who else? You guys can also attack together." One sentence immediately ignited everyone's fury. These words were too arrogant, not taking them seriously at all. It was just that now all of them knew that Yi Yuan had the strength and confidence. He was arrogant because he had the capital to be arrogant. He's just alone. Right now we have several hundred people here. Everybody attack. I don't believe that he can deal with it. Finish him off. Everyone can divide the storage rings with individual ability. At this time, someone suddenly shouted loudly, immediately making everyone's heart stir. But right at this time, Jin Yu moved. His figure shook, already arriving opposite of Yi Yuan, saying indifferently, "I'm first. If I'm defeated, it's not late for you guys to go again." Yi Yuan looked at Jin Yu rather surprisedly and said with a smile, "Looks like you're very powerful. What's your name?" He actually doesn't know Jin Yu. Did this guy pop out of a rock? These 100 over cities people. There's actually still someone who doesn't know Jin Yu. If say who has the greatest hopes of reaching the Divine Lord realm in these 100 cities. It's none other than Jin Yu. There's actually someone who doesn't know him. Yi Yuan's question made everyone burst into an uproar. They were unable to imagine that there was actually still someone taking part in this 100 cities smelting trial who did not know Jin Yu. Qiu Shuixing was first stunned, then immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "Perhaps this is precisely why he's powerful." Jin Yu was also stupefied and blurted out, "You don't know me?" Yi Yuan also saw through from other people's reactions. This Jin Yu did not seem to be simple. He could not help chuckling and said, "Apologies, this one entered the sect for a short time and really never heard of your esteemed self's great name before." Jin Yu's actions were worthy to be called above board and forthright, not willing to take advantage of him. Toward such an opponent, Yi Yuan was still respectful. Especially under this situation, storage rings affected the ownership of the final reward. But the other party clearly regarded a good opponent more highly. Jin Yu nodded his head, considered to have acknowledged Yi Yuan's argument, and said, "This one is Yongdang capital city, Jin Yu." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "So, it's Brother Jin. Make your move then." Jin Yu said, "You just went through a big fight. Better take a break first and recover some divine essence." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need, those few guys were too weak." Jin Yu's heart went cold and actually could not figure out the truth and falsehood of Yi Yuan's words for a moment. Was this guy posturing, or he really did not expend much energy? This battle just now, if it were him, he could naturally accomplish with ease too. But he absolutely would not say this kind of words. After all, He Ning, this level of expert, his strength was still very strong. Moreover, there were still 14 others Wuxia capital cities experts. It was just that Yi Yuan's words, in other people's view, were undeniably him posturing. "I admit that this guy is very strong. But saying this kind of words in front of the 100 cities #1 person, Jin Yu, I seriously can't listen any further. This guy wants to keep up appearance to cover up his predicament, right? And then, at least if he loses, he can also say that he went through a big fight earlier. Hoo-hoo. He completely doesn't know who Jin Yu is, and he also doesn't know how powerful Jin Yu's strength is. He Ning isn't worth mentioning at all in front of Jin Yu. This guy is too condescending. How could they know that while that battle earlier looked fierce, Yi Yuan's expenditure was actually really not that much? Although Yi Yuan was unrestrained, wanting to challenge the 100 Cities geniuses with his strength alone, he still attached great importance to tactics and did not underestimate the 100 Cities geniuses. To him, the final result was secondary. What he valued the most was the interaction with these 100 Cities geniuses. Hence, that battle earlier he actually fought very conservatively. Each fraction of divine essence was carefully calculated. Coupled with that, his divine essence was incomparably refined in the first place. This degree of battle was nothing to him. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm eyes, Jin Yu nodded and said, "Since that's the case, make your move then." Yi Yuan did an inviting gesture, the evil extermination sword suddenly attacking. Sundering stars. Although it was sundering stars back and forth, this move had countless variations played by Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan did a lifting action, going from bottom to top, cleaving Jin Yu. Attacks from this angle were very hard to defend. Jin Yu's expression turned solemn, instantly sensing that this sword's intensity was no idea how much stronger compared to dealing with He Ning just now. He did not dare to slight it. A beautiful tumble to the side, his long sword already attacked. However, this sword of Jin Yu's was a straight stab, pointing at the flat of Yi Yuan's blade from the flank with a bizarre angle. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, instantly knowing that he ran into an expert. Jin Yu's comprehension toward battle was no idea how many times stronger than He Ning. Martial artists' battles, even when reaching deity realm this level, it was not simply relative superiority or inferiority in power of laws and realm. It was just that powerful strength often made people neglect some subtle things. A battle constantly changed. Oftentimes, a minor detail could determine the outcome of a battle. Yi Yuan had experienced God knows how many big and small battles, and had long already turned fighting into an instinct. Hence, he could grasp every detail to win. The battles that these Academy's geniuses had experienced were not few either. It was just that their battles were a completely different concept from the battles that Yi Yuan experienced. What Yi Yuan experienced were all life and death struggles, not allowing the slightest hint of soft-heartedness. The opponent would not give you the slightest chance as well. But the Academy's geniuses at most just sparred with each other. There were very few people who experienced those kinds of life-or-death struggles. Only by waiting for them to promote to the inner court and go out to carry out missions would they experience that kind of life-and-death struggle. But even then, the battle experience of inner court disciples also could not possibly be as rich as Yi Yuan's. Very clearly, Jin Yu was not a guy who only knew how to cultivate. This aspect just now displayed his skill fully. Regardless of whether it was evasion or resolving his move with a tap, it all demonstrated his precise grasp of battles without the slightest sloppiness. More importantly, his realm and law comprehensions were all much higher than Yi Yuan's. This sword had not touched the flat of Yi Yuan's sword yet when a golden light surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. In midair, Yi Yuan forcefully changed his move, the essence of sundering stars. This move lay in the word, chop. Jin Yu's move was in order to break Yi Yuan's chop. Hence, Yi Yuan's move change was to pull back this chop word. Yi Yuan's move changed, chopping toward Jin Yu's sword body. Jin Yu did not have Yi Yuan's powerful fleshy body. He was currently in midair, unable to borrow strength, and could only toughen his scalp and exchange a blow with Yi Yuan. Clank. Two swords intersected. The two people were seemingly struck by a tremendous force, each falling back several dozens of steps. For the first time, someone drove Yi Yuan back. Fine sword, Jin Yu praised. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You're not bad as well. Again." "Okay, again." Jin Yu was also valiant. The two people's figures moved swiftly, battling together once more. Qiu Shuixing's gaze revealed an incomparably stunned expression. What he was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan could fight to a draw with Jin Yu. It was that he knew that Jin Yu actually lost by half a move just now. Qiu Shuixing understood Jin Yu very well and knew that this guy was a born warrior, his comprehension towards battle very high. In realm and law's comprehension, he was about on par with Jin Yu. But each time they fought, Jin Yu was always able to win him. What he relied on was his instinct towards battles. But just now, Jin Yu relied on this powerful disparity of law's comprehension and realm before fighting to a draw with Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan and Jin Yu's strength were similar, no, as long as Yi Yuan broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound. This exchange earlier, Jin Yu would definitely lose. I didn't expect that Jin Yu will also have a day where he overwhelms people with power. He really met his opponent today. Qiu Shuixing muttered to himself. Opponent? Might not be so. Yi Yuan hasn't used all his strength yet. At this time, there was suddenly one more person by Qiu Shuixing's side, voicing out. Qiu Shuixing's brows furrowed, looking at the arrival. You're a fellow disciple of Yi Yuan? Qiu Shuixing asked. Xianxia nodded his head and said his vanquished foe. Qiu Shuixing did not reveal a surprised look. To be able to be evenly matched with Jin Yu, this one in front of him could not possibly be Yi Yuan's match no matter what. In front of Jin Yu, nobody can hold back. Furthermore, Jin Yu didn't exert his full strength as well. Qiu Shuixing said indifferently. Qin Xiao gave him a glance and said, Your experience doesn't work on Yi Yuan. He is a person born to create miracles. Qiu Shuixing could not help laughing and said, You have some jitters from imaginary fear after being defeated under Yi Yuan's hands, right? Martial artists mustn't lose their own heart of martial Dao. Qin Xiao said nonchalantly, You'll know when you keep watching. Hearing the news of Yi Yuan battling heroes alone, Qin Xiao was inexplicably amazed at first too, but very soon he felt at ease. He knew what Yi Yuan was thinking. No occasion was more suitable to temper oneself than this place. It was just that Yi Yuan's method to temper himself was too capricious. Even Jin Yu did not dare to do so either. This guy was really crazy. Qin Xiao was also considered to know Yi Yuan very well. Back then, him agreeing to a life-and-death battle seemed very reckless. Actually, he had absolute confidence in himself. Hence, he knew that this time was no exception too. Yi Yuan and Jin Yu, the two people, deconstructed moves upon seeing them being tangled up in a fierce struggle, making everyone dumbfounded. This Yi Yuan is actually so strong to be able to fight to a draw with Jin Yu. When did such a formidable figure emerge from Wu Meng capital city? We actually don't even know. Vaulting into prominence in one battle. This battle, regardless of whether win or lose, Yi Yuan's name shall spread throughout the 100 cities. In these 100 cities area, Jin Yu was a benchmark. It was completely impossible for anyone to beat him. Qiu Shuixing could not either. But today, Yi Yuan was actually able to be locked in battle with him. It was just that they did not know the current Jin Yu was the same as He Ning, actually depressed to the extreme. It looked like the two of them were about on par, either able to do anything to the other. In reality, when he exchanged moves with Yi Yuan, it was completely relying on all-round surpassing in realm and laws that he could barely manage to fight to a draw. The more Jin Yu fought, the more alarmed he got. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan's sword art was only that one move back and forth. No matter how he made his move, it was all a chop word. The sword was the king of 100 weapons, with a myriad of variations. People who used the sword would also mostly pursue the limits of variation, using it to subdue the enemy and win. But Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way, forcefully changing the sword into a chopper, only new chop chop chop. But Jin Yu had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan already utilized a chop word to a transcendent realm. Furthermore, no idea why, Jin Yu kept feeling that the divine essence gushing out from Yi Yuan's move was grand and boundless, with a feeling of unable to overcome with force. His divine essence was seemingly a small rowboat in the ocean in front of Yi Yuan. He might capsize at any time. Hence, similarly one move he had to use much more divine essence than Yi Yuan before he could barely manage to suppress Yi Yuan. This kind of feeling he had never encountered it before. All in all, clearly his strength was much greater than Yi Yuan's. Yet, he could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. This sort of feeling made him depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. In a twinkle, the two people fought for 1,000 moves. You deconstruct my move, I deconstruct your move, shaving off a large chunk of the entire hilltop. Can't carry on like this anymore. Yi Yuan's divine essence is endless, as if a boundless sea, unable to see the slightest hint of drying up. No wonder he said that no need to rest earlier. Carry on expending like this, the first to fall will definitely be me. Jin Yu was considering this in his mind as he fought. If outsiders knew his thoughts, they would definitely get a huge shock. A half-step heaven glimpse realm powerhouse actually lost to a late-stage grotto profound in divine essence. This was simply too inconceivable. Clank. Jin Yu deliberately opened up a flaw and was slashed by Yi Yuan's sword, his body flying out backward. Jin Yu's body hung in midair, without anywhere to borrow strength. How could Yi Yuan let go of such a chance? He followed up with sundering stars once more. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile flickered across the corners of Qiu Shuixing's mouth, and he said to Qiu Shuixing, "Yi Yuan is losing." Qin Xiao was stupefied, not quite certain what it meant. Qiu Shuixing smiled and said, "Yi Yuan is indeed very strong. But this move, roaming qi returning to bowels, I'm unable to crack it no matter what. Under this sort of circumstance, it's even more impossible for Yi Yuan to resolve it." Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of pursuit when suddenly, his expression changed. An incredibly dangerous aura hit him head-on. Jin Yu's body drew a perfect arc in midair, his long sword sweeping off the ground, his body flying up once more. This series of actions was done in one breath. Jin Yu's entire person seemingly transformed into a sharp sword, charging over towards Yi Yuan. Roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan's expression changed, discovering that Jin Yu really achieved unison of man and sword. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels, had an indomitable, imposing momentum, not stopping without seeing blood. Under this sword, everything was eclipsed. This was the true strength of the 100 Cities' #1 person. It's roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan will definitely lose without a doubt. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels, to be able to force Jin Yu to use roaming qi returning to bowels, Yi Yuan can be sufficiently proud. Under the situation where everyone thought that it was impossible, Jin Yu used his ace in the hole, roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan already did not have room to maneuver. The only path of survival was to crush the jade pendant. But right then, everyone's faces changed once more. What's he trying to do? Out of everyone's expectations, under the situation where the initiative was already lost, Yi Yuan did not retreat, but he advanced instead. Every fraction he advanced, Yi Yuan's aura would be a fraction stronger. Sundering stars. The evil extermination sword in Yi Yuan's hand was not sluggish in the slightest, still chopping down with an indomitable will. The two swords had yet to intersect when two surges of overwhelming auras collided together, stirring up the surrounding divine essence into an upheaval. One pressed forward with an indomitable will. One had an overwhelming, imposing momentum. It was truly a meeting on a narrow path. Boom! Two surges of refined to the extreme power of laws collided together violently. The air billows stirred up, shook until everyone could not open their eyes. Two figures each flew out backward like kites with broken strings. Slam! Slam! The two people each fell onto the ground, smashing a deep pit in the ground. Everyone all held their breaths, not knowing just who won and who lost in this fight. Qiu Shuixing sucked in a cold breath. He did not expect that under that kind of circumstance, Yi Yuan could still release that kind of domineering counterattack. Not only was Yi Yuan's strength overpowering, but his battle will was also unyielding and dauntless. Who? Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly crawled out from inside the deep hole, bleeding all over his body, his aura chaotic, looking very miserable. Xianxia gave Qiu Shuixing a glance and said, "I wonder if after today you still have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan or not." Qiu Shuixing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he discovered that he really could not say anything. Jin Yu was still defeated by Yi Yuan under the situation where he had the initiative. He could not even resolve Jin Yu's roaming qi returning to bowels, let alone talk about dealing with Yi Yuan. Qiu Shuixing was a proud son of heaven. Apart from Jin Yu, he did not attach importance to anyone in the land of 100 Cities. But now he really did not have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan anymore. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave wins. Under that kind of situation just now, anyone would probably consider how to protect themselves at the first moment. At least, there would be that tiny hint of hesitation. But Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all, chopping over with a sword just like that. At this time, Qiu Shuixing unwittingly recalled Qin Shao's words previously. He was a person born to create miracles. He was previously still very disdainful towards Xianxia's words, but now he discovered that Xianxia did not exaggerate in the slightest. Take the chance while he's ill and take his life. Kill this guy. The storage rings on him will all be ours. In the crowd, no idea who suddenly shouted out, startling everyone awake all at once. 2 consecutive great battles. 1,000 people already gathered around in the vicinity. With this roar, immediately, there were quite a few people who had the intention of fishing in troubled waters. For some time, a large group of people surrounded over toward Yi Yuan. Not just him, there were even quite a few people who rushed over toward Jinyu. A bunch of shameless things. You guys are also fit to make a move against Jinyu. Xiao Shuixin gave a cold snort, his figure dashing out like lightning. Qin Xiao's face fell as well, speeding over in Yi Yuan's direction. Facing the tidewater-like students rushing over, Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. His wrist shook, evil extermination sword attacked once more. Although his current state was not very good, that was also just relative to Jinyu, this kind of expert. The fleshy body technique that Yi Yuan cultivated was the Black Tortoise clan's Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. Even though this cultivation method did not count as some peerless divine skill in the heaven-span world, the power of its defensive strength was absolutely not what average cultivation methods could compare to. The Black Tortoise clan's talent was that their defensive strength was astonishing. The cultivation method that they cultivated was naturally not too poor as well. Although that blow just now was heavy, it was not to the extent of making Yi Yuan lose his combat power yet. Dealing with these trash, he still had the strength to spare. Swish! Yi Yuan waved his hand and chopped. The powerful force made the faces of those few meeting it head-on greatly astonished. They completely did not expect it. Yi Yuan was already injured until like this, he could actually still release such a swift and fierce attack. Caught off guard, that person right at the front did not even get to crush the jade pendant and was eradicated by Yi Yuan. The few people at the back had no time to run at all and only had time to crush the jade pendant, transporting back to the altar. No need to be afraid, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight, deliberately using the sword to scare people. Kill him. In the crowd, no idea who shouted loudly again. The flood of people who originally paused slightly because of this sword pounced toward Yi Yuan once again. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth sneered coldly, not taking this seriously at all. 1 comes, he would kill 1. 2 come, he would kill a pair. These people were all harboring hopes of getting lucky, thinking that Yi Yuan was already at the end of his rope. How could they know the terror of Yi Yuan's cultivation method? This bit of consumption was nothing to him at all. Even if his divine essence already did not have much left, the time it lasts would still exceed all of their expectations. Yi Yuan waved his sword continuously, reaping these outer court disciples' lives without restraint. But in the crowd, a viper-like gaze was watching Yi Yuan close. His realm strength was no different from the others. It appeared very ordinary in the crowd. Nobody would pay attention to him at all. But at this time, he came to Yi Yuan's back along with the crowd. Following that, he brazenly attacked. Qin Xiao's heart suddenly stirred, seeing a familiar figure, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan, be careful at the back, Qin Xiao shouted. But right at this time, a powerful aura arrived with a howl. Qin Yuanlong, you dare? This figure was none other than precisely the thunder cry who came from afar. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan challenging all heroes, he knew that Qin Yuanlong definitely came here. But he never thought that he would see the scene of Qin Yuanlong sneaking into the crowd and ambushing Yi Yuan when he just arrived. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was Wu Meng Academy's student with the greatest potential. It even surpassed Qin Tian's already. Before departing, when Yang specially ordered to definitely keep a lookout for Qin Yuanlong and not let him deal with Yi Yuan. He did not expect that this guy still escaped. An origin deity powerhouse ambushing the grotto profound realm Yi Yuan. This already did not have any suspense. Qin Yuanlong mingled in the crowd and was too close to Yi Yuan. He did not give Yi Yuan a chance to crush the jade pendant at all. A hint of a hideous smile flashed across the corners of Qin Yuanlong's mouth. Finally could kill Yi Yuan. This punk who made the Qin family utterly lose face could finally go and die. It was just too bad that Yi Yuan had his back to him at this time. He could not see the mocking smile on Yi Yuan's face. Boom! Qin Yuanlong only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. His palm directly hit thin air, landed on those students opposite of Yi Yuan. How powerful was the palm of an origin deity powerhouse? Those students directly had a large swarm exterminated by Qin Yuanlong being caught unawares. Everyone was stunned. Where did Yi Yuan go? Qin Yuanlong's scalp exploded. He discovered that he seemed to have overlooked an extremely important thing. Not just him, everyone overlooked it. Yi Yuan knew sword maneuvering flight. Teacher Qin, are you very disappointed? You all are also too careless to actually forget that I know sword maneuvering flight. In midair, Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yuanlong and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Yuanlong's face was livid, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of killing intent. Such an important intel was actually overlooked by them. No, it was actually that Yi Yuan deliberately guided them to overlook it. Ever since after the battle with Qin Shao, Yi Yuan never displayed the ability of sword maneuvering flight in front of people anymore. In a flash, 6 to 7 years went by. Yi Yuan had always been fighting with people on the ground and had never exhibited this ability. Due to this, everyone all overlooked this fact. After all, being unable to fly while being below the Divine Lord realm was the heavenspan world's common sense. This kind of mindset was deeply ingrained in people's thinking, very hard to eradicate. 7 years ago, Yi Yuan's astonishing flight had indeed stunned everyone. But later, Yi Yuan's sundering stars was even more eye-catching than sword maneuvering flight. Sword maneuvering flight. Yi Yuan actually knows sword maneuvering flight. My God, just how monstrous is this guy? This fellow concealed too deeply. With this move, he's already established in an undefeatable position. I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. The land of 100 cities #1 genius actually changed owners just like this. Yi Yuan's breathtaking fly aroused everyone's shock once more. Forget about the land of 100 cities, even the land of 1,000 cities, land of 10,000 cities, might not produce a genius capable of comprehending sword maneuvering flight either. But Yi Yuan did it. Qin Yuanlong. You disregarded your status and attempted to assassinate an academy's disciple. This matter, I'll definitely inform City Lord, His Excellency. You! Be prepared for a reckoning. Thundercry's angry roar sounded at this time. Qin Yuanlong's expression changed several times. He naturally knew the consequences of this matter. But Qin Nantian had long already hated Yi Yuan to the bones. This trip, the price expended in order to kill Yi Yuan was not small. Returning empty-handed, he had no way of giving an account to Qin Nantian. Humph! This Qin had long found this punk displeasing to the eye, so what if kill him? From this day forth, I, Qin Yuanlong, renounce Wu Meng capital city and turn my back on the Qin family. Farewell. Done talking, Qin Yuanlong turned right around and left. Thundercry's expression changed, not expecting that Qin Yuanlong was actually so decisive. Humph! Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Since you've turned your back on the Qin family, ambushing my Wu Meng Academy's disciple and disrupting the 100 cities smelting trial, you deserve the death penalty. Thundercry gave a cold snort, his figure moving swiftly, charging over towards Qin Yuanlong. Qin Yuanlong did not think that Thundercry was actually so unrelenting, speeding away into the distance with a scurry. The two people, one chased, one fled, disappeared in everyone's line of sight very quickly. This series of unforeseen changes were seriously too fast, catching everyone off guard. In a hidden corner, Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred as he watched this scene, his expression ugly to the extreme. Failed again. Could it be that this guy was unkillable? Why did the Qin family scheme meticulously and even send out an origin deity realm expert and still unable to kill him? Clearly just a grotto profound realm rookie, so why could he not be killed? Not only could he not be killed, the Qin family even lost a direct lineage disciple and an origin deity realm academy teacher. This price was too heavy. Big brother Qin Tian, what should we do? Qin Zheng asked. Let's go. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. He knew that, in the 100 cities smelting trial, they had no chances at all already. This match was ultimately still a complete miss. Yi Yuan maneuvered the sword and slowly landed, saying with a light smile, you guys, each and every one of you, can forget about running. Whoosh! Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly sweeping a sword out, felling a large group. How could those students who had designs on him previously still dare to stay? Each and every one scattered like birds and wild animals. Yi Yuan hacked and killed, directly eradicating several dozen people. The remainder all ran. Hence, Yi Yuan started cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the storage rings left behind. This battle, the harvests were abundant. The storage rings in his hands were more than 500 in total already. What was even more liberating for him was that Qin Yuanlong, this fellow, withdrew from the Qin family himself. It was also considered to have made the Qin family lose a general. This Qin Yuanlong thought that he hid very well. Actually, his every movement and action was all under dustless surveillance. When he ambushed, Yi Yuan had long made the preparations for sword maneuvering flight. Sword maneuvering flight speed was very fast. Evading Qin Yuanlong's sneak attack under the circumstances where he was prepared was nothing. While at this time, Jin Yu hobbled in front of Yi Yuan with the help of Qiu Shuixing. He took out his own storage ring, passed it to Yi Yuan, and said, "I lost. This is yours." Yi Yuan smiled and received the storage ring. This was his spoils of war. He had no reason to refuse it. I really didn't expect that the Wu Meng capital city actually produced a genius like you. I was defeated utterly convincingly. Jin Yu sighed with admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're very strong too, but although your laws are strong, it's still a little weak in terms of utilization. Given time, you're bound to be a region's absolute ruler." If it were before, Yi Yuan saying these words in front of Jin Yu would definitely be thought of as crazy by people. But now, nobody would feel brusque. Even Qiu Shuixing did not feel so too. Yi Yuan had the qualifications to lecture Jin Yu like this. Yi Yuan's sword Dao First Layered Heaven had yet to reach grand completion, but he could defeat the strong with the weak. It was because his application of sword Dao laws had reached a transcendent realm. In this aspect, Jin Yu was not just a tiny bit worse than him. Yi Yuan comprehending the sword in the sword tomb, what he comprehended was not just sword Dao laws, he was even comprehending the stories behind the laws. Inside the sword tomb, each sword had its story. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could create Sundering Stars, such a powerful martial technique. Sundering Stars was a martial technique that Yi Yuan comprehended that maximized the power of sword Dao laws. Its degree of power could only be imagined. Jin Yu clasped his hands and said, "Got it." Today's battle, this Jin broadened his horizons and gleaned considerable gains. Especially the last sword move, it will probably have a tremendous impact on my life. Yi Yuan's final sword was absolutely a sword that set the world on fire. This sword, what it displayed was not just a martial technique, but the all-round strength manifestation of Yi Yuan's martial Dao will, laws utilization, divine essence thickness, and so on. Rather than saying Yi Yuan won with Sundering Stars, it was better to say that Yi Yuan won with his determination to absolutely win. If it were others, even if their strength was identical to Yi Yuan's, they completely could not achieve that step too. Jin Yu's words did not have any intention of flattering. Yi Yuan's final sword virtually subverted his understanding toward martial Dao. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Those guys have already ran away, so I have to go hunt them down. There are quite a few storage rings in their hands. I got to go and collect them. Farewell." Jin Yu and Qiu Shuixing, the two people, clasped their hands and said, "Farewell." Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan casually threw out 100 storage rings and flew straight to Qin Shao. "Thanks, brother." Qin Shao's actions landed in his sights. Even though this guy was born in the Qin family, he was completely different from the Qin family's people's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He was defeated at his hands. That kind of situation just now, he still voiced out to warn it was truly not easy. These storage rings, just take it as a bit of thanks then. Yi Yuan did not give Qin Shao a chance to speak, directly maneuvering the sword and flying away. Watching Yi Yuan's profile disappear into the horizons, Qiu Shuixing said with a sigh, "This guy isn't to be trifled with. Once provoked, one will probably have nightmares every day." Jin Yu nodded his head and said, "Avenging grievances when there are grievances, avenging enmity when there is enmity, repaying kindness when there is kindness, acting according to his nature, not violating his consciousness. This is the Tao of might. This Yuan, a measly Wu-Meng capital city, probably can't trap him. Qiu Shuixing came in front of Qin Xiao and said with clasped hands, "Brother, apologies. Previously, my words have offended. Please don't take offense." Qin Xiao said coolly, "No harm. This guy's strength is too baffling. Not truly exchanging blows with him, you forever won't know how strong he is." Qiu Shuixing secretly nodded, deeply acknowledging Qin Xiao's words too. The 100 Cities smelting trial was set as a year. The remaining time, all of the outer court disciples sunk into a nightmare. A devil who rode the wind and rode a sword might appear beside them at any time, reaping their lives. They all knew Yi Yuan's prowess. At the start, they all found a place and hide, not daring to come out. But later, they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they hid, Yi Yuan could always accurately find their locations. Hence, a massacre unfolded in the outer court region. Later, those people seriously could not live on in the outer court region and could only escape to the inner court region one after another. However, Yi Yuan rode the sword to flow. Even when inner court disciples saw him, they could not do anything to him at all. Of course, there were those with good luck too, finding their senior brothers and sisters before barely managing to preserve their lives. In a blink, a year's time was up. The 100 Cities smelting trial was already drawing near its end. On the altar plaza, one figure after another was being transported back. During previous trials, the later it was, the fewer people sent back. But this time, there were still people being transported nonstop. You still ran into that malefic star in the end? Isn't that so? No idea what method that guy used either. I clearly already hid very covertly, but was still found by him. Me too. This malefic star is too vengeful. I was very far away from him at that time. There was no chance to make a move at all, and he still didn't let me go. You don't know it. Later on, as long as everybody sees him, they directly crush the jade pendant. This malefic star kills on sight. Completely unreasonable. An outer court disciple was just transported back, so he started chatting with his fellow disciples who were finished off by Yi Yuan previously. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, each and every one of their faces all revealed an extremely depressed look. In the entire plaza, several thousand students taking part in the trial were virtually all talking about Yi Yuan. The 100 Cities smelting trial this time, Yi Yuan alone shone in the limelight. Virtually everyone lived in his shadow. At this time, a virtual image descended from the sky. It was precisely Xianling. Xianling's gaze swept slightly and said nonchalantly, "The hour has arrived. Everyone return." Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly. All of the altars flickered with light, summoning all of the remaining people back. Yi Yuan just felt a blur before his eyes and returned back on the altar once again. "How is it, Yi Yuan? You wouldn't really have finished off everybody, right?" Little Fatty asked curiously. When Yi Yuan challenged everyone, he settled Little Fatty down in a concealed place. He knew that the Qin family would definitely target him. If he brought Little Fatty by his side, it would definitely be very dangerous. Now the trial ended. Little Fatty came back together with Yi Yuan and did not know what happened in the outside world. Junior apprentice brother Xie, your relationship is the closest with junior apprentice brother Yi. You actually don't know his earth-shaking record. A Wu Meng's inner court student poked fun at him. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, Why you really did it?" That inner court student laughed and said, "More than just did it." Yi Yuan challenged the entire Wuxia capital city's outer court 15 people with his sword alone, completely annihilating the other party. Then, under the circumstances where he did not rest, he defeated the 100 Cities' #1 person, Jin Yu, following which, under the circumstances where he was seriously injured, he killed until everybody threw away their helmets and armor, running wildly all over the place. When he spoke, he intentionally raised his voice. Next to them were Wuxia capital city students. Hearing these words, each and every one of them was depressed until they wanted to vomit blood. When Wu Meng capital city students heard this, they all guffawed with laughter. This time, they really walked with their heads held high. The 100 Cities smelting trial took place once every 300 years. Every time, Wuming capital city was targeted by Zhuxiang capital city, losing very tragically. But this time, Yi Yuan alone won back some ground, directly shaving them bald. How could this not make them feel great? But at this time, little fatty jumped up all at once, pointed at Yi Yuan, and said angrily, "You are really too treacherous. I said that I wanted to go together with you, but you just refused." Such a spectacular sight, Lord Fatty, I actually missed it. Sniff, sniff. Little Fatty had an aggrieved look. Clearly, he was regretting missing such a grand occasion immensely. "If you went, you might already be a corpse." Lin Xiu's voice suddenly sounded out behind little Fatty, making him jump in fright. "Xiu, senior apprentice sister, where did this come from?" Little Fatty said puzzledly. Lin Xiu let out a sigh and briefly recounted the incident of Qin Yuanlong's sneak attacking Yi Yuan. "Pooh! The Qin family's people are indeed all still so shameless. To actually do such a shameless thing. Doing this sort of thing in the 100 Cities smelting trial, they have utterly lost their face. Everyone says not to wash your dirty linen in public, but they are good, directly making it known throughout 100 capital cities." After little Fatty finished listening, he spat indignantly. Yi Yuan did not turn back, and he was able to feel that there were several murderous gazes at the back. Little Fatty clearly saw it too. Eyes glaring, he said disdainfully, "What? Did this kind of thing that will leave a stink for 1,000 years and still don't let people say? If you have the capability, come and bite me." Qin Tian's gaze sharpened and he said in a cold voice, "Damn Fatty, I've remembered you." "You threatening Lord Fatty?" "Did Lord Fatty grow up being frightened?" Xie Jingyi said without showing weakness in the slightest. By the side, Lin Xiu's brows furrowed but did not say anything. "Qin Tian, you shut your mouth for me. This matter won't end because of Qin Yuanlong's death. Your Qin family must give the academy an account." By the side, Thundercry said in a solemn voice. After that day, Thundercry pursued Qin Yuanlong for 2 months, finally executing him under his palm. Although Qin Yuanlong shouldered all of the blame that day, even an idiot knew that this matter could not get away from the Qin family. Qin Tian's face fell, and he controlled his temper and said, "Teacher Thundercry, since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family, what he did has nothing to do with my Qin family. Isn't it rather biased for you to do so?" Thundercry smiled coldly and said, "Heh, how this matter will be ruled. That's City Lord, His Excellency's business. But the events here, I'll report them truthfully." Qin Tian could not help choking up when he heard that and could only stop speaking. Clearly, Qin Yuanlong's actions already thoroughly infuriated this teacher. At this time, Xianling's voice sounded out once more, saying slowly, "All right, the 100 Cities smelting trial this time ends here. Now, I'll examine your storage rings and distribute the rewards for this trial." While talking, Xianling's gaze actually looked over at Yi Yuan's side. No one knew if it was consciously or unconsciously. Not seeing him take any action either, all of the storage rings broke free of the student's body on their own, flying in front of Xianling. With just a glance, Xianling finished checking all of the storage rings and called out, "Inner Court Disciples first place, Yongdang Capital Cities by Tianzhou, obtained a total of 621 stocks of Tier 2 spirit medicines. It's indeed by Tianzhou. Yongdang Capital City is too strong. The Inner Court has by Tianzhou, Outer Court has Jinyu. These two people are simply unsurpassable existences." "Hey, that's in the past. Didn't Yi Yuan emerge this time? Jinyu is already lost to him." No idea how many Tier 1 spirit medicines Yi Yuan obtained in the end. 5 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines can offset 1 stock of Tier 2 spirit medicines. Wonder who the 4-star divine pill this time will end up with. Should be Yongdang Capital City still, right? No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, it's also just one person. Yongdang Capital City has more people than just by Tianzhou. Even though Jinyu was defeated, the Inner Court Disciples' total amount of Tier 2 spirit medicines is also quite a lot. After Xianling announced by Tianzhou's results, it immediately aroused a wave of speculation. Actually, the Inner Court's first place and Outer Court's first place did not have any suspense. The only suspense was the ownership of this 4-star divine pill. In terms of value, 5 stalks of Tier 1 spirit medicines naturally could not compare to 1 stalk of Tier 2 spirit medicine. But in this smelting trial, the difficulty in obtaining Tier 1 spirit medicines was not too different from Tier 2 spirit medicines. 5 to 1, this ratio was what everyone could still accept. At this time, Xianling continued, saying, Yongdang capital city obtained 2,126 stalks of Tier 2 spirit medicines in the end. 1,000 stalks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. It's indeed still Yongdang capital city's foundation that is deep. Their might is not just because of Bai Tianzhou alone, but it is their overall strength being powerful. For Wu Meng capital city to want to surpass them, the difficulty is likely quite high. No idea how many people Yi Yuan killed either, and just how many spirit medicines he has in his hands. Everyone was very curious about just how many spirit medicines Yi Yuan had on hand. According to the ratio of 5 to 1, Yi Yuan needed to reach at least 10,000 stalks of spirit medicines and above to have a possibility of winning. This figure was unimaginable in the past 100 cities' smelting trials. After Yi Yuan obtained the storage rings, he would transfer the other people's spirit medicines all into his own storage ring. Hence, nobody knew just how many spirit medicines he acquired either. Right then, Xianling slowly opened his mouth. Outer Court's first place, Wu Meng capital city's Yi Yuan, obtained a total of 21,300 stalks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. The moment Xianling's voice faded, the entire plaza burst into an uproar all at once. According to the ratio of 5 to 1, the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan alone obtained surpassed Yongdang capital cities by 1-fold. Just how many people did this guy kill? Didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Wu Meng capital city actually produced such a freak. So strong at late-stage grotto profound already. When he breaks through to the heaven glimpse realm, what would it be like? Before the 100 cities smelting trial this time, probably nobody would have thought that Wu Meng capital city could obtain first place, right? They all did not know that Yi Yuan killed a total of 2,000 people in these last 3 months. Even if each person only had 10 stalks of spirit medicines in their hands, adding it up also had 20,000 in number. With Yi Yuan's sword maneuvering flight plus the extensiveness of Dustless's divine sense, he was simply ever victorious under this kind of situation. Even if you hid any more covertly, as long as you entered Dustless's detection range, it could not escape a death word. Xianling waved a hand. 3 streaks of light flew out. 2 of them flew toward Yi Yuan, the other flew toward Bai Tianzhou. These are your rewards, Xianling said coolly. In front of Yi Yuan were 2 jade boxes. One of them was a little smaller, the other slightly narrower. Clearly, the smaller one was that 4-star divine pill, while the narrower one was naturally the weeping spirit fruit. About the function of this weeping spirit fruit, Yi Yuan had heard Dustless say before too. It was indeed good stuff. This weeping spirit fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual item, containing massive spiritual energy inside. It was even much stronger than ordinary medicinal pills. Consuming a weeping spirit fruit was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. 10 weeping spirit fruits could let Yi Yuan break through to grand completion grotto profound no matter what. Yi Yuan put away the 2 items and said to Xianling with clasped hands, "Thank you, Lord Xianling." Xianling gave Yi Yuan a deeply profound glance and said with a smile, "That's what you all deserve. Yi Yuan, you're very good. When you leave the capital city in the future, you can come to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to find me." Xianling's words made everyone's expression turn austere. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that was the administrator of Wu Meng capital city. Its might was simply what they all could not imagine. To these students, their lifelong wish was to enter Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. In their mind, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was a Holy Land-like existence. These 100 cities smelting trial had been held for no idea how many times, but Lord Xianling had never said such words before. But this time he made an exception and opened his mouth. This showed that he really had the appreciation of a talent stirred. At this time, all the students used extremely envious gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Even Bai Tianzhou's gaze also had an additional trace of weird look. "All right, the 100 cities smelting trial this time ends here. You all go back then." Xianling finished talking, kneading seals with both hands. The hundreds of altars activated at the same time. Everyone's figures disappeared from the mystic realm. After the 100 Cities smelting trial, the news of Wumeng capital city seizing first place spread throughout the entire Wumeng capital city very quickly like the wind. Wumeng capital city's strength had always been unremarkable among these 100 cities. Not considered very weak but also absolutely not considered strong. 100 cities first place, this sort of thing had never been related to Wumeng capital city. But this time, Wumeng capital city actually overpowered Yongdang capital city, becoming the 100 cities first place. This news was too exciting. Yi Yuan is really too awesome. He sent Wumeng capital city up to the throne of first place with his power alone. Still remember when he just entered the academy back then? Everybody still thought that his strength was weak. Didn't expect that just 10 years or so passed. He already soared to the sky with one bound. He even defeated Jinyu. In Grotto Profound Deity Realm, he no longer has any opponents, right? Within the academy, there were people praising Yi Yuan everywhere. Back then, even though Yi Yuan defeating Qin Shao was astonishing, that was just Wumeng Academy's internal affairs. But now it was different. Yi Yuan obtained first place in the 100 Cities smelting trial, completely with a sweeping attitude. In the City Lord Manor, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat in the hall. In front of him was the academy head, Weniyang and Thundercry. Thundercry bowed his body, recounting the incident of Qin Yuanlong assassinating Yi Yuan, saying indignantly, "City Lord, the Qin family is simply too much. No matter what grievances they have with Yi Yuan, using this sort of method to deal with a Grotto Profound Realm student seriously makes people despise." Actually, the enmity between the Qin family and Yi Yuan, everyone was aware of right and wrong. The Qin family was used to being overbearing. They could not stomach the smallest bit of offense. Wumeng City Lord said coolly, "Weniyang, what do you think?" Weniyang clasped his hands and said, "City Lord, Yi Yuan is a genius hard to come by in 100,000 years. His significance to our Wumeng capital city is self-evident. The Qin family was indeed a little too much this time. Weniyang, as the academy head, for such a genius to be able to be produced under him, he naturally cherished Yi Yuan immensely. The Qin family's actions had already touched his bottom line." Wumeng City Lord fell into a long silence. When Yang and Thundercry did not dare to say any more. The two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the puzzlement in the other party's eyes. This matter was too obvious. It did not seem to need additional considerations, right? If a lesson was not taught to the Qin family with even this incident, they would be even more reckless and unscrupulous in the future. Only after a long time did Wumeng City Lord slowly say, "The Qin family's action was not appropriate, but since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family and was killed by Thundercry, this matter is already settled. The City Lord Manor has no excuse to find trouble with the Qin family again as well. The Qin family is Wumeng capital city's senior family clan and has performed outstanding contributions for Wumeng capital city before. We mustn't easily jump the gun. This matter ends here. This seat will warn the Qin family and let them pay attention to it." This time, Yi Yuan performed notable merits for the capital city and even won for this seat the 4-star Awakening Divine Pill. "You guys give Yi Yuan a good reward." When Yang was shocked inwardly, not expecting that City Lord, His Excellency, brushed his matter over so casually. City Lord's meaning was to reduce a big trouble into a small one and a small one into nothing. Although the Qin family was deeply entrenched in Wumeng capital city, City Lord did not need to be so fearful either, right? Handling it like this was naturally nothing to Wen Yang. But he was worried that Yi Yuan would have some opinions because of this. A warm current flowed in Yi Yuan's abdomen. His divine sea was currently in the midst of slowly expanding. This was the 5th weeping spirit fruit that he swallowed. He finally found the opportunity to break through. At this time, he was currently breaking through the bottleneck, further expanding the divine sea. Yi Yuan's divine sea exuded an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life. It was as if it came from ancient times. The weeping spirit fruit strength was being continuously refined by the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon, pouring into his divine sea. Finally, the divine sea started expanding outwards, expanding, forcefully expanding the space of Yi Yuan's Dantian area by a great deal. With this expansion, the divine sea became empty all at once. Then Yi Yuan started to frantically absorb the outside world's spiritual energy, pouring it into the divine sea. No idea how long had passed either. Everything quietened down. This chaos heavenspan canon truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. The divine essence inside your divine sea is getting thicker and thicker, almost becoming a starchy paste already. The thickness of this divine essence may be rated as invincible within the same realm. Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Other people's divine sea was akin to a vast ocean. But the divine essence inside Yi Yuan's divine sea was extremely thick, already almost turning into a lump of paste. This was also to say that when the realm was the same, the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was what others were unable to match. Yi Yuan said, "In a blink, already cultivated to grand completion first level. It looks like the mission for the period of time next is to create the Chaos Heavenspan canon second level. It's just that so many years have passed. I still don't have any leads at all." These few years, Yi Yuan had always been trying to create the Chaos Heavenspan canon's second level, but had ended without any fruits. Yi Yuan knew that the higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of creating this cultivation method. In particular, the Chaos Heavenspan canon, this cultivation method, had once triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon. The difficulty was even more conceivable. The more profound the comprehensive, the clearer one needed to be about heavenly Tao and overall understanding. This absolutely took time and effort. Yi Yuan's grotto profound realm was not yet perfected. His understanding of heavenly Tao was still stagnated at the comprehension of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, and was naturally unable to create the second level. Now, Yi Yuan already cultivated to grotto profound to the grand completion. The biggest goal of the next step was to create the Chaos Heavenspan canon's second level. You should go out to experience and temper. Shutting yourself in the room to make a cart, this second-level cultivation method probably isn't so easy to create. Dustless suggested him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed. After coming to the 100 Cities smelting trial, too much time was on closed seclusion cultivation. It's precisely because of that I would go and take part in the 100 Cities smelting trial this time. The battle with Jinyu, I still gained quite a lot." Dustless nodded and said, "Amen, it's good that you have this idea, but there's something that you still have to take heed of." Yi Yuan said curiously, "Senior, please say." Dustless said, "The soul-suppressing pearl can protect Mu Lingxue that Lass's spiritual consciousness from extinguishing. But it doesn't mean that it can let her spiritual consciousness forever not extinguish. My state, you're also aware. I could only recover some power by borrowing those evil spirit strengths. But I'm still too far away from my peak state." Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said with a frown, "Senior, why didn't you tell me this in the past?" Dustless smiled and said, "What can you do if I tell you? To you, the biggest task is to cultivate. Some things I'll naturally tell you when the time comes." Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, "Then what should I do now?" Dustless said, "Go find myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. The impurities of evil spirits are too many, unable to support my maintaining this lass's spiritual consciousness for a long time. Myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are a good tool to nourish the divine soul and can help me restore my strength further. As long as my divine soul recovers to 2-star, I can preserve this girl's divine soul from extinguishing for 10,000 years." Yi Yuan's heart sunk and he said, "Only 10,000 years?" Yi Yuan knew that the cultivation in the future will probably easily require several hundred or thousands of years. 10,000 years' time was really not considered very long. Dustless nodded and said, "Once a person dies, the spiritual consciousness dissipating is nature's maxim. Maintaining her spiritual consciousness from extinguishing goes against the heavens to begin with. Unless one can reach Tao Ancestor, that kind of height, otherwise, nobody can ensure that her spiritual consciousness won't dissipate at all. Your current strength can barely enter the martial arts world to experience and temper, and search for myriad longevity heavenly soul stones in the martial arts world. Your state in the past, telling you this kind of thing won't have any use apart from interfering with your cultivation." Yi Yuan admitted that if Dustless told him this news earlier, it would indeed have affected his cultivation. More haste, less talk. Yi Yuan knew that Mu Lingshua's spiritual consciousness could not be imperishable and would be bound to be overly eager for success. The impact on his future would probably be very great. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Senior, I'll go to the academy to accept missions right now and enter the martial arts world." Yi Yuan knew that the academy's inner court students could accept missions and go out to train. Some were like Wang Song, appointed as a region's city lord. However, Wang Song they all did not have confidence in themselves or had no courage to enter the martial arts world. Powerhouses who truly had strength would enter the martial arts world to train, completing the missions provided by the academy. And the Immortal Grove world was one of the martial arts worlds. The Heavenspan world had existed for God knows how many billions of years. The powerhouses accumulated were goodness knows how many. One had to know that being able to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm, one could hew open an inner world, going a step further to derive a small world. That was the martial arts world. Hence, the Heavenspan world had many spatial rifts that were all connected to martial arts worlds. Those ownerless martial arts worlds were the perfect places for Heavenspan world powerhouses to explore and seek treasures. Because each martial arts world had its own unique aspect. It might give birth to natural treasures unavailable in the Heavenspan world. Some far-back era martial arts worlds, it might be left behind by a heavenly emperor, even a transcendent heavenly emperor. Inside might contain the cultivation methods and supreme treasures left behind by these major powers. Once obtained by people with heaven-defying destiny, they could even leap over the Dragon Gate. Apart from this, martial arts worlds still had something that everyone coveted. The Dao Fruit. Powerhouses above Divine Lord realm would condense a Dao Fruit belonging to them. They would normally hide the Dao Fruit in their own small world to nurture. Once an explorer obtained the Dao Fruit that was truly soaring to the skies in one move. Just like Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, he ascended to Heavenly Emperor one step ahead of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove because he obtained a Heavenly Emperor Dao Fruit. Of course, martial arts worlds also contained enormous dangers. A single mishap and one would perish, their Dao disappearing. Firstly, deity realm powerhouses also existed in martial arts worlds. Some were even very powerful. Secondly, there were also some danger zones in martial arts worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world's Godsfall mountain range. Quite a number of martial artists never came out again after venturing in. Dustless said, "No rush. I know that you're worried about that, lass, but I have a score in my heart. There's probably still some time before you break through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. But before going to a martial arts world, cultivate Sword Dao laws to grand completion first layered heaven first, thoroughly completing this Sundering Stars move." At Yi Yuan's residence, Thundercry's face was rather awkward. When in the mystic realm, he still flared up and solemnly vowed to Qin Tian, to have the Qin family give an account. Who knew that now it was all talk and no action, no more follow-up? Yi Yuan, you made great contributions to Wu Meng Academy and the capital city. These are the rewards that City Lord gave you, Thundercry said. The Academy's rewards were not ungenerous, 150,000 points, plus 50 Tier 2 low-grade divine pills, plus a profound divine artifact battle armor. The 100,000 points awarded to Yi Yuan previously were already pretty much depleted by him. These 150,000 points, to Yi Yuan it was as if delivering charcoal in the snow. And a profound divine artifact battle armor could even have the effect of defending against the attack of Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Except, Yi Yuan was not so easy to fool and said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect that the Qin family's ability is actually so great, doing this sort of thing and actually still made teacher Thundercry run into a wall." Thundercry did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so smart, actually seeing through the whole thing so quickly. He was originally still planning on fighting a quick battle to end things fast and slip away after giving Yi Yuan these rewards. Looking at it now, he could not avoid it. Since Yi Yuan exposed it, Thundercry had nothing to hide either, heaving a sigh. He said, "The Qin family is one of Wu Meng capital city's oldest families. A Wu Meng capital city's city lord had even once emerged from that family before. The Qin family's forces span every corner of the entire Wu Meng capital city. Even if City Lord, His Excellency, wants to touch them, he would also have to weigh it over." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Thank you, Teacher Thundercry, for making a trip." Thundercry froze. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would rebuke him in a fit of rage, saying that he failed to act. He did not think that Yi Yuan just casually brushed it off. This Yi Yuan was really different from the rest. Thundercry let out a long sigh. If Yi Yuan kept on pressing, he would not know how to answer instead. Hoo-hoo. Too courteous. Hope that you don't have any thoughts and just cultivate well. After all, this Wu Meng capital city, it's still City Lord, His Excellency, who calls the shots. Thundercry said with an embarrassed smile. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, Yi Yuan understands. After some time, I plan on going out to train and won't disappoint teacher Thundercry. Thundercry's expression could not help changing when he heard that and said, Going out to train? You just broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound not long. It's not too late to go out and train after breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Going out to train right now is too dangerous. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Teacher Thundercry, rest assured, Yi Yuan has a score in his heart. When Thundercry saw that Yi Yuan's mind was made up, and also recalling his outstanding strength, he could only nod and said, All right, you be careful yourself then. These are 3 heavenly thunder swift talismans that I refined. It's a great deal faster than your sword maneuvering flight speed. Perhaps it will be of aid to you. Thundercry took out 3 yellow talismans and passed them to Yi Yuan. A powerful lightning attribute law aura hit him head-on. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still accepted the heavenly thunder swift talismans and said with clasped hands, Then I'll have to thank teacher Thundercry. After Thundercry left, Yi Yuan's face turned sullen. He felt that this matter was probably not so simple. The Qin family's forces in Wu Meng capital city were deeply entrenched. This point, Yi Yuan acknowledged it. But was this kind of deep-rootedness capable of making a Divine Lord realm powerhouse compromise? Yi Yuan felt that Wu Meng City Lord was probably not coming to terms with the Qin family, but was not willing to punish them. It looked like there was quite a bit of connection between Wu Meng City Lord and the Qin family. For him to send these over, looks like he wants to pacify you, make you live together in harmony with the Qin family. It looks like he doesn't want to offend both sides, Dustless said. Yi Yuan said, The Qin family isn't to be offended, but what's not to be offended about me? I helped him obtain the 4-star divine pill, and he didn't even show his face. Looks like in his eyes, I'm just an insignificant student. Sending these seems fair, actually. He's siding with the Qin family there. Dustless could not help being stifled and said, What you said is right. If this Wu Meng City Lord targets you, you'll be in danger. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, This Wu Meng City Lord really disappoints me. Now, I really love and hate this Wu Meng capital city. After all, Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars was comprehended in Wu Meng Academy. It was also considered receiving Wu Meng Academy's grace. But Wu Meng City Lord's way of doing things made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Yi Yuan comprehended Sundering Stars and contributed Sundering Stars to the Wu Meng Academy without holding back in the slightest, and also radiated splendor in the 100-city smelting trial. One could say that his repayment to the Wu Meng Academy was already far more than what should be demanded. Just a 4-star divine pill was worth several cities. But in the end, what it exchanged for was such an outcome. Dustless said, You'd best be a little more careful in the future. Don't get into a conflict with the Qin family anymore. Otherwise, what kind of attitude Wu Meng City Lord has is hard to say. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, It's naturally well if they don't come and provoke me. If they really provoke me, I, Yi Yuan, have never feared anyone before. Yi Yuan stayed for 5 years in the Sword Tomb's 5th level. 5 years later, Sundering Stars was finally completed. Close to 20 years' time from start to finish, Yi Yuan finally completed the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art's 1st level sword move. Presently, when Yi Yuan deployed Sundering Stars, this move with the Chaos Heavenspan cannon at full power, he had the confidence to have a showdown with newly advanced Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Although there was a tremendous gulf between Heaven Glimpse powerhouses and Grotto Profound martial artists, when Yi Yuan was at late-stage Grotto Profound, his strength already swept across those in the same rank. Now, his realm and martial technique both had an all-round improvement. It was sufficient to make up for this enormous chasm. At least he had the power to fight. Coming out of the Sword Tomb, Yi Yuan went straight to the Merit Hall. This was the place where Wu Meng Academy students received missions. It was also Yi Yuan's first time coming over. That inner court disciple in charge of missions clearly knew Yi Yuan and said with a laugh, "Yo, what wind blew our 100 cities #1 person here? Junior apprentice brother Yi hasn't entered the inner court yet. Could it be that you're already planning on receiving missions?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother, I plan on going out to train for a bit. Is there a list of missions for me to take a look first?" That student's expression changed and he said solemnly, "Junior apprentice brother Yi plans on going out to train? The danger of that kind of mission is very high. Even if inner court students go, the rate of death is also extremely high. I know that junior apprentice brother's strength is quite strong, but shouldn't you go out to train after being promoted to the inner court first?" Yi Yuan saw that the other party's concern did not seem to be false, and he could not help feeling touched. Yi Yuan's prestige in the inner court was also extremely high, not just in the outer court. After all, he helped Wu Meng capital city seize the championship with his power alone, and even shaved their mortal foe, Xianxia capital city, bald, making everyone hold their heads up high. Before long, Yi Yuan would even release splendor in the inner court. Such a promising junior apprentice brother. Everyone was naturally willing to get closer. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern. But cultivating for a long time in the academy, I feel like I've already reached a bottleneck period. When training, I'll be more careful." "All right then. There are 5 jade pillars over there, representing the difficulty of the missions from low to high. You can go and check it out yourself. After examining them, come to me to register will do." That inner court student saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was firm and could only agree. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother." On one side of the Merit Hall's Great Hall, 5 jade pillars were placed from low to high. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the jade pillars and poured divine essence into the first jade pillar. The jade pillar immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. A whole bunch of information entered Yi Yuan's mind. Breath Rain World. Divine Lord Rank Small World. Highest Level Powerhouse. Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Dangerous Places, Western Fame Valley, Heavenly Melody Mountain. Basic Missions. Black Yun Metal, Splendid Flora Fruit. Difficulty 1 star. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 800 points. Advanced Missions, Divine Lord Profound Treasure Left Behind by Breath Rain Divine Lord. Difficulty 2 stars. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 1,500 points. On it was a detailed description of the Breath Rain world, including the local customs, topography, and so on, very detailed. Information after information filtered through in Yi Yuan's mind very quickly. Yi Yuan discovered that the information on the 1-star jade pillar was actually not that hard. With his current strength, he could at least protect himself. The strongest powerhouses in these worlds were mostly just Grotto Profound Realm. Yi Yuan's strength could virtually sweep across. Of course, only he, this Grotto Profound martial artists, dared to say sweep across this kind of words. The Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone was a very rarely seen natural treasure. It would not appear in every small world, but if someone discovered Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones in a small world, it would definitely be listed as one of the missions. It was just too bad that the 1-star jade pillar did not have news about Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones. Hence, Yi Yuan came to the 2-star jade pillar to check. The worlds recorded on the 2-star jade pillar was clearly much more dangerous than on the 1-star jade pillar. Quite a number of worlds' highest level powerhouses were all Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Of course, the danger level was not just according to the highest level powerhouse. Each small world situation was different, the situation very complicated. Some people training succumbed inside without even figuring out the situation. Yi Yuan skimmed over the 2-star jade pillar and still did not find news about the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. His heart could not help sinking. He was not afraid of danger. What he feared was not being able to find the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. As long as there was news about Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones, even if it was a dragon's lair or tiger's den, he would also brave it. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and started investigating the information on the 3-star jade pillar. He secretly praised, on this 3-star jade pillar, there must be information about the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Information entered his eyes. Sky Foothill World, Celestial Deity Rank Small World. Highest Level Powerhouse Origin Deity Realm. Dangerous Places, Unclear. Basic Missions, Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. 9 Melody Psychic Immortal Fruit. Purple Sand Gold. Difficulty 3 stars. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 100,000 points. Advanced Missions. Celestial Deity Tao Fruit. Difficulty 4 stars. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 300,000 points. That was it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan found that inner court student. Senior Apprentice Brother. I want to choose the number 8 mission on the 3-star jade pillar, Yi Yuan said. That student was stupefied, somewhat doubting if his ears heard wrongly or not. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, this is a 3-star mission. Are you mistaken? This 3-star mission, as long one of the missions was completed, one could get 100,000 points. The difficulty and level of danger could be seen. It was on a completely different level than the 1-star and 2-star missions previously. Yi Yuan was merely a grotto profound realm martial artist. Wanting to challenge such a high difficulty mission as soon as he came up, his astonishment could be imagined. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That's right. This is it. I'll have to trouble Senior Apprentice Brother to give me the coordinates of the Sky Foothill World." Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, it's your first time taking part in a training mission. You might not know the difficulty of 3-star missions. This number 8 mission, over 5,000 students have done it in the past. The majority of them were all middle stage, heaven glimpse, late stage, even grand completion powerhouses. But the ones who came back in the end were less than 10%. Among the 10%, those able to complete the mission were even fewer. That student was warm-hearted too, worried that Yi Yuan did not know the danger and urged earnestly with good intentions. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother, for cautioning. I'll be careful." That student opened his mouth but did not say anything. This Junior Apprentice Brother Yi never seemed to do things according to the convention. Missions that other people avoided like the plague, he was eager to go. More importantly, Yi Yuan was too weak currently. Even if Yi Yuan's strength was superior, far surpassing same-rank martial artists, his realm was too low after all. He did not even enter the inner court and want to challenge a 3-star mission. Wasn't this somewhat overestimating his own ability? Alright, since Junior Apprentice Brother Yi insists on going, then you'll have to be more careful. Entering a small world to train, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Missions and whatnot are second. That student reminded him again. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That is, of course. I don't wish to court death too." That student nodded and said, "The number 8 missions information is already stored in your academy token. You can go back and study it well. But you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath right now to absolutely not reveal the mission's information for others to know." Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, swearing a heavenly Tao oath on the spot. Each small world was a treasure trove and also a precious resource of Wu Meng capital city. They naturally did not allow it to be leaked out. Watching Yi Yuan leave, that student's face revealed a puzzled look and muttered, "This Junior Apprentice Brother Yi really exceeds all expectations. It's just that this 3-star mission is a little too dangerous. He's my Wu Meng Academy's future, hope that he'll be fine." Right at this time, another figure walked in. That student's expression changed and he hurriedly saluted and said, "I pay respects to Elder Qin." He was secretly alarmed. Elder Qin Tianing was one of the few existences whose status was second only to the academy head. Normally, he was in close seclusion and rarely appeared. Why did he suddenly show up today and even came to the merit hall? He suddenly thought of the Yi Yuan who just left and could not help becoming fearful in his heart. Elder Qin wouldn't be here aiming for Yi Yuan, right? Qin Tianing snorted lightly, considered to have acknowledged it, and said coolly, "What mission did Yi Yuan draw just now?" That student's expression changed and he said awkwardly, "Elder Qin, this. The missions that students draw are strictly confidential. This isn't complying with the rules?" Qin Tianing's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "This old man is an Elder Association's member. Is it confidential even from me?" If you don't wish to stay in the academy, just say it straight. This old man will send you out tomorrow. That student's expression changed and he said fearfully, Elder Qin is mistaken. The mission that Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission on the 3-star jade pillar. The coordinates are. Qin Tianing nodded slightly and said, Amen. That's more like it. You don't think too much. This matter was personally ordered by City Lord, His Excellency. If you let a third person know the consequences, you know it. Qin Tian, have you thought it over? This mission that Yi Yuan chose isn't simple. It said that the strongest person in that Sky Foothill World's Sky Foothill Divine Palace is a grand completion origin deity powerhouse. Once your outsider identity is exposed, you'll suffer endless pursuit. Inside a Wu Meng Academy's secret room, Qin Tianing and Qin Tian sat opposite each other. Qin Tianing warned Qin Tian with a solemn look. When Qin Tianing learned that what Yi Yuan was carrying out was the Sky Foothill World's mission, he got a shock too. The difficulty of the Sky Foothill World's mission, he was aware. The mortality rate was very high. Yi Yuan, a newcomer, actually challenged such a dangerous world. It was seriously out of his expectations. Along with it, he also became somewhat worried about Qin Tian's safety. Qin Tian was the Qin family's number 1 genius, the only candidate for the next family head. If some accident happened to him, the Qin family could not bear it. However, Qin Tian had a decisive appearance as he said calmly, Yi Yuan already became my mental demon. Not killing him, I may never be able to step into the Divine Lord realm in this life. Qin Tianing was deeply aware of the terror of mental demons and said with a nod, It's too bad that origin deity realms can't enter the Sky Foothill world. Otherwise, their identities will be revealed very quickly and suffer the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's pursuit. Entering the Sky Foothill world, everything can only be up to you. Qin Tian nodded and said, I have a score in my heart. Yi Yuan's greatest reliance is that late-stage 2-star evil spirit and sword maneuvering flight. After entering the Sky Foothill world, there isn't the Heavenspan world's spatial suppression and I can fly too. At that time, all the things he relies on don't exist at all in front of me. However, I want to kill him, I'll kill him. Although Qin Tian hated Yi Yuan but was not a reckless person. If there isn't absolute certainty, he would not take this risk. After all, in Qin Tian's view, his life was much more valuable than Yi Yuan's. He, Qin Tian, was an existence who would step into Divine Lord realm in the future, while Yi Yuan was destined to be a wisp of a deceased soul under his sword. At Sky Foothill World's borders, above the void, a majestic world-locking gate slowly manifested itself. A tiny figure shuttled out of the world-locking gate, stopping above the vast sea. I really didn't expect that the Heavenspan world still has stable wind needle. This kind of divine artifact, capable of moving freely in a spatial storm. Back then, if I were to have such a magic treasure, why would I be injured so miserably? The one who came through the world-locking gate was precisely Yi Yuan. Before he came, he got 2 divine artifacts called Stable Wind Needle from a teacher in the Academy's Artifact Refining Hall. Using the Stable Wind Needle to shuttle back and forth in a spatial storm, one could actually shield against those violent spatial turbulent flows, letting him arrive at the opposite shore safe and sound. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan recall the scene of escaping by a hair's breadth in the spatial storm back then. If he had this Stable Wind Needle in his hands back then, it would not be to the extent of being so miserable either. The Heavenspan world's artifact refining methods are what the small world's people cannot imagine. But Stable Wind Needle, this thing is strictly controlled in the hands of capital cities. This level of forces, once discovered in the outside world, they will immediately be sentenced to capital punishment. The Stable Wind Needle is just a one-time consumable. You'll only be given 2 when you're carrying out the mission to avoid it falling into outsiders' hands. Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Looks like I need to get more of those divine artifacts. Otherwise, it will really be quite troublesome to want to search for the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in the future. While talking, a series of air bubbles suddenly emerged in the ocean. Swoosh! 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 Several hundred fish-shaped monsters came out of the water, pouncing crazily towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His aura surged, rippling out. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Those fish-shaped monsters' bodies directly exploded into clouds of blood mist under this terrifying undulation. Mere Tier 9 demonic beasts also dare to attack me. Really overestimating your own ability, Yi Yuan said disdainfully. But right at this time, another 3 fish-shaped monsters came out of the water. These 3 auras were clearly much stronger compared to those previously. It was shockingly a rank 1 divine beast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of sword light burst forth without any signs, akin to a squall, shredding those 3 monsters into pieces without the slightest sluggishness. "Senior, what's going on? I didn't provoke them," Yi Yuan said helplessly. Yi Yuan was just standing there quietly and did not provoke anyone, but these fierce beasts unleashed attacks at him without heed for their lives. This made Yi Yuan very perplexed. Back then, when those fiend race powerhouses entered the Immortal Grove world, they suffered Immortal Grove Heavenly Tao's repulsion. Now, you're the outsider to the Sky Foothill world. Those fierce beasts' intelligence has yet to be unlocked. Their actions are entirely based on instincts and are the most sensitive to external forces, Dustless said. Yi Yuan felt his head swell and he said, "Doesn't that mean that I'll be exposed very easily?" Dustless nodded and said, "That's right. The aura on your body is incongruous with Sky Foothill World's Heavenly Tao. Deity realm powerhouses can identify it very easily. Furthermore, the stronger the attacks you exhibit, the stronger the Heavenly Tao's suppression. If not because of this mission's death rate naturally wouldn't be so high either." Yi Yuan fell silent. He had really never considered this problem before. But now it became a very troublesome matter. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, this kind of precious natural treasure, would probably be monopolized by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. No matter how careful he was, it was also impossible to avoid their investigation. Those trial takers who entered in the past were all late-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. There were even powerhouses at Qin Tian's level. But their auras were too obvious. Once they clashed with the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's powerhouses, it was basically no return. Hence, that was why this mission was designated as a 3-star difficulty mission. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Senior, could it be that there's no way?" Dustless shook his head and said, "Forget about you. Even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove enters a small world. He'd be rejected by Heavenly Tao too, unless you can obtain the Sky Foothill World's Tao fruit. Or, you can be like with the Immortal Grove world, obtaining the Sky Foothill World's Heavenly Tao's recognition." Yi Yuan could not help losing all hope when he heard that. This way, wanting to obtain the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone was really bleak. Yi Yuan fell silent, falling into hard thinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, giving rise to enlightenment in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly vanishing above the sea. When he appeared again, he already arrived in an enormous forest. Yi Yuan searched for an open space, sat down cross-legged, and started revolving the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, communicating with the Lesser Heavenspan mountain. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's body suddenly emitted a sacred aura. The world-suppressing steel flew straight out of Yi Yuan's body, suspending above his head. A pale white light halo poured down, enveloping Yi Yuan's body. Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body involuntarily shuddered, his gaze revealing astonishment. This kid is really too talented. To be able to achieve this step, there's probably only him alone since time immemorial, right? Said Dustless, who was shocked to the core. After a long time, the milky white light halo dissipated. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing a look of excitement. It really worked. The current Yi Yuan already completely could not feel the Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's rejection any longer. How did you think of it? To actually think of using the Lesser Heavenspan mountain to imitate the Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's aura? Dustless exclaimed. Hey, small worlds are created by martial artists. Their Heavenly Tao is naturally born from the Heavenspan world's Heavenly Tao too. Since that's the case, the parent body imitating the child body's aura shouldn't be hard. Therefore, I tried communicating with the Lesser Heavenspan mountain. Didn't expect that it really worked, Yi Yuan said with an excited look. Dustless was speechless. This boy would frequently have some whimsical ideas. Even he was endlessly amazed. This time, it clearly succeeded again until it shocked him. With the lesser heaven-span mountain protecting him, however vast the sky-foothill world, it was free for him to roam. Even if origin deity realm powerhouses stood in front of him, they could not recognize him either. Yi Yuan's mind stirred, the deity realm powerhouse aura on his body gradually faded away. Very soon, the martial Dao aura on Yi Yuan's body completely disappeared, looking just like an ordinary person. Yi Yuan was confident that unless he encountered origin deity realm powerhouses, otherwise nobody could see through him. Want to integrate into this world? It was better to be more low profile. Actually, the Sky Foothill world information grasped by Wu Meng Academy was not much. What Yi Yuan understood was very limited too. Hence, he must first understand this world before he could know how to obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Finishing with this, Yi Yuan took a step and directly disappeared from where he stood. In the forest, Yi Yuan seemed to be strolling idly in a courtyard. In reality, his speed was swift to the extreme. Taking a step out, it was 1,000 miles away. Amen. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly paused, stopping. Arriving at the Sky Foothill world, his divine sense recovered to an extremely terrifying range again and already detected several figures ahead. At the same time, Yi Yuan even detected that a deity realm fierce beast was currently coming in his direction. The fierce beast is in that direction. Teacher Mo Yun. This time, I can definitely personally capture that fierce beast and tame it. Don't intervene today. A young voice sounded out. Hoo-hoo. Mo Yun naturally believes in young Lord Bai Chen's strength. You just feel free to act. Not reaching the final juncture, I won't intervene. Mo Yun said with a light laugh. He knew that this young Lord Bai Chen enjoyed success at a young age and was very proud. Suffering major losses under the hands of this fierce beast repeatedly, he was very pent up. However, young Lord Bai Chen's talent was indeed astonishing. In less than a year's time, young Lord Bai Chen already became much stronger under this fierce beast stimulation. Although he was still not that fierce beast's match yet currently, defeating it alone was already something sooner or later. Teacher Mo Yun, this time, you absolutely mustn't be like last time, repelling it when I only suffered a bit of injury. Otherwise, I'll really fall out. Bai Chen said unhappily. Haha, young lord, rest assured, I definitely won't this time. Unless it concerns life and death, I absolutely won't take action. Mo Yun laughed and said, Come on, young lord. You can definitely defeat that fierce beast this time. Young lord is mighty. Young lord is mighty. Several accompanying martial artists were all cheering Bai Chen on. Bai Chen smiled proudly and rushed over in the fierce beast's direction. Roar! When Bai Chen rushed over, the fierce beast was currently roaring madly in Yi Yuan's direction, the commotion extremely terrifying. Originally, the dense woods blocked the view. Only when Bai Chen came near did he discover that there was a young man standing there. And the fierce beast was currently baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, assuming a posture about to pounce at Yi Yuan. Don't move. Leave this guy to me. Bai Chen shouted loudly, his figure dashing towards that fierce beast like lightning. That was a lion-type fierce beast. Yi Yuan did not recognize it. Although this species of fierce beast was extremely strong, it was not civilized and did not belong to the category of the demon race. Bai Chen had an imposing momentum, brandished a divine artifact heavy spear, and clashed together with the fierce beast. The moment he got started, Bai Chen thoroughly suppressed the fierce beast. With this, he pressed on relentlessly, one spear following another, fighting until the fierce beast fell back repeatedly. When Bai Chen saw this, he had an even more excited look, growing in bravery as he fought. While at this time, Mo Yun and the rest also passed through the dense forest and arrived here. When they discovered Yi Yuan, they all could not help being stunned. Before this, they all sensed two powerful auras. They were precisely from Bai Chen and the fierce beast. Apart from these two, they completely did not sense other people's auras. Did not expect that there was actually still a person here. An ordinary person. Mo Yun's gaze sized up Yi Yuan. But no matter how he sized up, Yi Yuan was an ordinary person. Boom. Right at this time, a heavy spear of Bai Chen's knocked the fierce beast over. When those followers saw this scene, they immediately applauded. Good. Young Lord Bai Chen, beautifully done. Continue, young lord. Kill it. When these people saw that Yi Yuan was just an ordinary person, they directly ignored him. Reckon that this guy was long frightened silly by the fierce beast, right? Only Mo Yun's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly pondering about something. By Chen's attack succeeding, he gave even less of a chance for the fierce beast to catch its breath. One spear followed another, very quickly beating the fierce beast until it did not have the strength to retaliate. Boom! Bai Chen gasped heavily for air, pounding the heavy spear on the ground. A golden collar appeared in his hands at no idea when. Summon. Bai Chen muttered words under his breath, then threw the collar. The collar slipped onto the fierce beast's neck. The fierce beast already did not have the strength to resist and could only helplessly watch Bai Chen's action, with its eyes revealing a look of despair. Leave it to you guys. Bai Chen roared loudly to the entourage, but he then turned to Yi Yuan, patted his shoulders, and said with a smile, Kid, scared silly, right? Just now, if this young master, came a bit later, you'd have become a meal in this guy's belly. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Many thanks for young Lord Bai Chen's life-saving grace. It was just that he had a calm and collected appearance. How was it at all like being scared silly? But Yi Yuan did not say much, going along with things. Bai Chen did not put on much air, waved his hands, and said, no need, just a simple matter not worth mentioning. But your guts are really plucky. This wilderness forest is full of danger. Even deity realm powerhouses don't dare to easily set foot inside. You actually dared to come here by yourself. Yi Yuan smiled and did not dispute further. Bai Chen put away the fierce beast and was in a great mood, saying to Yi Yuan again, Forget this young lord's mood today is pretty good. I'll bring you out together. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Then I'll have to thank young Lord Bai Chen very much. Haha, you kid are really lucky. Running into young Lord Bai Chen coming out to train today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have bones left. When you exit the wilderness forest, you have to thank young Lord Bai Chen properly. It's also young Lord Bai Chen who is kind-hearted. If it were others, they wouldn't even be bothered with you. Those followers all came in front of Yi Yuan to poke fun, all feeling that Yi Yuan survived by a fluke. Bai Chen rode the lion mirage beast, looking awe-inspiring and very pleased. Yi Yuan already got to know from Bai Chen that this lion-shaped fierce beast's name was called Lion Mirage Beast. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was very curious too. That collar seemed to have considerable magical powers. Latching onto that Lion Mirage Beast's neck, that guy submitted. Young Lord Bai Chen, I wonder what kind of wondrous object this collar is? Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chen smiled and said, This is an Imperial Spirit Circle. It's also normal for you mortals to not have heard of it before. This is a high-grade spirit divine artifact. As long as I drip blood for it to acknowledge as master, then put it onto the neck of a fierce beast, it can suppress rank 1 deity realm fierce beasts and let it submit to me. Of course, the prerequisite is that I must beat it until it doesn't have the strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan secretly marveled. He did not expect that the Skyfoot Hill world actually had such impressive artifact refining means. Seeing Yi Yuan's curious appearance, Bai Chen smiled and said, Want to come up and experience it? Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, This thing is too formidable. I'd better not ride. Haha, you, this kid, look like a pale-faced scholar. Your guts are also too small. This lion mirage beast is already subdued and won't attack people. A follower mocked him. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain. Not that he did not want to sit, but he did not dare to sit. If he were to sit on it, how could this lion mirage beast still move? The reason why Bai Chen was able to easily bring down the lion mirage beast was all because of Yi Yuan's intimidation. Currently, Yi Yuan's body simulated the aura of Sky Foothills' heavenly Tao. Those fierce beasts would not be averse to him like before. Hence, they could also sense the terror on Yi Yuan's body. The demon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body was incomparably noble. Furthermore, the power was extremely formidable. That lion mirage beast bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws at that time was not scaring Yi Yuan but being afraid of Yi Yuan. It was just that when Bai Chen saw it, he thought that the lion mirage beast wanted to attack Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took Bai Chen's strength into his sights. Although he recently entered the Grotto Profound Deity Realm and his spear art was not bad as well, wanting to deal with this lion mirage beast, it was still a little lacking. But by the side, Mo Yun was constantly on heightened vigilance constantly. The rest did not have any suspicions about Yi Yuan. But he kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was problematic. It was just that where was the problem? He could not pinpoint it either. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, over a dozen figures dashed out of the dense forest, surrounding Bai Chun and Co. Ha ha ha, Bai Chun. I've waited for this chance for a very long time. Today is your death date. A young figure divided everyone and said this with a wild laugh. Bai Chen's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, Bai Chong, what's the meaning of this? Bai Chong smiled hideously and said, What's the meaning? My strength is more powerful than you. Age is older than yours. Why is it that you're the young lord, while I have to become a dog under you? I'm unwilling. I want to become the young lord and rule the White Knight's sacred palace in the future. Mo Yun reproached furiously. Bai Chong, are you crazy? For this, you recruited the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people? You have to know that they are our White Knight Sacred Palace's mortal enemy. Bai Chong sneered coldly and said, So what? As long as I can get the position of the young lord, what does it matter what means I use? Behind Bai Chong, a middle-aged man looked at Mo Yun and said with a laugh, Mo Yun didn't expect it, right? Heh. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kill Bai Chun. Then join our Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace. With your strength, you'll be put in an important position. Mo Yun ignored him but glared at Yi Yuan and said, Your Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's spy. Otherwise, such a vast wilderness forest. How did you guys find us? Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. You actually repaid kindness with ingratitude. Bai Chun pointed at Yi Yuan and said with bitter resentment. Humph. I've observed him for very long already. He isn't some ordinary person at all, but a hidden expert. On his body, there's probably an aura-concealing divine artifact, Mo Yun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not expect Mo Yun to suddenly point the spearhead at him. He said with a guileless look, I'm really not a spy. You all should be able to testify for me, right? Who Yi Yuan asked was Bai Chong. He instantly felt that he was being wronged. Currently, this sort of situation Bai Chen's side was a certain death situation. Mo Yun was merely half-step heaven glimpse realm. The others were mostly initial stage grotto profound strength. While opposite, that man's strength was more or less the same as Mo Yun's. Apart from him, the other over dozen people were all grotto profound realm powerhouse. Quite a few among them were even middle stage, even late stage existences. The overall strength was significantly stronger than this side. But Bai Chong smiled coldly and said, Mo Yun, you're right. He was sent by us to investigate your whereabouts. When Bai Chong saw Bai Chen's side having internal strife, he was naturally happy to see them fight in the nest. He did not mind sowing discord. Sure enough, when Bai Chen and Mo Yun heard this, their faces changed, glaring at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I really misjudged you. If I had long known it would be like this, I'd have let the lion mirage beast eat you. Bai Chen said angrily. Mo Yun said in a cold voice, Young lord, no need to talk rubbish with him anymore. Kill him. Done talking. Mo Yun lifted his hand and it was a palm with boundless might. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man opposite and Bai Chong both revealed delighted faint smiles. Boom! The outrageously shocking palm struck right onto Yi Yuan's chest. However, Yi Yuan stood there without moving an inch, forcefully receiving this palm. Everyone's eyeballs popped out looking at the scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan was completely fine. How is this possible? The middle-aged man muttered. Mo Yun's strength, he was still aware. This palm, even he did not dare to forcefully receive it. This young man actually forcefully withstood this palm. Yi Yuan was wearing Wu Meng Academy's profound divine artifact battle armor. This degree of attack naturally could not threaten him. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Actually, I'm just passerby and really didn't have the intention of getting involved in your struggle for the position of young lord. All right, in order to express my innocence, I won't take part in your fight. This will do, right? Finished talking, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and really retreated to one side. With this, it was Bai Chang's side's turn to lose composure. This young man was a little too unfathomable, right? The expression of the middle-aged man opposite turned stern. Suddenly recalling something, he whispered in Bai Chang's ear, "They are definitely putting on an act, wanting to scare us away. No need to care about him. The most important thing is to kill Bai Chang." Bai Chang's expression turned austere, nodded his head, and said in a solemn voice, "Attack! Whoever kills Bai Chen will be heavily rewarded. Kill!" Those doze-over people shouted loudly, rushing over towards Bai Chen in a swarm. Mo Yun's expression changed and was just about to take action when the middle-aged man's figure already arrived. "Your opponent is me. Bai Chen is dead for sure today. Stop putting up a last-ditch fight," the middle-aged man said with a hideous grin. Bai Chen's few followers protected Bai Chen in the center tightly and faced the besieging of over a dozen grotto-profound powerhouses. Very soon, they were running low in strength. When Mo Yun saw this, he could not help becoming greatly anxious. Yi Yuan stood tall and upright at one side. Suddenly, he let out a sigh and said, "Sure enough, I still can't look on." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several dozen sword lights tore across the sky, lighting up breathtakingly. Bai Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, and his long spear pierced right through his opponent's chest without the slightest hindrance. Bai Chen had yet to have time to rejoice when he discovered that fresh blood sprayed off the other party's body. Then he broke off into several pieces. The other party opened his eyes wide, not understanding how he died towards the end. Bai Chen opened his eyes wide too, similarly not understanding how his opponent died. Very clearly, it had nothing to do with his spear at all. Not just Bai Chen, his several followers were stunned in place too. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The autumn rain sacred palace's powerhouses were all diced into pieces. Deader than dead. What happened just now? S so strong. T2 strong. This is a true expert. Bai Chen's followers all drew a cold breath, gazes looking towards Yi Yuan in horror. That expression, there was surprise, gratefulness, but even more, it was fear. In a blink of an eye, annihilated over a dozen grotto-profound deity realm powerhouses. Among them even included a half-step heaven glimpse powerhouse. This kind of strength, they did not dare to imagine it at all. Even if a heaven glimpse powerhouse was here, he probably could not do it so neat and tidily either, right? Those were over a dozen deity realm powerhouses. He actually killed them like chopping melons and vegetables. Mo Yun's face was white as a sheet, the muscles on his body shivering endlessly because of fear. What did he do previously? Slammed a palm at Yi Yuan? Was he tired of living? Wanting to seek death? That autumn rain's sacred palace's middle-aged man's strength was similar to his, but the former was exterminated by Yi Yuan without even reacting in time. He absolutely would not last an additional half a breath's time in front of him either. The shock that this opening move of Yi Yuan brought was too intense. Mo Yun sucked in a breath deeply, forcefully suppressing the horror in his heart, and bowed to Yi Yuan and said, "Mo Yun has wronged your excellency previously, resulting in doing a foolish thing. Many thanks to your excellency for disregarding my former suspicions and saving our lives. Mo Yun is aware that I'm guilty, your excellency, please punish. It's just that. Your excellency, please let young Lord Bai Chen off." Bai Chen's entire body trembled, hurriedly saying, "Yi, your excellency." Teacher Mo Yun was just anxious to protect his student. "Your excellency, please give him a way out. Bai Chen is willing to pay any price." Mo Yun watched him grow up all the way, like a master and like a father. The two people's relationship was extremely good. Letting Bai Chen helplessly watch Mo Yun be killed, he could not do it. Mo Yun's expression changed and he said, "Young lord, don't need to plead. Mo Yun offended his excellency and has committed a capital offense. For his excellency to make a move and save us is already magnanimous and broad-minded. Young lord, don't need to plead for Mo Yun." Yi Yuan looked at this master and disciple, two people, and could not help feeling somewhat funny, but was also rather touched. This Bai Chen was pure in nature, very much to his liking. Otherwise, he would not have made a move earlier as well. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, "If you guys keep arguing here, that fellow is going to escape." Mo Yun's expression changed. It was only now he detected that Bai Chong did not die yet and already escaped like a wisp of smoke. Yi Yuan making a move just now. Bai Chong was scared silly too, directly freezing there. Now, seeing Mo Yun master and disciple having small talk with Yi Yuan. How could he still care about so much, hurriedly escaping? Mo Yun gave a cold snort, his figure flying out like lightning. His strength was much greater than Bai Chong's. But Bai Chong took the lead and already flew out far away. Mo Yun actually could not catch up for some time. Bai Chen's expression changed. If Bai Chong were to run, there would be no end of future troubles. In his anxiety, he could not refrain from begging Yi Yuan, "Your Excellency." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Waving a hand, a sword slashed out. This sword, everybody saw it clearly. Bai Chen and his followers' expressions were white as paper, being deeply shocked by this sword. They were still singing their own praises previously, feeling that they saved Yi Yuan's life. Actually, he was completely disdainful to take action. Bai Chen suddenly understood why the lion mirage beast was so subdued this time, being brought down by him with 2 or 3 hits. It was completely in fear of Yi Yuan. The swift and fierce sword light streaked across the horizon as if splitting the entire sky into 2 halves. Wrapped in an outrageous momentum, this streak of sword light arrived first despite launching later, cutting off Bai Chong's path in virtually a blink. Bai Chong was currently sprinting crazily when suddenly, an earth-shaking sword light cut right across ahead, scaring his pants off. How could he still run? With this delay, Mo Yun's figure was like lightning, finally catching up. Bai Chong was scared by this sword's shocking presence until his legs turned soft. How could he still be Mo Yun's match? He immediately had his divine sea sealed by Mo Yun and carried back like a chicken. When Bai Chan saw this, he heaved a great sigh in relief and said gratefully, "Many thanks, Your Excellency, for taking action." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, this matter is done. I should go too. Don't need to see me off." Yi Yuan waved his hand and was about to leave. Bai Chen's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellency." "Amen? Is there still anything else?" Bai Chen said, "I wonder where Your Excellency is going." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Wandering around the world, without any permanent residence." Bai Chen was delighted the moment he heard. It turned out that Lord Yi Yuan was a reclusive expert. He did not expect that his luck was so good to actually run into him. Otherwise, the one dead today would probably be him. Since Your Excellency doesn't have a play to go, why not go to the White Knight's sacred palace to be a guest? How about that? For Your Excellency's life-saving grace, Bai Chen has nothing to repay with. Please allow me to carry out the hospitality of a ghost. Bai Chen looked at Yi Yuan and said with hopeful eyes. Yi Yuan naturally did not really want to leave. He just played a little cat and mouse trick, that was all. He had long seen through that this Bai Chen's identity was probably not ordinary in the Sky Foothill world. Furthermore, the faction that Bai Chen was at was called White Knight's Sacred Palace, while the Sky Foothill world's supreme ruler was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. There might be some connection between the two. Entering the White Knight's Sacred Palace, he might be able to inquire about the myriad longevity Heavenly Soulstones information. It was just that Yi Yuan also knew that the trial takers who entered the Sky Foothill world over the years were quite a number too, all aiming for these few items. If Yi Yuan's goal was too obvious, it would probably arouse people's suspicions. Hence, this matter still needed gradual planning. Yi Yuan deliberately fell silent for a moment, and said with a nod, "All right then, I'm unoccupied. No harm in going to do a little sightseeing either." Bai Chen was overjoyed the moment he heard and repeatedly said, "Great. Many thanks, Your Excellency." For giving face. At this time, Mo Yun escorted Bai Chong and rushed over, directly pressing until he knelt on the ground. Bai Chen's face fell and he said furiously, "Bai Chong, I've always treated you as a biological elder brother and was incomparably respectful towards you from young. Even if you were dissatisfied with me, I wouldn't fuss about anything either. But you actually colluded with the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's people and did this kind of thing today. It really chills this younger brother's heart." Bai Chong hugged Bai Chen's thigh and said, "My good younger brother, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I was muddle-headed for a moment. I beg you to let me off." Bai Chun said with a cold smile. I know that you all say that I'm weak and incompetent in private, unworthy of this position of young lord. But I'm not stupid. This kind of explanation, you go say it to royal father. Young lord is back. Young lord, you finally came back. Things are bad. Upon reaching the White Knight's sacred palace, a steward-looking old man came up to greet them. Bai Chen's expression changed and he said, Uncle G, what happened? Uncle G had a heartbroken look as he said weepingly, Master. Master, he is almost on his last legs. This news was akin to a bolt out of the blue, making everyone's expression changed drastically. Bai Chun grabbed Uncle G and asked, I was only gone for half a year. What in the world happened? Suddenly, the Bai Chong by the side started laughing crazily, ha 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 ha. This old fellow is finally going to die. He deserves death. Ha ha ha. Bang. A buzz went off in Bai Chen's head. He gave Bai Chong a kick in an uncontrollable rage, kicking him to the ground. Treacherous villain. You, what in the world did you do to royal father? Bai Chong getting hit by the kick, his mouth was full of fresh blood. But he did not care at all and still laughed crazily as he said, This miserable old fool. I'm so outstanding. Why doesn't he pick me? Not picking me, he deserves to die. Deserves to die. Ha ha ha. Bai Chong's entire person fell into a state of madness. The long-suppressed discontentment in his heart all erupted in this instant. You. Bai Chen's palm was raised in the air but kept failing to find it in him to land it. He wished to kill this elder brother with a palm, but he could not do it. Ha ha ha. Kill. Kill me. Let me tell you. The autumn rain's sacred palace's powerhouses are already on the way. If you kill me, all of you have to be buried in death with me. Now, your only way out is to let me go and let me succeed the position of palace lord. Bai Chong said arrogantly. One sentence made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom of the valley. Mo Yun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, You treacherous villain, truly devoid of all conscience. A person like you becoming the palace lord, the White Knight's sacred palace will be ruined in your hands sooner or later. Palace lord was quite prescient to not choose you to be the young lord. Humph. Bai Chun becoming the palace lord will let the White Knight's sacred palace to a bad end. You see, he, this coward, doesn't even dare to kill me. Ha ha. My good younger brother, you kill me. Kill. You. Swish. Bai Chong's arrogant voice abruptly ceased, fresh blood splattering all over Bai Chen's face. Bai Chen's expression changed, his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly, If you keep dawdling, your royal father will be dead. Bai Chen's expression changed and could not be bothered to wipe the fresh blood on his face, sprinting over towards the palace. All don't be in a daze anymore, go in and take a look, see if you can be of any help or not. Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's shocked gazes. Lifting his foot, he headed towards the depths of the palace too. Mo Yun suddenly startled awake and followed after too. When Yi Yuan saw the already dying White Knight palace lord, he knew that he was already deeply poisoned and a goner. Poison entering the heart, even if he could refine a 2-star divine pill right now, it could not save the White Knight palace lord either. As expected, before long, news of the palace lord's demise came from the depths of the palace. Mo Yun arranged a quiet place for Yi Yuan, and he took up his quarters in peace. While at this time a battle of heirs was currently playing out in the White Knight sacred palace. The White Knight palace lord did not just have Bai Chong and Bai Chun, 2 sons. Bai Chun still had quite a few older brothers. Now, the palace lord had passed, the various factions were starting to become restless and eager to take action. Bai Chun was the palace lord's youngest son. Appointing him as the young lord originally had many people refusing to accept. It was just that Bai Chen indeed lived up to expectations, breaking through to the deity realm at a young age. Plus, there was the old palace lord holding down the fort, that was why nobody dared to gossip. It was just too bad that Bai Chun had not completely grown up yet and the old palace lord was harmed by Bai Chong. This made the others see hope. Mo Yun. The urgent matter on hand is to resist the outside enemy. Bai Chen is still young and normally isn't in charge of the palace's affairs too, it's hard to convince the masses. Making him lead everyone to go and resist the enemy? Isn't it courting our doom? Yeah. Currently, in this sort of situation, We should choose a son with high prestige and commands universal respect to succeed the position of Palace Lord. The autumn rain sacred palace's people are about to reach soon. Young Lord's bit of strength. Could it be letting him lead us to go and fight with them? A group of people was trying to get a word in. In short, they were questioning that Bai Chun was young and unable to take on big responsibilities. Confronted by a great enemy, it was just nice to become the excuse for them to force an abdication. Mo Yun gave a cold snort and said, "The Palace Lord appointed the young lord in order to succeed him. Young Lord Bai Chen succeeding the position of Palace Lord is right and proper. The old Palace Lord's corpse has yet to turn cold, and you all did such a thing. The old Palace Lord will die with everlasting regret." That's not right. It's a matter of expediency. Right now, it's extraordinary times, there naturally needs to be extraordinary measures. Bai Chen's strength and prestige are insufficient to convince the masses no matter what. How can he succeed the position of Palace Lord? An elder came forward to refute. Want to talk about high prestige and commanding universal respect? I feel that it still belongs to Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu. The old palace is not around anymore. In the entire White Knight Sacred Palace, his strength is the strongest. The Sacred Palace's aspects. It's also him who understands them best. Since everybody is currently debating endlessly, in my view, let Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu temporarily act in the position of Palace Lord. What does everyone think? Suddenly, an elder's words broke the balance of the scene. Everyone did not expect that a Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu actually charged out halfway. It was just that they calmed down and thought about it. This current sort of situation, there was really no one more suitable than Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu was currently sitting on the seat of honor, both eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly in a daze. When he suddenly heard this, he got a shock too and hurriedly said, "No way, no way. The White Knight Sacred Palace's tradition has always been Palace Lord passing to young lord. Where is the logic of Palace Lord passing to Deputy Palace Lord? If I really become the Palace Lord, everybody will feel that I'm scheming to usurp the throne, and it will be even harder to convince the masses. Don't mention this matter again. How about this, since everybody can't come to a conclusion? Let's discuss it again tomorrow. As for the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's activities, I've already arranged people to keep an eye on it. There still aren't any movements for the time being. That's it for today. The Palace Lord was already deceased. Bai Xiu was currently the person with the highest prestige and respect in the entire White Knight Sacred Palace. His strength was also the strongest. His words won the group of elders' favorable impression even more. Very soon, inside the great hall was stark empty. There was only Mo Yun master and disciple, 2 people, left in the hall. Bai Chen's entire person was battered out of his senses. He did not say a word from start to end. His thoughts were not on contending for the seat of Palace Lord at all. The blow that the death of the old Palace Lord had on him was tremendous. He still had not come back to his senses currently. Seeing Bai Chen's dejected and disheartened appearance, Mo Yun was burning with anxiety too. Young Lord, if you carry on like this, the position of Palace Lord will be gone, Mo Yun said anxiously. Bai Chen looked at Mo Yun with a pair of listless eyes and said, "Gone then gone." What they said was right. I'm not suited to be this Palace Lord at all. Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, "Young Lord, you think properly. How much did the old Palace Lord worry over the White Knight's Sacred Palace? In order to let you be the young Lord, how much did he rack his brain? Could it be that you're going to hand over his life's effort to people on a silver platter, then be swallowed up by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace? You're the old Palace Lord's favorite successor. Could it be that you're really going to let him die with everlasting regrets?" Bai Chen's entire body trembled. His eyes finally had an additional trace of light. But he dimmed down again very quickly and said, "But, under these current circumstances, we already don't have a trace of hope anymore." When Mo Yun saw Bai Chen finally pull it together a little, a ray of hope finally ignited in his heart. He plucked his spirits up and said, "No, we still have hope." Bai Chen's eyes revealed a hint of puzzlement and said, "Still have hope? You look. Right now in this place, there's only you and me left." Mo Yun said, "Go find Lord Yi Yuan. He's our last hope. Lord Yi Yuan? Although his strength is powerful, it doesn't reach Heaven Glimpse realm either, right? Bai Chun said with some doubt. In this struggle for the position of Palace Lord, without Heaven Glimpse realm strength, it was impossible to speak any further. The old Palace Lord's death was too sudden and had yet to hand over authority to Bai Chun in time. Hence, there was not a single Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse currently standing on his side. The only one that he could rely on now was Mo Yun. In the wilderness forest, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was indeed incredible. But the realm that he exhibited was only Grand Completion Grotto Profound. One could only say that his Sword Dao Law's comprehension was exceedingly high. But facing genuine Heavenly Dao powerhouses, it was still inadequate to look at. In front of Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses, Grotto Profound martial artists were not enough to look at all. Mo Yun said, I don't know, but I have a feeling that this Lord Yi Yuan isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. Perhaps he was sent by heaven to save us. Young Lord, I know that the old Palace Lord's death is a huge blow to you, but you must pull it together right now. The old Palace Lord is already no longer around. If even his foundation is lost, we'd really have no face to face him in the future. Bai Chen's expression became stern, finally forcefully rousing his spirit. Okay, I'll go and find Lord Yi Yuan. What should I do? Mo Yun said without the slightest hesitation. Acknowledge him as your master. Bai Chun was stunned and said, Acknowledge him as my master? Then what about you? Mo Yun smiled and said, I already don't have anything that I can teach you, but Lord Yi Yuan is different. His understanding of Tao is far above mine. If you can acknowledge him as your master, your future is limitless. At the place Yi Yuan was staying at, Bai Chen's entire person appeared rather overcautious. Lord Yi Yuan, I wonder if your rest yesterday was still well? Bai Chen rubbed the sweat on the palm of his hands, seeming somewhat nervous and uneasy. Still all right. Didn't have time to speak to you yesterday either, My condolences, Yi Yuan said. Hearing these words, Bai Chen's heart became sour, nearly shedding tears. But, upon thinking of teacher Mo Yun's instructions, he forcefully suppressed the grief in his heart and forced a smile as he said, Many thanks, Lord Yi Yuan. Originally wanted to invite Lord Yi Yuan to be a guest. Didn't expect that the family suddenly suffered a sudden turn of events. Truly, sorry. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Whatever you have, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush. Bai Chen's bit of shrewdness was not enough to look at in front of Yi Yuan at all. He was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. He discovered that the things teacher Mo Yun taught were of no use at all. With this, sorrow hit him, and Bai Chun knelt down with a thud. Lord Yi Yuan, Bai Chun is already forced into a dead end. Your Excellency, please take pity and save me. This 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was given to me by Father. Originally, it was intended to help me break through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Now, I'm giving it to Your Excellency. I beg Your Excellency to accept me as a disciple and help me ascend to the position of Palace Lord. Bai Chun said indignantly. Yi Yuan maintained composure on the surface, but in his heart, a series of great waves was stirred up. One of the missions, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, he did not expect that it appeared in front of him so easily. As long as he agreed, he could bring it back to hand in the missions. According to the records of the mission, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual fruit. Grand Completion Grotto Profound Realm martial artists just had to consume it and they would have a 30% chance of directly breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse realm. Half-step Heaven Glimpse martial artists consuming, there was a 60% chance to break through to Heaven Glimpse realm. To those powerhouses stuck at this checkpoint, unable to break through, it was undoubtedly a miracle elixir. Using it to refine a 2-star divine pill, the effects were even more terrifying. It was just that to Yi Yuan. His goal was not the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. No matter how good this thing was, he did not care either. Yi Yuan received the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and played for a bit, and said with a smile, Actually, you're not suitable to be the Palace Lord. Why is there a need to intentionally get involved in a messy situation? Bai Chun was weak and indecisive, his personality too simple. His strength was not powerful also. Becoming the palace, he would be toyed to death by people sooner or later. This point, Yi Yuan had long understood it. Bai Chun, this kind of person, if it were Yi Yuan, he would have long killed him with a palm, but Bai Chen kept refusing to deal the blow. Such weak and indecisiveness, it was hard to take on major responsibilities. Bai Chun gritted his teeth and said, I can learn. Teacher Mo Yun said, even though your excellency is young, your mind is even more mature than his. Furthermore, your martial Dao comprehensions are exceedingly deep, making me acknowledge you as master no matter what. If you don't agree, we'll back out of the struggle for the position of palace lord and go far away henceforth and not come back. Yi Yuan paced around, seemingly thinking. Bai Chen's current mood was like a well where 7 buckets were drawn up and 8 dropped down. Suddenly, Yi Yuan put away the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and said coolly, I'll help you take care of this first. Bai Chun was stunned, then immediately revealed a look of wild elation and kowtowed toward Yi Yuan. Disciple Bai Chun pays respect to master. Yi Yuan took out a small bottle and threw it to Bai Chun, saying, These things, just take it as master acknowledging gifts. Bai Chun was rather puzzled. He did not recognize these medicinal pills. Master, then, I wonder what this disciple should do next. Bai Chun consulted. Yi Yuan said coolly, Go keep vigil for your father properly. Tomorrow, what should be done should still be done. Bai Chun left Yi Yuan's residence with a perplexed look and found Mo Yun. Yi Yuan's words left him at a loss. How is it? Did Lord Yi Yuan agree? Mo Yun immediately went up to ask when he saw Bai Chun. Bai Chun nodded his head woodenly and said, Agreed. Mo Yun could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard and said, Excellent. I indeed didn't see it wrongly. He definitely has a way to save us. How is it? What instructions did he have? Bai Chun repeated Yi Yuan's words with a puzzled expression and said, Teacher Mo Yun, what do you think Master Yi Yuan meant? Mo Yun was even more overjoyed the moment he heard and said, This child, seriously, Lord Yi Yuan not saying anything means that he already has a well-thought-out plan. Tomorrow's discussion, let's just care about showing up. Leave the rest to him. Bai Chun was still somewhat only half understood it. Mo Yun let out a sigh and asked, That 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, he accepted it? Bai Chun nodded and said, Yeah, he even gave me a large bottle of medicinal pills as a master-disciple acknowledgement gift. As he said, Bai Chun took out the medicinal pills Yi Yuan gave. Mo Yun received the medicinal pills and examined it in detail. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. This. Bai Chun had a blank look as he said, What is it? Teacher Mo Yun? Do these medicinal pills have anything wrong? Mo Yun looked at him with a complicated expression and only said after a long time, These medicinal pills, if I didn't see wrongly, it should be called Divine Essence Pill. It's just that. These medicinal pills grade is extremely high. It should reach divine grade. Divine grade medicinal pills. The legendary divine grade medicinal pills. Bai Chun said in shock. Due to the limitations of heavenly Tao, inside ordinary small worlds, it was totally impossible to refine divine grade medicinal pills. But the Sky Foothill world continuously had heavenspan worlds powerhouses entering to train and was not completely ignorant about heavenspan worlds medicinal pills. Divine grade middle grade, that was the legendary grade. Mo Yun nodded his head deeply and said with a complicated expression, Many years ago, the old palace lord had once killed a trial taker who came from the outside world and obtained this kind of medicinal pills from him. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. His gaze revealed a look of astonishment. Impossible. How can Master Yi Yuan possibly be an outside trial taker? I completely couldn't perceive it at all. Trial takers were not some secret among the Sky Foothill world's upper echelons. With Bai Chen's status, he had clearly heard before. Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said, I won't see wrongly. These medicinal pills are extremely similar to the medicinal pills on that trial taker's body. It's just that the medicinal properties are much stronger than that. Bai Chen's eyes revealed an extremely complicated look. Clearly, his inner heart was also struggling fiercely. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had once issued a strict order. Upon discovering trial takers, kill them without amnesty. Now, what should they do? This trial taker was the life savior of these master and disciple. Then what should we do? Go to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace and report him? No way. Absolutely not. Master Yi Yuan is my life savior. I can't do this kind of repaying kindness with an ingratitude action. Bai Qin directly denied the idea of going to report Yi Yuan, but he also did not know what he should do and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Mo Yun said in a solemn voice, "These trial takers treat our Sky Foothill world as a breeding ground, taking whatever they please, and is the enemy of all of us Sky Foothill martial artists. How can this kind of person be indulged?" Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly, falling silent. Finally, he still said, "I, Bai Chen, would rather be reviled for generation after generation and also not be willing to be a person who repays kindness with ingratitude. Master Yi Yuan agreed to help me under this sort of circumstances. If I betray him instead, what's the difference from a pig or a dog? Teacher Mo Yun, if you disagree with my decision, I won't force you either. You can go and report Master Yi Yuan, but I'll live and die together with him." Mo Yun did not expect that his disciple would actually say these words. A conflicted look appeared on his face, and he finally still heaved a sigh and said, "All right then. Who asked you and me to be as close as father and son? Since you've already decided, I'll walk this path with you until it's dark." Bai Qin did not know that his every action was all under Yi Yuan's surveillance, and his decision saved his own life too. With Yi Yuan's cautiousness, how could he possibly make this kind of low-level mistake? Him deliberately doing so was actually giving Bai Chen a chance to choose. If he helped Bai Chen sit on the seat of Palace Lord and he opened his mouth to ask for the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in the future, Bai Chen would definitely suspect. Since he was going to expose his identity sooner or later, might as well let Bai Chen know earlier. If Bai Chen betrayed him, he would kill Bai Chen without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan's objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world was very simple. It was for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. That was Mu Lingshua's life-saving object. Yi Yuan absolutely would not allow any accidents, even if he was not willing to kill Bai Chen. Fortunately, Bai Chen chose to stand on his side. In the White Knight Sacred Palace's Great Hall, Bai Xiu sat on the seat of honor, his brows tightly knitted. "I've just received the news. A large group of Autumn Rain Sacred Palace powerhouses has already entered the White Knight Sacred Palace's sphere of influence. There are probably still a few days and they'll reach here. Most likely. We must come up with a conclusion today." The moment these words came out, the expressions on everyone's faces were all different. Some were worried, some were afraid, some were angry. The truest face of human nature could probably only be seen at this time as well. "Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency, I think there isn't anything to discuss. This position of Palace Lord, regardless of which son takes it, it's not suitable. Best for you to take over the position of Palace Lord," said an elder. The moment these words came out, somebody immediately concurred. "Yeah, facing a formidable foe, although the young masters are all pretty good. They don't enjoy high prestige and command universal respect like Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency. There's nothing to discuss, so it's decided like this. Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency's strength is the most powerful, prestige the highest. Only with you coming forward can it lead us to resist the powerful enemy. This position of Palace Lord, accept it," said another person. There were a total of 8 elders present. They were all Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. The moment they spoke, there were already 3 elders who agreed. The remainder, each and every one of their faces all revealed looks of struggle. But they were leaning toward Bai Xiu as well. "What are you all still waiting for? Could it be waiting for our White Knight Sacred Palace to be exterminated? Then you all will choose the new Palace Lord?" said the elder who spoke first earlier. Everyone's expression changed. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. "All right, I agree. I agree too. I agree." The elders all expressed their attitudes one after another, all agreeing for Bai Xiu to take over the seat of Palace Lord. Bai Xiu was wildly elated in his heart, but on the surface, he put on a difficult expression and said, "This? How can this do? The White Knight Sacred Palace was established by the previous generation Palace Lord single-handedly, and brought to greater heights in the hands of the old Palace Lord. What capabilities do I, by show, have, to dare succeed the position of Palace Lord? My Lord Deputy Palace Lord, stop declining it. You're surnamed by two, and are brothers in arms with the old Palace Lord. Why can't you be the Palace Lord? Keep declining and the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace will slaughter to the doorstep. Yeah. Deputy Palace Lord, just agree. The few elders were anxious too, all urging Bai Xiu to succeed the position of Palace Lord. Although Bai Xiu was also surnamed Bai, he was not a blood relative of the old Palace Lord. In terms of blood lineage, it was naturally the few sons who were the most orthodox. It was just that, at this time, there was already no one who cared about what they thought. Bai Xiu heaved a long sigh and said, "Since that's the case, then Bai Xiu will make the best of things and take over the position of Palace Lord. But I'll declare it first. I'm only temporarily acting in the position of Palace Lord. When they grow up, we'll choose a young master with the greatest prestige to succeed the position of Palace Lord again." The moment these words came out, the elders' faces all revealed looks of relief. Palace Lord, Your Excellency, truly understands the principles of right and wrong to actually consider so thoroughly. Then this matter is decided. Today, we'll announce to the entire White Knight Sacred Palace in the name of the Elders Association. Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu will take over the position of Palace Lord, said the elder. The other few elders also nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with Bai Xiu's attitude. Bai Xiu smiled and said, "All right, then that's it for today first. Facing a formidable enemy, I must go and arrange for some things. This matter of announcing to the world will have to trouble the elders." "I disagree." Right at this time, the Yi Yuan who remained silent all along finally spoke up. The elders looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, not recognizing this guy at all. A guy without the slightest divine essence undulation on his body actually dared to talk drivel here? Where did this crackpot come from? To actually dare act wildly in the Elders Association? How can the matters that the Elders Association decided be what you can disagree? That elder who had always endorsed Bai Xiu immediately spoke up to berate. Under this current situation, Bai Chun had long already been marginalized. Although he came to the Elders Association, nobody would care about his opinion at all. As for who he brought, there was naturally even less who paid attention. Moreover, Yi Yuan looked just like a mortal. Too unremarkable. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to look at him. He just looked toward Bai Xiu and said with a faint smile, "Hey, your acting is pretty good. But it ends here. I don't agree with you becoming the Palace Lord." The group of elders had baffled looks, exchanging glances. Who was this? He had a problem with his brain, right? Who the hell were you? You said disagree and we would follow your words? What has it got to do with you? Bai Chun, manage the men under you properly. I know that you have grievances in your heart, but you have to put the interests of the whole above all else. Right now isn't the time to throw tantrums. Yeah. Where did this brat pop out from? To actually dare talk drivel here. The group of elders all turned the spearhead at Bai Chun. After all, they could not see through Yi Yuan's depths at all, and even thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately sent by Bai Chun to cause trouble. Bai Chun said coolly, "Forgot to introduce to everyone. This is my newly acknowledged master. In the future, he shall also be the White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder. His words are my opinion." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces all changed. Nonsense. Bai Chun, if you're so unbridled again, then don't blame us, this bunch of old fellows, for not caring about the old Palace Lord's old sentiments, and chase you out of the White Knight Sacred Palace. The elder who endorsed Bai Xiu reproached Bai Chun. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Elder Bai Rong, right? Is your brain damaged? You and Bai Xiu, two people acting out a carefully choreographed dance, and still want to chase the young lord appointed by the old Palace Lord out of the White Knight Sacred Palace." Bai Rong's expression turned sullen and he said, "Ignorant child, keep talking nonsense. Do you believe this old man will tear your mouth or not?" But Yi Yuan ignored him and said to the other elders, "I'll only ask everyone one sentence. Is Bai Chan the most qualified to succeed the position of Palace Lord as the successor that the old Palace Lord appointed? The various elders exchanged glances. Suddenly, someone spoke up, that's of course. According to the White Knight Sacred Palace's rules, the young lord is the first-in-line successor. It's just that elder still wanted to carry on speaking, but he was directly interrupted by Yi Yuan. Good that there's that. You all not letting him be the palace lord is nothing more than feeling that he's still young and his strength is insufficient to convince the public, yes. The elders nodded their heads slightly, not having any objections about this. Facing a great enemy, letting a young man still wet behind his ears go and preside over the overall situation. This was no different from courting death. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll now support Bai Chen up onto the position of Palace Lord in the name of Bai Chen's master. Those who are unconvinced, come and battle. It was this simple and crude. Whatever schemes and intrigues were all paper tigers in front of absolute strength. It was just the Yi Yuan's words in other people's views were a total joke, because Yi Yuan looked just like an ordinary person. Even Bai Chen's palms were sweating too. Bai Xiu was a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses, much stronger than Master Yi Yuan. But he forcefully calmed down. He did not wish to lose face for his master at this time. Bai Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The pressure of heaven glimpse realm slowly released and he said in a solemn voice, Your meaning is that you want to challenge me? Yi Yuan said coolly, Not you, it's you all. Those who are not convinced, attacking together will do too. Wildly arrogant, ignorant, insolent. Yi Yuan's arrogance finally aroused the elder's wrath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Don't talk crap anymore, attack. Bai Xiu slowly walked down and said with a cold smile, If you can beat me, what's wrong with letting Bai Chen inherit the position of Palace Lord? With the old Palace Lord not being around any longer, Bai Xiu was the White Knight Sacred Palace's #1 person. If not for so, he would not dare to usurp this position of Palace Lord either. Yi Yuan said coolly, You? Too weak. Don't blame me for not giving you guys a chance. Attack together. All of the elders, attack together. What a conceited and ignorant brat. This old man is going to measure just how much you weigh today. This old man has lived to a ripe old age. It's still my first time seeing such a wildly arrogant person. Fine, as you wish. Forget it, a farce. Since you're seeking death yourself, this old man will send you on your way too. 8 great elders stepped out of the ranks one after another, standing together with Bai Xiu. 9 mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses standing together. How shocking was the imposing momentum. Bai Chen's heart almost leaped to his throat. He completely did not think that Master Yi Yuan was actually arrogant to such a degree, wanting to challenge 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses with his power alone. A grotto profound deity realm martial artist challenging 9 great heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This was crazy, right? Yesterday, Yi Yuan made him ignore everything. But he did not think that Yi Yuan used this kind of method to let him ascend to the position of Palace Lord. Although the effect of this approach was immediate, the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan had to defeat them. Bai Chun could not resist exchanging a glance with Mo Yun, discovering that Mo Yun also had an inexplicably stunned appearance at this time. It was just that things already developed to such a degree it was impossible for them to go and stop it anymore. There were still a few of the old Palace Lord's sons present, all using gloating expressions to look at Bai Chun. No idea where Bai Chun found such a living treasure either. This was the tempo of playing himself to death. Yi Yuan alone faced 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses but stood firm as a rock. The 9 people's auras completely could not affect Yi Yuan. Kid, you're seeking death yourself, don't blame us for being ruthless. Bai Rong said with a hideous grin. Yi Yuan said coolly, Attack then, don't talk nonsense anymore. Wildly arrogant. Bai Rong was furious. His aura instantly soared to the peak, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. The others did not hold back either, all displaying divine abilities. A terrifying power shook until the entire great hall was quaking. Every one of them, especially Bai Xiu, each suppressed a stomach full of anger. It was just that it was inappropriate for Bai Xiu to flare up. Now that Yi Yuan was seeking death, he did not hold back even more. The moment he made his move, It was the fiercest killing move. Under the besiegement of 9 great experts, Yi Yuan was weak like an insignificant ant. Except, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a move. He still stood with his hands behind his back. It looked like he was waiting for death. Master Yi Yuan. Bai Chen's expression changed drastically, suddenly standing up, wanting to rush over, but was held back by Mo Yun. Got to be joking, rushing over at this time. Bai Chun would be blasted into smithereens too. It was indeed a farce. What the 9 great elders were thinking in their hearts at this time was all this. But right at this time, a gust of sinister wind howled. Beside Yi Yuan, a figure appeared since no idea when. The moment he appeared, the temperature in the entire great hall plummeted by a few degrees. Ever since cultivating the ghost Dao 100 runes, Gue Yun seemed to have become even gloomier and colder. It was only to see him mutter under his breath, drawing a bizarre rune on his hand, and saying indifferently, "Ghost Dao 100 runes, Nether Ghost Claw." Suddenly, a surge of terrifying aura came from underground. A dark, enormous claw seemed to have extended out from the netherworld. The 9 great elders' bodies were all in midair, but seeing this, their expressions changed greatly. An aura of death hit head-on. After the enormous claw extended out, it seemed to have grown eyes, clawing over towards the 9 great elders. The few people revealed a look of great shock. How could they still care about Yi Yuan? They slammed all their attacks at the ghost claw. Boom! The ghost claw directly smacked those attacks down. Poo, 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 At virtually the same time, the 9 great elders spewed fresh blood wildly one after another, being smacked down onto the ground by this ghost claw's power. So strong. Bai Chen drew a mouthful of cold air, being stunned by the nether ghost claw's power. One claw bringing down 9 great heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This strength was simply too heaven-defying. That is a late-stage heaven glimpse ghost Dao powerhouse, right? Such a powerhouse, why would he follow this guy? Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu and this ghost Dao powerhouse's strength is more or less the same. But he was actually defeated so badly. The aura of that ghost claw just now was too terrifying. I felt that my soul was taken away. Just what the hell was that? When the few young masters saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. Gue Yun's appearance was seriously too astonishing, mowing down 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses in one move. The key was that this kind of powerful ghost Dao powerhouse actually submitted under Yi Yuan's rule. Each and every one of them was incredibly envious. If they had a hired thug like this, wouldn't becoming the palace lord be a cinch? In the end, a large fist was the absolute principle. Whatever legitimacy, whatever schemes and intrigues, one could only submit in the face of absolute strength. Yi Yuan looked at the 9 great elders in a sorry plight and said coolly, "I wonder if now, young Lord Bai Chun has the qualifications to succeed the position of Palace Lord or not?" The 9 great elders' faces were all incomparably ugly, but nobody said anything. "If you all are not talking, I'll take it as you guys agreed. Bai Chun, sit on the seat that belongs to you in the first place," Yi Yuan said coolly. At this time, Bai Chun started trembling all over because of agitation. Even after Yi Yuan yelled out, he still stood there in a daze, at a loss on what to do. Mo Yun was incomparably joyful too. Giving him a pat on the back, he said with a smile, "Go on, what are you still in a daze for?" Only then did Bai Chen suddenly wake up fully, walking step by step over toward that seat belonging to the palace lord. "Hang on." Bai Xiu struggled to stand up as he stopped. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him indifferently and said, "Why? You still have objections?" Bai Xiu said in a solemn voice, "Bai Chun, this guy's origins are unclear. Your act of simply acknowledging a master, are you going to push the White Knight Sacred Palace into an abyss of eternal doom?" At this time, Mo Yun spoke up, "Lord Yi Yuan is a reclusive powerhouse. As for the thing that you're worrying about, that's impossible. Bai Chong, that treacherous villain, colluded with the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, wanting to besiege young Lord Bai Chun in the wilderness forest. Lord Yi Yuan annihilated over a dozen deity realm powerhouses, including Wu Xian, with one sword, only then rescuing us. It's precisely because Lord Yi Yuan's strength is formidable that I let young Lord Bai Chen acknowledge him as master, assisting young Lord Bai Chen to defend the foreign enemy together. When Bai Xiu and the 8 great elders heard this, their expressions changed once more. They still thought that Yi Yuan's might was entirely dependent on this ghost Dao powerhouse. They did not expect that his own strength was actually so formidable too. More importantly, they actually could not fathom Yi Yuan's depths. Wuxian's strength, they were naturally very clear. It was evenly matched with Mo Yun. One sword annihilating over a dozen deity realm powerhouses, even they could not do it too. With this, no one had objections anymore. No matter how the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace used a ruse of inflicting self-injury in order to win the confidence of the enemy, it was also impossible to give away the lives of over a dozen deity realm powerhouses in vain. Although the Sacred Palace's Grotto Profound powerhouses were quite a few, over a dozen Grotto Profound powerhouses was already a force that could not be ignored. No matter how foolish the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Palace Lord was, he would not do this kind of thing either. If nobody has objections, then I'll invite the Elders Association to announce to the world. Young Lord Bai Chen will take over the position of Palace Lord from this day forth. Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu, I wonder if you still have objections. Yi Yuan used a very indifferent gaze to look at Bai Xiu. No idea why, Bai Xiu involuntarily shuddered. I have no objections. Young Lord Bai Chen taking over as Palace Lord is right and proper to begin with, Bai Chen said with some unwillingness. Even Bai Xiu had no objections, the others naturally had no objections too. Just like this, Bai Chen successfully became the White Knight Sacred Palace's new Palace Lord. The matter was urgent, the Elders Association announced to the world on that day, proclaiming that young Lord Bai Chen succeeded the position of Palace Lord. Having come this far, the struggle to become the Palace Lord finally settled down. Master Yi Yuan, what should my next step be? Although he became the Palace Lord, Bai Chen had no plans at all. Right away, he fought Yi Yuan to inquire about the plan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're the Palace Lord. What should be done? You need to have a score in your heart. I can help you be the Palace Lord, but I can't possibly help you for life. Those old fellows are all not to be trifled with. If you don't grow up as soon as possible, you'll be eaten by them until not even bone residue is left." Bai Chen's expression changed, suddenly recalling Yi Yuan's identity. He would eventually leave one day. It was impossible to keep on helping him by his side. Once Yi Yuan left, what he would be facing was a horde of savage beasts. Mo Yun's expression turned slightly grim too, and he said, "Palace Lord, what Lord Yi Yuan said makes sense. In the past, you had the old Palace Lord protecting you, so the others don't dare to do anything to you. But now everything can only rely on yourself." Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly, and he said rather jittery, "But I. Yi Yuan said, "Just go do what you want to do. With me around, you can be unrestrained. What you have to do is to grow up within the shortest time." Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a strange gaze. Meeting Yi Yuan's calm gaze, not knowing why, Bai Chen's originally flustered thoughts calmed down a lot suddenly. Teacher Mo Yun, summon all of the White Knight Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses. Tomorrow morning, set off for the frontiers. We'll take the initiative to meet the attack. I'm going to let the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people know that our White Knight Sacred Palace is not easy to bully," Bai Chen said in a solemn voice. At this moment, Bai Chen's body inexplicably had an additional trace of domineeringness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help smiling slightly. It seemed like a series of setbacks finally made this greenhouse flower grow up. At this time, Yi Yuan threw out a small medicinal bottle and said, "Take this thing. The effect shouldn't be inferior to the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. In the Elders Association, we need our own elder too." Mo Yun's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with great surprise, and looked at the medicinal pill in his hands again. Lord Yi Yuan Mo Yun is forever in debt. At this time, the excitement in Mo Yun's heart truly could not be greater. He was stuck at half-step Heaven Glimpse realm for no idea how many years already, but kept being unable to break through this hurdle. The 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, this sort of thing, was too precious. Not everybody could obtain it. The old Palace Lord also only had that one in his hands. It was left to Bai Chen. And now Yi Yuan casually gave him a medicinal pill that could break through this heavenly chasm. How could he not be agitated? This medicinal pill was called Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse Pill, a pill formula in Dustless's hands. When Yi Yuan was practicing medicinal pills, he casually refined it. This medicinal pill was a pinnaclemost existence among Tier 1 medicinal pills, capable of increasing the chances of a martial artist's breakthrough. This was especially true for half-step Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. They already had a certain understanding of Heaven Glimpse realm. Consuming the Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse pill, the effects were naturally greatly increased. As long as Mo Yun's talent was not too poor, breaking through to Heaven Glimpse should not be an issue. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Presumably, you guys also know, I'm not devoid of desires or requests by helping you all. Just take this as a bit of repayment." Mo Yun and Bai Chen trembled all over, their gazes revealing a complicated look. Above the sky, several dozen figures whistled past, with a shocking commotion. With so many deity realm powerhouses moving out at the same time, this was absolutely an extremely rare situation in the Sky Foothill world. The mortals were all guessing that some earth-shaking major incident must have happened, and that was why there were so many major figures moving out at the same time. Deity realm powerhouses traveled 10,000 miles in a twinkle. 3 days later, the White Knight Sacred Palace and the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses finally met on a narrow path. The person in the front ranks of the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace was an old geezer. Seeing the White Knight Sacred Palace's people, he could not help being surprised. He already got the news that the White Knight Palace Lord, Bai Yehai, was poisoned and died. Hence, he brought a large group of experts and charged over. It was just that he did not expect that the White Knight Sacred Palace's people actually dared to charge right out. He swept a glance through the crowd and said with a big laugh, "Where's Bai Yehai, that old thing? Why didn't he come?" "He didn't dare to come, so he sent you, a little child, here to court death? Ha ha ha." Bai Chun was angered until he was trembling all over. He pointed at the other party and said furiously, "Hua Tianyang, you're shameless." This Hua Tianyang was precisely the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Palace Lord, a grand completion Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse. And the White Knight Sacred Palace's internal strife was precisely plotted by him single-handedly. This sowing discord strategy could not be said to not be ruthless, directly making the White Knight Palace Lord Bai Yehai perished, his Tao disappearing. Right now, the White Knight Sacred Palace was a host of dragons without a head. They were about to borrow this opportunity to thoroughly wipe out the White Knight Sacred Palace. Bai Chen was still not mature enough in the end. With this anger, it thoroughly gave the whole thing away. When the 8 great elders behind him saw the situation, they all secretly shook their heads. At this time, they should be putting on a false show of strength and let Hua Tianyang be unable to make a decision. Only then would they have hopes of scaring away the other party and win a chance to eke out a meager existence. The moment Hua Tianyang heard, he laughed even more arrogantly and said, "My good nephew, looks like you have already become the Palace Lord. It's just too bad that you as the Palace Lord can only be until today." Bai Chen said furiously, "Hua Tianyang, don't be impudent. Today, even if we fight it out till the fish dies and net tears, I'll also make you pay a blood price." Hua Tianyang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Till the fish dies and net tears? Ha ha, even if the fish dies, the net won't tear. Bai Yehai is not around. Just based on you guys, this bunch of stragglers and stray soldiers also want to fight it out to the death. Today, your White Knight Sacred Palace will be struck off the books from the Sky Foothill world." Hua Tianyang was in high spirits currently, full of domineeringness. The moment Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse realm released, the White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses all changed countenance. Under this pressure, Bai Chen's complexion became deathly pale and he unconsciously looked over towards Yi Yuan there. However, Yi Yuan was expressionless, as if he was in a daze, not giving him any hints at all. He resolved his heart and mustered up all of his strength to resist this pressure. His gaze suddenly focused toward Bai Xiao. He said, "Bai Xiao, if I die in battle today, you'll be the Lord of White Knight. I hope that you'll lead everybody to keep fighting regardless of death. Even if one last person is left, don't shrink back either." Bai Xiao's entire body trembled, not expecting that Bai Chen would actually say such words. At this moment, Bai Chen's image in his heart was magnified infinitely. Originally, he was only forced to acknowledge this palace lord because he was afraid of Yi Yuan. But now, Bai Chen's gust actually stimulated him until his hot blood boiled. In reality, although Yi Yuan defeated them, Bai Xiu did not think that Gue Yun could defeat Hu Tianang. At most, it was also just adding a little confidence to them. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too, his gaze revealing an approving look. Who knew how many hearts this sentence would buy over for Bai Chen? This kid was also not absolutely without merit. Bai Xiu's eyes were actually slightly wet. Gritting his teeth, he cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, Palace Lord Bai Xiu will definitely fight to the bitter end. Bai Rong, if I die, you'll be the Lord of White Knight. We'll fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back." Bai Rong's entire body trembled too and said, "Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back." The resounding slogan shocked the entire world. The moral on the White Knight Sacred Palace's side rose unprecedentedly. Seeing this scene, Hu Tianyang's expression changed slightly too. He did not expect that this brat still wet behind the ears actually had such magical powers, to actually be able to trigger the fresh blood of that bunch of old fellows which had long turned cold. An army burning with righteous indignation was bound to win. Under this sort of circumstance, even if he won today, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory too. The generals disregarding their lives, the soldiers not fearing death. This battle was not easy to win. Except when the arrow was on the notch, it must fly. He did not believe, with his grand completion heaven glimpse strength, these guys could still flip the heavens. However, before he could react, Bai Chen raised his long spear and stabbed over towards him brazenly. "Kill!" Bai Chen gave a fierce cry, carrying indomitable imposing momentum, and charged over towards Hu Tianang. At this moment, a hint of understanding was actually born in his heart. His spear art achieved a breakthrough at this moment. Except, no matter how he broke through, he still could not stand up to a single blow in front of Hu Tianyang. "Palace Lord, you mustn't." Bai Xiu completely did not think that Bai Chen actually charged straight at Hu Tianang. This move did not hold back. Bai Chen went harboring the resolve of certain death. The words earlier were not in order to inspire their morale. He was really going to show his determination with death, stimulating everyone's fighting spirits. One Bai Chen had no influence on the battle situation. But the moment he died, the situation would be completely different. At this moment, he actually gained admiration towards this palace lord, and also truly acknowledged him in his heart. It was just too bad he was already too late. Hu Tianang naturally understood this logic too. His brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, seeking death. Hu Tianang raised a pair of fleshy palm and smacked over towards Bai Chen. A palm move of a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse. What kind of power was that? A hint of a liberated faint smile actually revealed at the corners of Bai Chen's mouth. But right at this time, a dark black enormous claw extended out from the void. Bai Chen's spear had yet to stab out and was bounced back by a massive force. Boom! Hu Tianyang's palm collided together solidly with the enormous claw, kicking up a wave of massive undulation, evenly matched. Hu Tianyang's expression suddenly changed, staring fixedly at Gue Yun, akin to being confronted by a formidable enemy. "I actually stopped it. Truly inconceivable." When Bai Xiu saw this scene, his gaze was full of disbelief. A late-stage Heaven Glimpse Ghost Dao powerhouse actually blocked the all-out attack of a grand completion Heaven Glimpse? Only at this time did he know that Yi Yuan showed mercy to them that day. Otherwise, not a single one of them could live. So strong. What's the Black Ghost Claw? Why would it have such a terrifying strength? That Ghost Dao powerhouse has such formidable strength. To actually be able to fight to a draw with the Palace Lord. The Autumn Rain Sacred Palace that sighed. Each and every one of them also cried out sounds of exclamations all around, being utterly stunned by this scene. The originally almost guaranteed battle had a sudden turn of events. And the White Knight Sacred Palace this side, seeing this scene, each and every one of them was greatly roused. Hu Tianang was like a huge mountain pressing on their hearts, making them unable to gasp for air. Now, this huge mountain was actually held up by someone. I've said it before that with me around, you can be capricious. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. Yi Yuan already arrived behind him at no idea when. What are you still in a daze for? What I said earlier. You forgot it all. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Xiao and the rest trembled all over and cried out fiercely, "Kill! Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back." The rest were inexplicably stimulated too, pouncing over together. Everyone came harboring the resolve to die, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to resist the grand completion heaven glimpse Hua Tianyang. The hot blood was still there, but they did not need to die. At this time, Gue Yun already clashed fervently together with Hua Tianyang. The Nether Ghost Claw was extremely powerful. Matching up against Hua Tianyang, it did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Master Yi Yuan, thank you. Bai Chen said gratefully from the bottom of his heart, having barely escaped with his life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What you just did was pretty good." Bai Chen was like a child who was being praised, excited until he did not quite know what to do. He smiled bashfully and said, really? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Giving a peach, repaying with a plum. You treated them with a sincere heart, so they will naturally support you too. However, in the martial artist world, strength is forever the kingly way." Bai Chen's gaze revealed a determined look as he nodded and said, "Master, I got it. If we can defeat the Autumn Rain's sacred palace in this battle, this disciple will definitely cultivate hard." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no if, we'll definitely win." Truly shameless boasting. I wonder if you'll still be so conceited if you know that you're going to die. Bai Chen was suddenly startled. It turned out that an expert from the Autumn Rain's sacred palace already arrived not far from them since no idea when. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression. He just said coolly, "Conceited? Very sorry, I have never been conceited." Bai Chen said worriedly, "Master, he's Autumn Rain's sacred palace's 9th elder, Lan Shiru, initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. We already don't have Heaven Glimpse powerhouse on our side." At this time, both sides were in a tangled melee, but the Autumn Rain's sacred palace's Heaven Glimpse powerhouses had one more person. Lan Jiru could not find an opponent. He thought of coming to kill Bai Chen and Yi Yuan at the first moment. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You retreat to one side." Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, and he said disbelievingly, "Master, you want to deal with him alone? He's a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. Come, men. Quickly come, men. Everybody deal with Lan Jiru together." Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop Bai Chen and said coolly, "No need. You go and help the others, leave this guy to me." Bai Chen's expression changed, not knowing where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Grotto Profound Deity Realm fighting Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm one-on-one, was this a joke? Lan Jiru looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "Arrogant fellow. You think that by bringing along a Ghost Dao powerhouse by your side, you're invincible? If I didn't guess wrongly, you should only be Grotto Profound Realm, right?" He discerned from Bai Chen's reaction that Yi Yuan was definitely a Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Reckoned that he carried some strength-concealing divine artifact on him, that was why he could not see through his depths. Except, this Grotto Profound Deity Realm was so conceited, to actually dare go one-on-one with him. What a joke! Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the evil extermination sword and said with a calm look, "So what?" Lan Jiru laughed loudly and said, "So what? In front of Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm, Grotto Profound Deity Realms are ant-like existences. Since ancient times, there has never been an instance of Grotto Profound Realm defeating Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Do you think that you're writing a myth?" Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Is that so? Then I'll write a myth." Lan Jiru had yet to retort back in time, and Yi Yuan already moved. Sundering stars. The cutting edge of the sword drew a beautiful half-moon, bringing along a heaven-shocking sword Dao Law, and chopping down towards Lan Jiru. This sword move was swift to the extreme, not giving Lan Jiru any time to react at all. Although Lan Jiru was alarmed, he did not panic. Since he could not dodge, then raise the sword to block. How strong could a mere Grotto Profound martial artist's sword be? But when this sword's light landed on his sword, an overwhelming force instantly spread to his whole body from the sword body. Clank! Lan Jiru's body was akin to a cannonball, being dropped by Yi Yuan rapidly from the air. Boom! Lan Jiru's body was smashed heavily into the ground. smashing out a deep pit. When Bai Chun saw the scene, his eyeballs were almost popping out. This was also a little too powerful, right? Was Master Yi Yuan really a grotto profound deity realm? Bai Chun suddenly felt that his understanding was completely being subverted. Are my eyes fucking failing? Is Lord Yi Yuan really a grotto profound martial artist? Actually bringing down Lan Jiru with a sword? No mistake. The strength that Lord Yi Yuan used earlier was grotto profound deity realm and did not surpass this realm. A grotto profound martial artist is actually able to overpower a heaven glimpse powerhouse. This is too inconceivable. A myth. This is absolutely a myth. Since time immemorial, there has never been a grotto profound martial artist capable of leaping realms to overcome heaven glimpse powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan. He actually did it. This scene was overly shocking, even alarming the crowd who were currently in tangled warfare. Especially those grotto profound deity realm martial artists. The White Knight Sacred Palace's side occupied a considerable advantage. This point was naturally credited to Yi Yuan slaying over a dozen of the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's grotto profound powerhouses with one sword. Not just the Skyfoot Hill world, even in the Heavenspan world, there were totally no grotto profound martial artists capable of overcoming Heaven Glimpse powerhouses too. Even Jin Yu, that kind of genius with extremely deep comprehensions into Sword Dao laws, could not do this either. Between Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm and Grotto Profound Deity Realm, these two major realms, there was an insurmountable chasm. Heaven Glimpse Powerhouse could completely rely on the suppression of realm and forcefully crush Grotto Profound martial artists. In the Sky Foothill world, this kind of place, it was even less likely for a situation of jumping realms to battle to happen. But now, this mythology actually appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Swoosh! Lan Jiru sprang out from the ground and flew high in the sky once more, facing off with Yi Yuan. Damn it! You despicable person, to actually dare ambush! Lan Jiru cursed. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he taunted, ambush is it? Lan Jiru's expression was incomparably ugly. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, that sword move earlier had indeed posed a great threat to him. If not for his timely block, that sword could have taken his life. Until now, his arm was still numb. The power of that sword move was too terrifying. He was completely unable to imagine. A Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artist actually could unleash such a terrifying sword move. Clearly seemed to be an ordinary and insignificant slash, but transmitting onto his sword, it was actually able to produce such a tremendous force. This guy's utilization of the power of laws had simply reached the acme of perfection. Humph! Don't you get cocky? This seed admits that your strength is pretty good. It's just too bad that you're still only a Grotto Profound martial artist in the end. Such a formidable martial technique, you probably can't unleash more than a few sword moves, right? Your outcome is just death in the end. Lan Jiru shouted fiercely, raising his sword and attacking. Spirit devouring 9 swords. Sundering stars. A heaven glimpse deity realm. A grotto profound deity realm. 2 silhouettes clashed together in the midst of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. 2 figures were like phantoms, intertwining each other in the air, emitting a series of horrifying sound waves. Regardless of whether it was the White Knight Sacred Palace's martial artists or the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's powerhouses, they were all made uneasy by the great battle here. Hua Tianyang's expression was even more incomparably ugly. Just what kind of a freak did the White Knight Sacred Palace find? Grotto Profound Deity Realm fighting fiercely with Heaven Glimpse Realm, and this battle was actually evenly matched? Really a sheer fantasy. On Lan Jiru's side, the more he fought, the more alarmed he got. He simply did not dare to believe that such a horrifying attack. Yi Yuan was actually able to unleash it move after move. Those who did not know would even think that Yi Yuan was a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. However, Yi Yuan was clearly just a grand completion Grotto Profound martial artist. He did not even reach half-step Heaven Glimpse. This guy in front of him completely ran counter to common sense. Yi Yuan's chopping strike was overwhelming, making Lan Jiru want to vomit blood several times. Facing a Grotto Profound Realm martial artist, he was actually being suppressed all round. I want to see just what your limit is. I don't believe that you, a Grotto Profound Realm martial artist, can really release this kind of martial technique limitlessly. Lan Jiru was beaten by Yi Yuan until he had no strength to retaliate. He also resolved his heart to continue dawdling with Yi Yuan. Of course, he seemed to not have better ideas too. Under this sort of circumstance, the only thing that he could do was to wait for Yi Yuan's divine essence to run out. At that time, it would be the chance for his counterattack. Bai Chun was excited until his face flushed red. He knew that Master Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not think that he could be strong to such an extent. This battle, Yi Yuan would most certainly win. Suddenly, he raised his long spear and said sternly, "Kill, kill, kill! Blood debts need to be paid in blood. Today, we'll make the autumn rain's sacred palace's vermins come without returning." Done talking, Bai Chun brought along an indomitable, imposing momentum and joined the tangled warfare. His spear art broke through before this. Now, his strength had increased greatly. Facing off against the autumn rain's sacred palace's grotto profound powerhouses, he did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Under this sort of circumstance, the autumn rain's sacred palace's declining trend gradually manifested. Due to low-end combat power being lacking, the autumn rain's sacred palace's grotto profound martial artists often had to face 2, even 3 opponents. In Huatianyang's original plans, although the manpower on their side was low, the high-end combat power was very adequate. The White Knight's sacred palace missing by Yehai, their side would be able to directly crush with the high-end combat power. In front of Heaven Glimpse deity realms, those grotto profound had no place to show their abilities at all. But now he was hindered by Gue Yun, unable to make time at all. This way, both parties' combat power became much more balanced. What was even more damnable was that Yi Yuan actually tied down the only additional Heaven Glimpse powerhouse, Lan Jiru. The White Knight's sacred palace's advantage in numbers became increasingly evident. By Qin joining the group battles, he had an appearance that feared no death, charging ahead crazily. He hated Huatianyang to the extreme. When fighting at this time, it was really without regard for his life. The others being infected by him, each and every one of them also became greatly roused in spirit, killing until the autumn rain's sacred palace threw away their helmet and coat of mail. Very soon, casualties started appearing on the autumn rain's sacred palace's side. Huatianyang was burning with anxiety, but could not do anything to Gue Yun at all. The Nether Ghost Claw was truly incomparably powerful. No matter how hard he attacked, it was to no avail. Gue Yun's Ghost Dao 100 runes was already cultivated to the 3rd rune. Although his realm had yet to break through, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Jumping realms to battle was not a big deal to him. After all, this Ghost Dao 100 runes was the Ghost Dao's first-rate secret art. Huatianyang never thought that the battle situation would actually play out to this kind of situation. How could he still think about swallowing up the White Knight's sacred palace now? He only wanted to quickly get away now. But the White Knight's sacred palace's people were all crazed with fighting. Each and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, pestering incessantly, not giving them the chance to get out at all. Retreating at this time was too dangerous. They were bound to suffer heavy losses. Boom! Right at this time, a violent explosion sound came from the other side. Huatianyang's expression turned austere. Finding time to sneak a glance, he could not help being greatly astonished in his heart. Lan Jiru was bathed in blood from head to toe. In a sorry plight, fresh blood sprang wildly from his mouth. Clearly, he almost could not hold on anymore. In contrast, Yi Yuan raised his long sword and rushed over again. Huatianyang was incomparably shocked in his heart. How could a grotto profound deity realm martial artist possibly be tough to such a degree? Looking at it, Lan Jiru was going to fall in Yi Yuan's hands sooner or later. At the start, his thinking was the same as Lan Jiru's, feeling that Yi Yuan could only persist for a little while. That kind of swift and fierce martial technique it was impossible to release limitlessly. But a long time had already passed, and Yi Yuan had released no idea how many sword moves and still did not show signs of his divine essence being depleted. Could it be that this guy's divine essence was limitless? At this very moment, Huatianyang already wanted to beat a retreat in his heart. Carry on hesitating, the situation would probably be even worse. Lan Jiru looked at Yi Yuan, who was walking over slowly. His expression flickered incessantly. You. Could it be that your divine essence is endless? How? How can it be like this? Lan Jiru's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. The existence of this guy in front of him completely subverted his understanding of this world. Everything was completely different from common sense. Now he smelled the smell of death. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "A dead person doesn't need to know so much." Lan Jiru's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "I don't believe that a grotto profound can really defy the heavens. Soul-devouring 9 swords, 9th sword. Soul-devouring blood slaughter." Suddenly, fresh blood surged within Lan Jiru's body. It rose up crazily. Hua Tianyang's expression changed. Lan Jiru was actually being forced to this extent? This soul-devouring blood slaughter was sacrificing one's life as the price, obtaining a large increase in strength within a short time. Although the power was extremely terrifying, when this move was used until the end, he himself would also kick the bucket. Lan Jiru was going for mutual destruction here. Bai Chen rallied a spear vigorously, directly penetrating the chest of an opposing grotto profound powerhouse. Right at this time, he sensed a powerful to the extreme aura. Turning back to look, his expression could not help changing drastically. Not good. Master Yi Yuan is in danger. Bai Chen's expression changed as he said, "What a powerful aura." Lan Jiru was merely a newly entered initial stage heaven glimpse powerhouse before this. The aura now already rose to the peak of initial stage heaven glimpse. This guy is going for mutual destruction, wanting to drag Lord Yi Yuan down before his death too. Damn it! What a powerful sword. Lord Yi Yuan is in danger. When the White Knight Sacred Palace martial artists who were just finishing off the battles saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed greatly. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with an indifferent look and said nonchalantly, "Boring game. Since that's the case, I'll use the complete version Sundering Stars to send you on your way then." Yi Yuan's sword slowly raised up. An ordinary and bland sword, the surroundings did not have the least bit of undulations. The people around them could not even perceive any aura from this act of Yi Yuan. No one could feel any undulations of the power of laws. My sword. It's actually out of control. Mine too. It's trembling. At this time, the swords in the hands of all people who used swords actually had a feeling of getting out of control. Yi Yuan's wrist shook, waving his sword down. Whoosh! Without any grand divine essence undulations, only a soft tearing through the air sound. Lan Jiru's body suddenly turned stiff, and that steadily rising aura suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan slowly put away his sword, his breathing appearing rather disorderly. The expenditure for this move was really quite big for him. What happened? The fight ended just like this? Yeah. I only saw Lord Yi Yuan wave a sword and it's done? What move is this? Why isn't there any undulations at all? Poo work. Just as the people had dumbstruck faces, Lan Jiru's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Soul-devouring blood slaughter, this move had yet to be used and he already died thoroughly. The shock in Hua Tianyang's heart could not be any greater. Lan Jiru, who used soul-devouring blood slaughter, was actually killed by Yi Yuan with a sword just like this. The truth and falsehood of that sword just now, even he, this grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse, did not see through. Outsiders looking over, it was just a casual wave, ordinary and bland. Everyone only heard the sound of tearing through the air. And then, Lan Jiru exploded. Retreat! Hua Tianyang made a prompt decision, his aura suddenly erupting, forcing back the nether ghost law a bit, his figure fleeing into the distance like lightning. As soon as he ran, how could the others still have the idea of continuing to fight? All were eager to escape, but everyone's strength was more or less the same. So how could wanting to run be that easy? Therefore, the originally tangled melee became a pursuit. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses became more courageous as they fought, while the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's Deity Realm powerhouses fled as they fought. In an instant, they chased out 100,000 miles away. The Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's Deity Realm powerhouses perished one after another. So much so that during the process of the pursuit, Bai Xiu had a grand display of invincible might, finishing off a heaven-glimpsed deity realm elder of the opposite side. With this, the White Knight Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses felt greatly roused in spirits, marching straight in all the way, hunting down frenziedly. Along the way, Yi Yuan followed the group of people unhurriedly. All the way until they killed to the borders of the two great sacred palaces, did Yi Yuan call out in a clear voice, "All right, stop here." Only then did the White Knight Sacred Palace's group of powerhouses stop with a feeling of longing for more. "Master Yi Yuan, why not chase further? Isn't it good for us to follow up a victory with pursuit and destroy the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace in one fell swoop? Avenging Father," Bai Chun said puzzledly. Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. Mo Yun spoke up, "Palace Lord. Lord Yi Yuan's meaning is, don't pursue a desperate foe. Huatianyang is a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse in the end. For us to really push him into a dead end, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine." Bai Chen's expression changed, discovering that Gue Yun had long disappeared already. Most likely, the expenditure of this battle to him was rather huge too. "I understand." Bai Chen nodded his head and said seriously, "This fight initially was in the midst of a hopeless situation, but it concluded with a flawless victory, exceeding everyone's expectations. Currently, everyone was dancing for joy like they were crazy. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty." They knew that this victory was entirely Yi Yuan reversing the hopeless situation alone. Without Yi Yuan, the current White Knight Sacred Palace would probably already be utterly destroyed. Lord Yi Yuan is truly a godlike figure. To actually be able to slay a heaven glimpse realm powerhouse with Grotto Profound Realm. This is an earth-shaking battle achievement, completely subverting our understanding. That last sword move was simply a marvelous work of art. This heaven glimpse deity realm martial artist actually completely could not see through it at all. Everyone chimed in one after another, feeling deeply incredulous at Yi Yuan's miraculous battle achievement. The complete version Sundering Stars was a sword move that condensed sword Dao laws to the extreme. Not that it did not have any trace of divine essence undulation, but all of Yi Yuan's divine essence was compressed into an extremely small range. Condensed but not scattered, this move seemed ordinary. Actually, it was a move that applied sword Dao laws to the limits. The burden of this move on Yi Yuan was huge too. With his thick divine essence, he could pretty much only release one sword move. Once this sword move failed, he would not have the strength to fight again. The great battle ceasing, the White Knight Sacred Palace was in jubilation. Through this battle, Bai Chun established an exceedingly high prestige among the group of elders. Although his strength was still very weak and he also had many lacking aspects when doing things in terms of sentiments, everybody already accepted this new palace lord. Moreover, behind Bai Chun even had Yi Yuan, this grand elder, assisting. Bai Chun finally gained a firm foothold in the White Knight Sacred Palace. Originally, Bai Xiu and the rest were planning on hosting a grand Ascension ceremony, but it was refused by Bai Chun. After coming back from the battlefield, Bai Chun trained in the spear art bitterly every day. This war also let Bai Chun mature. He knew that if he could not become strong, all of the authority and all of the wealth and glory were all a fleeting illusion. Could see, could not touch. He did not know how long Yi Yuan would stay here still. He could only train himself to become stronger as soon as possible. Hua, hua, hua. Bai Chen stabbed straight one spear after another, bringing along a piercing wind sound. His spear art seemed to be no different from mortal martial artists. In reality, each spear carried the undulations of the power of laws. This spear art was very powerful and consumed a lot of divine essence. Very soon, dense sweat beads seeped out on Bai Chen's forehead. Hua! Another spear stabbed out. There was suddenly a blur before his eyes. An additional figure actually appeared. Bai Chen was greatly astonished, hurriedly wanting to pull back the spear. But this spear had an imposing momentum. He was not prepared at all. How could there be time to pull back if he wanted to? But in the next instant, Bai Chun opened his eyes wide. His heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. Master Yi Yuan, Bai Chun exclaimed. Yi Yuan just extended two fingers and easily caught his spear. Bai Chen's heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. Such a soft and feeble spear, how can it kill people? Yi Yuan shook his head and said. Bai Chen could not help choking when he heard that and said unyieldingly, I pulled back the spear momentum just now. That's why it would be caught by Master so easily. He had just broken through. But Yi Yuan poured cold water on his head. How could Bai Chen not be depressed? He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was formidable, but he was also very confident in his own spear art. To say that it was soft and feeble, he was unwilling to submit. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Is that so? Use your strongest move and try stabbing over. I'm standing right here. A hint of slyness flashed across in Bai Chen's gaze, and he said with a smile, Master, that's what you said. Yi Yuan said coolly, I said it. Bai Chen pulled back the spear and stood there. The spear momentum on his body started gradually condensing. Be careful, Master. He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was exceedingly powerful. Even if he used his full strength, it was also not possible to shake Yi Yuan in the slightest. What he wanted to do was force Yi Yuan to defend. He wanted to prove that his spear was not a soft and feeble spear. After several breaths, Bai Chen's spear momentum rose to the peak. Ha! Bai Chen suddenly stabbed a spear out. The powerful force made Yi Yuan's clothes flutter wildly. This spear was extremely fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. But in the next instant, Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan extended 2 fingers once more, clamping onto the spear tip in front of his face. No matter how he exerted strength, he was also unable to pierce through in the slightest. Yi Yuan's finger shook. The hand that Bai Chen was grabbing the long spear with had been directly shaken off. It was only to see the long spear turned lightly, twirling around. It was grasped by Yi Yuan's hands. Although I haven't extensively studied the spear Dao before, the great Dao is multifarious, all roads leading to the same goal. I'll deploy one spear move. You watch closely. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the aura on his body suddenly changed, suddenly stabbing a spear out. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, staring fixedly at the heavy spear in Yi Yuan's hands. This spear was the exact same angle and strength of the spear he did just now. It was practically the reproduction of that spear earlier. But the power of the spear was more than 100 times stronger than his. Boom! Yi Yuan's spear momentum abruptly ceased. The entire space produced an intense tremor. The area where the spear tip stopped, the space actually produced fine cracks, then returned to normal very quickly. Bai Chen's expression was incomparably ugly as he said in disbelief, How can it be like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, The way of the heavens diminishes the excess and compensates for the shortage. The spear art's heavy momentum, you must pay attention to that indomitable imposing momentum. However, it was easily broken just now. Your spear art has excessive toughness and inadequate gentleness. Although the might of a spear is fierce, once blocked by the enemy, you won't have the strength to battle anymore. When you comprehend a trace of gentle force from the toughness and understand the logic of restraint, your imposing momentum shall continue unbroken, akin to a series of waves, advancing forth irresistibly. Bai Chen was still perplexed as he said, but wouldn't mixing gentle force in the spear art lose a portion of strength? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You're still staying at the realm of seeing the mountain as the mountain. In order to have the strength to continue fighting, forcefully pulling back a portion of the force, this is the true way. I'll display it once more, you see if I held back power or not. Bai Chen's expression turned intent, retreating to one side, his eyes glued on Yi Yuan. Still the same identical spear, Yi Yuan made a move again. That indomitable, imposing momentum did not hold back in the slightest. Bai Chen stared fixedly at the spear top. His body suddenly shuddered. That spear move just now? Yi Yuan did not point out anything, leaving many details unspoken. But this time he saw it clearly. Master clearly did not pull back the spear, but at the final juncture, the heavy spear's speed seemed to slow down. It was as if it was traversing space and time. This feeling was indescribably bizarre. Boom! The space produced fine cracks once more. What a terrifying spear. Bai Chen was certain that even if Master's realm was the same as his, using this spear, he could easily kill middle-stage grotto profound martial artists too. Understood it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Chun shook his head and said, I can't do it. Yi Yuan was tickled the moment he heard it and said with a laugh, if you can do it, what can I teach you? Carrying gentleness in toughness, carrying toughness in gentleness. A combination of toughness and gentleness. That's the strongest attack. You need to remember that spear move just now in your head and practice hard. There will come a day where you'll be able to understand. Bai Chun nodded his head solemnly and said, Master, I got it. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly. He knew that Bai Chun really understood. There was no shortcut to cultivation. Only by paying even more sweat than others could only gain even more. But Yi Yuan pointed a direction for Bai Chun. It was like a lighthouse in the vast ocean, able to let Bai Chun take fewer detours. Yi Yuan's words sounded simple, but performing it required many, many years of bitter cultivation. Bai Chun understood that his road was still very long. However, Bai Chun's talent was indeed very decent. It was no wonder that Bai Yehai chose him to be the young lord. Given time, it was merely a matter of time for him to surpass those older brothers of his. Master, are you looking for me for something? The two people came to a small pavilion by the side to rest. Bai Chun suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Yi Yuan nodded and said, My identity. I believe you already know, right? Bai Chen's expression changed and he pretended to be puzzled as he said, Your identity? Aren't you my master? White Knight, Sacred Palace's Grand Elder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You still want to play these little games in front of me? Those medicinal pills, if you don't recognize those pills, could it be that Mo Yun can't recognize them either? Bai Chen's expression instantly became incomparably embarrassed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had everything under control. Master, Yi Yuan stopped Bai Chen from carrying on with a hand gesture. Suddenly, his expression turned stern and he said in a cold voice, My objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world is very simple. It's for the sake of the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. For this, I'll do whatever it takes. Bai Chen's expression changed. That powerful aura of Yi Yuan's crushed him until he virtually could not breathe. Master, the White Knight Sacred Palace doesn't have myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones. Bai Chun said flusteredly. Yi Yuan withdrew his aura and asked, Could it be that myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones are all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace? Bai Chun nodded his head slightly and said, The myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone is immensely helpful toward the breakthrough of Deity Realm powerhouses. Even Origin Deity Realm powerhouses can't do without it either. Therefore, the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones are basically all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. The myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones that flows out of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace are extremely, extremely few. It's basically very hard to see in the outside world. Hearing this, Yi Yuan immediately felt his head swell. Each day that he delayed, Mu Lingshua's spiritual consciousness would flow away a bit. Originally thought that the White Knight Sacred Palace, this kind of powerful faction, would have 1 or 2 pieces of myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones, but did not expect that this thing was actually rare to this sort of degree. Bai Chun was very perplexed when he saw Yi Yuan's sorrowful look and said cautiously, Master, according to what I know, don't you all just need myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, purple sand gold, one of the 3 kinds will do. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I'm not finding the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone in order to complete the mission, but it is for another purpose. It has a life-saving usage for me, so I have to obtain it at all costs. Bai Chun was slightly surprised, not expecting that it would actually be like this. No wonder when Yi Yuan obtained the 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, he just sized it up slightly, then kept it. It seemed like this master of his was also a person with a story. Not only did Master Yi Yuan save my life, he even gave me a new life. His kindness to me, I can't repay finish even if I die 10 times. The myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone must be very important to him. No matter what, I must help him obtain the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. Without going through much mental struggle, Bai Chun made up his mind. Master, actually, if you want to obtain the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, there's an opportunity. It's just that, Still have to wait for 10 years. Bai Chen said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, You say? Bai Chen said, After 10 years, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace will open up the divine ruins. The myriad longevity heavenly soulstone is produced there. It's just that. Talking until here, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment. Yi Yuan immediately understood and said with a smile, It's just that that place is very dangerous. Yes? Bai Chen nodded and said, That's right. Inside the divine ruins is full of opportunities, but it is also full of dangers. Furthermore, when the time comes, the Sky Foothill World's 7 great sacred palaces will all enter inside. It will be very perilous. Yi Yuan said without any care, I've said it before at all costs. Cough, cough, cough. Poowork. Inside a hidden underground palace hall in the Sky Foothill world, Qin Tian coughed violently and following that vomited a large mouthful of blood. Really damn it. I didn't expect to get implicated by accident, being severely injured by that damn life-end palace lord. With this, no idea how long I'll be delayed, Qin Tian said with a gloomy face. After Qin Tian infiltrated into the Sky Foothill world, he did not dare to move about in the outside world in such a flagrant manner like Yi Yuan. Once discovered by people that he was an outsider, he would face the entire Sky Foothill world's pursuit. Especially that mysterious Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Just how powerful was its strength, nobody knew either. He had laid low for a long time and finally found an opportunity, running into a lone sacred palace elder. With Qin Tian's strength, as long as he did not encounter the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's origin deity powerhouses, he could basically roam as he pleased in the entire continent. Hence, he finished off that elder with momentum like a thunderclap, searched his soul, and knew about this elder's everything. Done with all these, Qin Tian disguised as this elder covered his face, planning on infiltrating into the sacred palace and borrowing the sacred palace's strength to investigate Yi Yuan's whereabouts. He did not expect that on the way he encountered the assassination of an assassin with extremely fearsome strength. With this, Qin Tian met with 8 lifetimes of rotten luck. Although that killer's realm was inferior to Qin Tian's, his concealed assassination abilities were first-rate. Under the ambush, he seriously wounded Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian was Wu Meng capital city's peerless genius in the end. By relying on his powerful strength, he slew this assassin. Only upon searching the remnant soul of this killer did Qin Tian learn that this guy's assassination target was precisely that elder. He actually blocked the spear for that old thing. The killer's strength was not weak, causing massive wounds to Qin Tian. It was hard to recover in a short while. However, he learned from that killer's remnant soul that this killer was the palace lord of an assassin organization called Life End Sacred Palace. The strength of the opponent this trip was too powerful, and that was why he would personally take action. With this, Qin Tian was even more depressed until he went crazy. What was called passing away before getting the final victory was probably the sort of situation, right? Qin Tian's mind stirred. Might as well disguise as this Life End Palace Lord and hide in the Life End Sacred Palace. This way it was safer. Suddenly, someone outside the hidden room requested an audience. Qin Tian forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and pretended to be profound. Reporting to Palace Lord, the thing that you wanted to inquire about, this subordinate has already inquired clearly. Recently, there was indeed an expert called Yi Yuan who rose to fame, even slaying a Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse with Grotto Profound deity realm cultivation, already becoming a legend in the entire Sky Foothill world, said the subordinate outside the door carefully. This palace lord did not have a good temper and would kill people at a drop of a hat. Inside the hidden chamber became silent, with no activities for quite a while. That subordinate did not know that the palace lord currently had monstrous waves stirred up in his heart. Grotto Profound realm-slaying Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. This was also something that virtually no one could accomplish in the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan actually did it. Although the strength of Sky Foothill World's Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists could not match up to the Heavenspan worlds on the whole, Heaven Glimpse deity realm was Heaven Glimpse deity realm. It was absolutely not what Grotto Profound realm martial artists could compare to. This guy's rise already cannot be stopped. If I don't kill him here, probably after he ventures out I won't have the chance to kill him anymore. Qin Tian secretly thought. Qin Tian imitated the Life-End Palace Lord's voice and said in a cold voice, "Go and spread an intel, say that this Yu Yuan is an invader. This matter must be settled, and let all of the sacred palaces know. Lastly, it even has to spread to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Understood?" That subordinate's expression turned fearful and he hurriedly voiced his assent. "Yes, Palace Lord." This subordinate understands. Poo work. The moment that subordinate left, Qin Tian could not resist vomiting a large mouthful of blood again. This Life-End Palace Lord's concealment-killing arts are truly profound. I had my heart meridians wounded by him. Without a few years' time, I probably can't recover. Qin Tian swallowed a medicinal pill, slightly alleviating the injuries. This guy used no idea what kind of method to actually be able to hide from the Sky Foothill world's powerhouse's eyes and ears. But you probably never dreamed that I, Qin Tian, would infiltrate into the Sky Foothill world, right? When the Sky Foothill Divine Palace finds you, I see how you still continue to be arrogant. Haha. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Yuan indeed did not know that Qin Tian actually followed his footsteps and came to the Sky Foothill world. In Wu Meng Academy, the missions that students accept were strictly confidential. Firstly, it was in order to protect the students' safety. Secondly, it was in order to protect the small world's coordinates from leaking out. Unless there was the Wu Meng City Lord or Academy Head's tacit consent. For Qin Tian to be able to get the coordinates already indicated many problems in the first place. Learning that the divine ruins were opening 10 years later, Yi Yuan entered close seclusion. Before departing, Yi Yuan used points and low-grade divine stones, respectively exchanging for a large batch of Tier 1 spirit medicines. These Tier 1 spirit medicines, he had refined all into medicinal pills to use for cultivation. Now, each minor realm that Yi Yuan raised had to expend massive resources. It was more than 10 times that of other people. Fortunately, he was an alchemist himself. Otherwise, he could forget about breaking through. In a blink, Yi Yuan cultivated for as long as 10 years inside the world-suppressing steel space. His realm finally reached the peak state of Grand Completion Grotto Profound. Senior, I seem to have already touched the threshold of Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. But this Chaos Heavenspan canon, I keep on being unable to create the second level. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. With Yi Yuan's comprehension of heavenly Tao as well as comprehension in the power of laws, breaking through to Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm was just an inevitable thing. He had just reached peak Grand Completion Grotto Profound and already had a feeling in his heart. This was already much stronger than the vast majority of martial artists. It was just that the Chaos Heavenspan canon, this cultivation method, was too heaven-defying. Wanting to go a step further was truly as hard as ascending to the heavens. If not for so, Dustless also would not object to Yi Yuan creating a cultivation method back then. Dustless sighed and said, "Grotto Profound, discerning heaven's secrets. It's just having a feeling in your heart. Heaven Glimpse, looking at a leopard through a tube, seeing only one spot, glimpsing a corner of heavenly Tao. The cultivation methods that others cultivate are shallow. The corner of heaven that they glimpse is naturally much smaller. While you, the heavenly Tao that you have to pry into is too many and too large. This step is more than 100 times harder than others." Yi Yuan said, "The battle with that Heaven Glimpse powerhouse the last time, I had a feeling in my heart. It's just that this trace of opportunity, no idea when it will come again." The last time Yi Yuan comprehended the Chaos Heavenspan canon, he opened up a gap with Alchemy Tao as the opportunity. But this time he could not. Yi Yuan's Alchemy Tao still only remained at the standard of one-star Alchemy God, and was totally unable to open the second level's gap. Dustless fell silent for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You're in dire need to increase strength currently. Since that's the case, why not activate the world-suppressing steel's death cultivation space then?" Yi Yuan froze and said, "Death cultivation space?" Dustless nodded and said, "This is actually the martial Tao inheritance that Immortal Grave planned on leaving to his disciples. It's just that this cultivation space is too dangerous, so I never told you all along. Death cultivation space. One will really die." Passing through a water screen, Yi Yuan felt his divine soul quiver a bit. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. But this feeling of discomfort vanished very quickly. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there was a blurry shadow ahead, gradually becoming clearer. Then, that silhouette walked over towards him like two sides of a mirror. This figure was exactly the same as Yi Yuan. This death cultivation space did not have any special aspects. It was just that Yi Yuan's opponent was himself. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's means were exceedingly formidable. This death cultivation space was very magical and could perfectly replicate Yi Yuan's strength, creating a clone that was indistinguishable from the real or illusion. And what Yi Yuan had to do was not to kill the other party, but break through his own limits under the other party's hellish training. Yi Yuan, think properly. Once this death cultivation space activates, either you die or he perishes. Even I'm unable to make it stop either. Dustless's voice sounded out by Yi Yuan's ear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is already the 10th time that you said it to me. Let's go." Dustless scolded laughingly and said, "You brat are really a monomaniac." Finished talking, Dustless's voice was no longer heard. Then an icy-cold voice sounded out in the space. "Death cultivation activates now." The Yi Yuan opposite released an evil smile, making Yi Yuan's heart turn slightly cold. "You're very strong. To actually give me such a powerful body," said the other Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that this guy opposite actually had his own consciousness. The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looking at your expression, you're very surprised, right? I'm not a machine that only knows slaughter. I have an independent personality. I will think about how to kill you." After the shock, Yi Yuan's state of mind also calmed down and he said with a smile, "Couldn't ask for me. Bring it." The other Yi Yuan smiled sinisterly, his figure suddenly disappearing. Clank! Yi Yuan waved his hand to execute Sundering Stars. Two terrifying attacks collided together, shocking Yi Yuan's figure back repeatedly. Sundering Stars. What the other Yi Yuan used was also Sundering Stars. Furthermore, the other party's strength, as well as the application of Sundering Stars, was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Even the sword in the other party's hands also perfectly replicated the evil extermination sword. No wonder it was called Death Cultivation Space. Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of secret to speak of in front of the other party. Such an opponent was too terrifying. The power of the Sundering Stars is still pretty good, right? Relax. There are even more surprises waiting for you, said the other Yi Yuan with an evil smile. Didn't think that the other me is actually talkative? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Ho, that's just you not understanding yourself. I'm actually just another you." All right, you win. Can you give me more surprises?" Yi Yuan said. "As you wish." Whoosh! Another ray of sword light. The two figures moved, clashing together violently. The two people's battle did not have the slightest skill to speak of. They both understood the other party too well. Any tricks had no place to show its prowess. The more Yi Yuan fought, the more alarmed he got. Not only did the other party perfectly replicate himself in strength, it even perfectly copied in terms of fighting will and combat talent too. The other party's keen insight made all of his schemes fall through in the end. This was a truly powerful opponent. In front of the other party, Yi Yuan did not have a shred of advantage to speak of. Two surges of terrifying power bombarded everywhere in the space, shocking the entire space until it trembled endlessly. Sigh. This kid is bound to encounter many formidable enemies on his rise up. But probably any formidable adversary can't compare to as strong as this time. Immortal Grove, that old geezer is really a genius to actually be able to come up with this kind of perverted method to hone people. However, if Yi Yuan is really able to defeat himself, it's absolutely a great benefit to him, Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Just as Yi Yuan entered Death Cultivation, the entire Sky Foothill world was lit on fire by a rumor. What? The White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder is actually an outsider world's intruder. Like I said, when did the Sky Foothill world produce such an impressive genius? Grotto Profound Realm actually capable of slaying Heaven Glimpse Realm. White Knight Sacred Palace actually let an intruder become the Grand Elder. This is simply a massive joke. Under the Life End Sacred Palace's deliberate spreading, This rumor spread throughout the various major sacred palaces like the wind. Currently, Bai Chen and Mo Yun duo were like ants on a hot pan, pacing about anxiously. Yet, Yi Yuan was in close seclusion at this time too. This made the two of them lose the main pillar. However, Mo Yun was much more experienced in the end. Seeing Bai Chen's utterly stupefied appearance, he opened his mouth and said, "Palace Lord, the more it's like this, the calmer we have to be. Your appearance, it will be seen through the moment others see it." After Mo Yun consumed the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan gave, he already successfully broke through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Currently, he already became White Knight Sacred Palace's 9th elder rightfully. Bai Chen sighed and said, "Of course I know. It's also only in front of teacher Mo Yun that I'll be like this." Mo Yun nodded his head. He knew that Bai Chen was indeed much more mature now. "This matter is a huge deal. Even in front of me, Palace Lord mustn't be like this too," Mo Yun said. Bai Chen nodded his head and said with a resentful look, "This matter, only you and I know, just who leaked it out. Unless, apart from you and me, there is still someone else who knows about Master Yi Yuan's true identity." Mo Yun frowned and said, "That's hard to say. But to be able to spread this rumor to such a degree, the other party's force probably can't be underestimated." Bai Chen said gloomily, "Sai, I'm not worried about the rumor. What I'm worried about is the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's attitude. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace monitors the world. This matter is probably hard to escape their eyes and ears." Right at this time, the voice of a guard came from outside, appearing rather flustered. "Palace Lord, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy has arrived. The Deputy Palace Lord requests Palace Lord and Elder Mo Yun to go and welcome the envoy together." The two people's expressions changed. It was really whatever one feared, whatever came. They did not expect that the Sky Foothill Divine Palace was so sensitive toward intruders actually arriving so quickly. Mo Yun drew a deep breath and said to Bai Chen, "No matter what, we mustn't reveal any flaws. We can take it as we don't know, but we mustn't let the divine envoy see through any further. Otherwise, the White Knight Sacred Palace will be eternally doomed." Bai Chen's expression turned stern and he nodded his head solemnly. Outside the White Knight Sacred Palace, an azure-robed middle-aged man stood in the air. The middle-aged man's expression was frosty, his bearing extraordinary. One look and it was an expert. Bai Chen swarmed out with Bai Xiu and the others, a large group of deity realm powerhouses, and bowed down toward that middle-aged man. White Knight Sacred Palace's Palace Lord Bai Chen leads everyone to respectfully receive Lord Divine Envoy. The middle-aged man lightly gave an and slowly said, "This envoy is Azure Peak. Under the orders of the Divine Palace, I specially came to investigate White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan. Now, let him come and see me." Hugh. Yi Yuan's breathing became heavier and heavier. The face-off with his other self also became more and more ability falling short of one's desire. These two people already had a great battle in the death cultivation space for 3 days and nights. Even if Yi Yuan's divine essence consumption was extremely small, he also could not quite sustain anymore at this time. After all, his opponent was not someone else but himself. This opponent was too strong. In these 3 days, Yi Yuan virtually used all of his means once, but just could not do anything to the other party. "Haha, why are you getting weaker and weaker? Seeing my other self so weak, it really feels shameful. So, you go to hell." The other Yi Yuan had a mocking smile, the strength in his hands becoming greater and greater. The two people were evenly matched from the beginning. Until now, Yi Yuan could only be wary of warding off blows already. The other Yi Yuan's moves did not deviate from Yi Yuan's vital areas, making Yi Yuan face constant danger. Heh. In this death cultivation space, my divine essence is limitless. But your divine essence will become lesser and lesser along with the consumption of battle. Your final outcome can only be death, said the other Yi Yuan with a loud laugh. This cloned Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of compassion for the original body. The mission that this space gave to him was to kill the original body. In this space, the clone body's divine essence would continually be restored. While Yi Yuan himself, although Yi Yuan drew the surrounding spiritual energy when fighting, the recovery speed clearly could not match up to the clones. Hence, as time went on, Yi Yuan would be in greater danger. Outside the space, Dustless paid close attention to Yi Yuan with a nervous look, clenching both fists together nervously. He knew that Yi Yuan already arrived at an extremely dangerous juncture. If Yi Yuan still could not find the method to defeat himself, he was bound to die inside. Once death cultivation activated, even he was unable to stop it too. Dustless knew that Yi Yuan encountered his greatest challenge since birth. Because his opponent was not someone else but himself. This death cultivation space's terrifying aspect lied here. Regardless of how powerful your strength was, if you did not have the determination to overcome yourself, you would never be able to walk out of here. Come on, Yi Yuan. Don't disappoint this old man. The expression on Dustless's face was almost twitching, displaying the tension in his heart currently. The reason why he suggested such a dangerous cultivation method was because he knew how difficult it was for Yi Yuan to create the second-level Chaos Heavenspan cannon. If Yi Yuan was unable to surpass himself, he might never find this hint of opportunity as well. Even if he found it, it would also be no idea how many years later. At that time, Mu Lingxue would have long been dead. The current Yi Yuan needed powerful strength. He needed to seize the myriad longevity heavenly soulstone for Mu Lingxue. Although this method was perilous, it was the most effective method to squeeze out potential. When people faced their true self, then get pressed to the limits, they would try everything to surpass themselves, seeking a lease of life from there. Except, people able to do it were extremely few. Actually, this death cultivation space was an incomplete product of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Groves. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had once captured quite a number of people before to go in and experiment, in order to perfect this death cultivation space. He hoped to find a method that could squeeze out potential and also reduce the mortality rate. Among them had Origin Deity Realm martial artists, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, even Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses. Adding them up, there were probably hundreds. It was just that the final result, not a single person came out of the death cultivation. Those able to cultivate to the Celestial Deity Realm could be said to be 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But such geniuses were unable to overcome themselves too. The danger of this cultivation method could be imagined. When Dustless proposed this method, he was actually very conflicted in his heart too. It was just that spending a long time with Yi Yuan, Dustless more or less received a bit of Yi Yuan's influence. On one hand, Yi Yuan's talent was absolutely very terrifying. On the other hand, Yi Yuan's spirit of betting it all on one throw also unknowingly affected him. Swish! A sword edge tore apart Yi Yuan's clothes, slicing his muscles. Dustless' expression changed. Yi Yuan was starting to get injured. This was not a good sign. It showed that Yi Yuan's divine essence reserves were already inadequate to support this battle. However, this battle had to carry on. Swish! 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 Wound after wound was torn open on Yi Yuan's body. Ha ha, you're too weak. Weaklings shouldn't exist in this world. Give up. The clone's sword hacking on the original self's body seemed to have a bloodthirsty delight. Yi Yuan's divine essence became more and more drained. His physical abilities were almost reaching the limits too. Fighting with himself, the load on the body was too great. The current Yi Yuan felt like he almost could not raise his sword anymore. So tired. Could it be that this is the end? Inside Yi Yuan's mind, this voice kept on echoing. Immediately go and call Yi Yuan, no matter what he's doing right now. After 2 hours, if I don't see the person, you all will bear the consequences yourself. In the White Knight Sacred Palace's Great Hall, Azure Peak sat on the Palace Lord's position, his face sullen. This White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder had such haughty airs. This divine envoy, descended, and he was actually in close seclusion. Bai Chen's expression changed, and he said, Lord Divine Envoy, Grand Elder, he just went into a retreat not long. At this time, he's probably at a critical juncture in cultivation. Telling him to exit seclusion at this time probably isn't appropriate, right? Why not? Lord Divine Envoy, stay in the White Knight Sacred Palace for some time first. When Grand Elder leaves seclusion, Bai Chun will definitely notify your excellency right away. All right? Bang! Bai Chen's voice had yet to fade when Azure Peak gave a palm with a wave of a hand, directly striking him flying. Poo work. This Azure Peak was a grand completion heaven glimpse realm. How could Bai Chen's bit of strength be enough to look at? If not because he was the White Knight Sacred Palace's palace lord, this palm would probably directly take his life. This Lord Divine Envoy was so arrogant. The Divine Palace's orders, do you think that it's a joke? This Divine Envoy says 2 hours. Means it's 2 hours. Could it be that, whatever Grand Elder really is as the rumors say, an intruder? Amen? Azure Peak stared with his eyes wide. Everyone's hearts turned cold. The moment this unwarranted charge was put on, once ascertained, it would be an apocalyptic catastrophe. Bai Chen struggled to crawl up, glaring at Azure Peak. He was just about to flare up, but was forcefully pressed down by Mo Yun. But Bai Xiu came forward at this time and said to Azure Peak with clasped hands, Lord Divine Envoy, this hearsay is absolutely a rumor. Most likely, it was intentionally cooked up by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of guys. Lord Divine Envoy, please investigate. Grand Elder Yi Yuan had once taken action many times. His strength wasn't rejected by Heavenly Tao in the slightest. It's absolutely impossible to be an intruder. Azure Peak gave him a glance coldly and said, This Divine Envoy is on orders from high up this time, and brought the Tianlu Shrine over. Whether or not he's an intruder, one test and it will be known. Now don't make this Divine Envoy repeat it again. After 2 hours, this Divine Envoy wants to see him. The clone's sword plunged deeply into Yi Yuan's body. Laws entering the body, Yi Yuan's body seemed to be lacerated. The heart-piercing pain finally made Yi Yuan regain some consciousness. Pain, right? Give up struggling. A weakling like you isn't fit to live in this world. As the other Yi Yuan was talking, he agitated the sword in his hand, churning Yi Yuan's wound bigger and bigger. Golden blood spouted out wildly like a fountain, even being mixed in with some minced meat. The swift and fierce sword Dao laws penetrated the wound and wreaked havoc in Yi Yuan's internal organs. Yi Yuan's consciousness was getting more and more blurry, his eyes becoming more and more lax. Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of despair. Along the way, the hope that Yi Yuan gave him was too great. In fact, he never even thought that Yi Yuan would fail. But this time, Yi Yuan really did not have such good luck anymore. That rapidly flowing away vitality was currently showing that Yi Yuan was currently walking towards death. Under this kind of situation, Yi Yuan already completely did not have the possibility of retaliating. Sure enough, it still can't work. Dustless's words actually appeared rather choked up with sobs. These close to 100 years, he and Yi Yuan already fostered extremely deep affection. If one took the length of time into account, his time together with Yi Yuan was even longer than Long Tang's. One could say that he watched Yi Yuan grow up step by step. But now Yi Yuan was going to die. So tired. Really want to sleep just like this. Yeah, give up just like this then. A burst of intense weariness welled up, making Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. Walking all the way was really tiring. Seeing Yi Yuan's aura get weaker and weaker, a hint of a delighted, hideous grin flashed across the corners of the clone's mouth, as if this scene made him incomparably refreshed. But if I sleep, what will happen to Lingxue? There, she is waiting for me too. Also, lure, white light, father, mother. So many concerns. I can't die. The clone Yi Yuan, who saw fresh blood pouring in torrents, seemed to have become even more bloodthirsty. Ha ha ha. Go and die. The clone shouted fiercely and was about to move his sword to cut open Yi Yuan's body. But right at this time, a hand suddenly grabbed the sword body and slowly pulled the sword out of the body. This action made the clone and Dustless outside the space tremble all over, gazes revealing frightened looks. The clone's gaze turned intent, pouring divine essence crazily into the sword body, wanting to chop off Yi Yuan's palm. But Yi Yuan's palm was like an iron tong. He actually could not cut it. The current Yi Yuan still had both eyes shut like he was sleeping. But the power in his hands was unusually great. The clone's sword was forcefully pulled out of the body by Yi Yuan. His gaze turned intent, revealing a horrified look. Yi Yuan's body was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan had the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, but those sword Dao laws of his earlier already ravaged Yi Yuan's internal organs beyond description. Wanting to recover absolutely could not be done in a short while. More importantly, Yi Yuan was still in that state of sleep right now. Selfless realm. Selfless realm. The clone and Dustless practically shouted these two words at the same time. But the two people's expressions were completely different. The clone's shock could not be any greater, while Dustless was incredibly encouraged. Dustless completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually entered the selfless realm once more at the final juncture before death. Humph. So what if you entered selfless realm? You're still that Yi Yuan. I can kill you all the same. The clone gave a cold snort. Lifting his hand, it was sundering stars. Clank. Yi Yuan's sword tapped on the clone's sword at a strange angle, directly sending him flying out. The clone's gaze was full of disbelief as he said in horror his sword Dao laws broke through just like this. Yi Yuan's sword Dao laws were originally grand completion first layered heaven realm. There was still a massive gulf away from initial stage second layered heaven. The power of laws breaking through from first layered heaven to second layered heaven was similarly a huge hurdle. People with poor comprehension might not be able to break through for life. Now, after Yi Yuan entered selfless realm, he directly broke through to initial stage sword Dao second layered heaven. This casual tap earlier seemed simple, but in fact it was already totally different from sundering stars. This was a brand new move, a move that the clone did not know. What the clone replicated was the original Yi Yuan, not the current Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan surpassing himself, it was equivalent to announcing that his doomsday was coming. The clone's expression flickered incessantly, clearly unable to accept this fact. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Sundering stars. This time, what the clone unleashed was the complete version Sundering Stars. The power of this move could cut down Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Its power could be imagined. He previously fought with Yi Yuan, both sides knew the prowess of this move, so he would not give him the time to launch it at all. But now Yi Yuan was asleep. Clank. The clone only felt a blur before his eyes and the evil extermination sword tapped on his sword body once again, directly resolving his complete version Sundering Stars. Kill, kill, kill. The clone's state was as if it was crazy, waving his sword and charging over towards Yi Yuan. But this time, no matter how he used martial techniques, he was unable to touch Yi Yuan in the slightest. Yi Yuan's every action was nimble and precise to the point where it made people's hair stand on end, making people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The current Yi Yuan was like an ice-cold machine, precisely calculating everything around, controlling everything around. Swish, swish, swish. The clone could not touch Yi Yuan, but his body unknowingly had quite a number of wounds cut by Yi Yuan. I won't fail. The clone actually had human emotions and was very afraid of failure. However, the current Yi Yuan was very cold until he did not seem like a human. Yi Yuan's sword pierced right through the clone sea of consciousness. Clone body. Dead. Death cultivation ended. However, Yi Yuan did not break out of the state of selfless realm. His figure moved, arriving in front of the lesser heavenspan mountain. A burst of faintly perceptible aura emitted off Yi Yuan's body. The lesser heavenspan mountain suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and actually produced a resonance with the aura emitting from Yi Yuan's body. Dustless watched this scene fixedly from afar, inexplicably agitated. The current Yi Yuan was unmoving like a mountain, giving Dustless an unreal feeling, as if Yi Yuan also incarnated into a heavenspan mountain. Under selfless realm, Yi Yuan inexplicably set up a trace of connection with Heavenly Tao and could be said to have incarnated to become a part of Heavenly Tao. Under this state, he could communicate with the lesser heavenspan mountain to the greatest extent. Ha ha ha. This kid indeed didn't disappoint me. Indeed didn't disappoint me, Dustless said agitatedly. In the Great Hall, Divine Envoy Azure Peak's two eyes slowly opened. 2 hours is up. Looks like you guys aren't planning on handing over the person. Very good. Since that's the case, this divine envoy will go and invite him personally. Azure Peak gave no chance to explain, slowly walking out of the Great Hall. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had always been transcendent, not caring about the various major sacred palaces' fights, letting them develop unrestricted. No idea how long it had been since the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy had descended upon the secular world already. Everyone did not expect that this divine envoy was actually so overbearing. Interrupting other people's closed seclusion cultivation was all martial artists' taboo. It could virtually be mentioned in the same breath as killing one's parents. Because a single mishap and it would ruin other people's cultivation road. This sort of thing to any martial artist, especially deity realm powerhouses, was unacceptable. Yi Yuan was undoubtedly a savior-like existence to the White Knight Sacred Palace. No matter who it was, they were not willing to risk a grave mistake to go and interrupt Yi Yuan's close seclusion. Even if this one in front of them was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy. Amen. Azure Peak's brows furrowed, looking at the Bai Qin in front of him coldly. This kid actually dared to block his path. Are you courting death? This divine envoy brought the Sky Foothill Divine Token down. If you stop this divine envoy from doing my mission, even if you're the lord of a sacred palace, I'll kill you all the same. Azure Peak glared, a surge of powerful aura crushed over toward Bai Qin. Bai Qin's entire body trembled, directly backing up a few steps before barely managing to stand firm. The injuries that he had just suppressed flared up again, a strand of fresh blood remaining at the corners of his mouth. But he was completely oblivious of this and said with Azure Peak with clasped hands, Lord Divine Envoy, please calm your anger. Bai Qin doesn't dare to contend with the Divine Palace. It's just that Grand Elder is too important to our White Knight Sacred Palace. Once he runs amok because his cultivation is interrupted, it can be said to be a catastrophic blow to our White Knight Sacred Palace. Bai Qin begs Lord Divine Envoy to give us another 3 days' time. We've already sent the communication talisman into Grand Elder's closed seclusion venue. Once he reaches a cultivation interval, he'll definitely exit seclusion to welcome Divine Envoy. Mo Yun was originally on tenterhooks at one side, planning on making a move at any time, but did not expect that Bai Qin actually said these words. It looked like their young lord finally grew up. Get lost. However, Azure Peak was not moved at all as he shouted to Bai Qin in a solemn voice. Bai Qin's expression changed, not expecting that this guy was actually so unreasonable. If he's in close seclusion for 100 years, does this divine envoy have to wait 100 years here? This divine envoy doesn't have so much spare time. One more time, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me, Azure Peak said coldly. The expressions of Bai Xiu and the rest changed several times and they spoke up to warn him, Palace Lord, move aside. Bai Qin's face actually had a look of unwillingness but knew that this divine envoy could not be offended. The consequences of offending the divine envoy, the White Knight Sacred Palace could not afford it. If he was just a loner without anyone, he would rather die than take a step back. But he was currently the White Knight Palace Lord, representing the whole White Knight Sacred Palace. Yes. Bai Qin finally still opened up a path. Humph. Azure Peak gave a cold snort and walked right by Bai Qin's side. Mo Yun heaved and went up to pat Bai Qin's shoulders, saying, let's go over and take a look too. Just hope that Lord Yi Yuan isn't at the most critical juncture right now. Bai Qin nodded his head unwillingly and followed after helplessly. This is Yi Yuan's closed seclusion place? Replying Lord Divine Envoy, precisely so. Your Excellency. Bai Xiu was just about to persuade some more but was directly interrupted by Azure Peak with a hand gesture. The orders of the Divine Palace cannot be defied. If he's really an intruder, nobody can shoulder the responsibility. As for whether or not is he currently at a critical juncture of cultivation, it will depend on his fortunes. Azure Peak's voice did not carry the least bit of emotion. Clearly, he, this divine envoy, had a lofty and aloof perspective. At this time, the aura on Azure Peak's body skyrocketed, suddenly throwing a palm out, slamming right at the door. The hearts of Bai Qin and the rest all leaped to their throats, wishing to pounce to block this palm. But this palm was very powerful. Even the grand array set up outside the cultivation room was bound to not be able to withstand it too. Boom! This palm shattered the grand array without any surprises, slamming onto the cultivation chamber's door. But right at this time, an incomparably sacred aura enveloped the entire courtyard, making everyone have an impulse to prostrate in worship. Pooh work! Azure Peak's entire person was akin to suffering a heavy blow, directly spewing out a large mouthful of blood mist, his body flying out backward. He was actually knocked unconscious straight away. Everyone all stared at this scene with dumbfounded looks, completely unaware of what happened. A sacred light screen descended from the sky, enveloping the entire cultivation chamber inside. What on earth is going on here? The aura coming from the cultivation chamber is so terrifying. I actually have an impulse to want to run away. Could it be that Lord Yi Yuan is the legendary son of God? Lord Divine Envoy profaned the might of God just now. Just what is Lord Yi Yuan cultivating? This is too terrifying. Lord Divine Envoy is a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse. He was actually knocked right out. Seeing the Azure Peak lying on the ground unconscious, no idea why, Bai Chun actually felt satisfied in his heart. This guy really brought trouble to himself. Master Yi Yuan is Master Yi Yuan, forever can't be estimated with common sense. Bai Chun was secretly pleased. Before long, the light faded. Everything returned to normal. Creak! The cultivation chamber's door opened from inside. Yi Yuan slowly walked out. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, the many deity realm powerhouses in the courtyard actually felt like Mount Tai crushing down on top all of a sudden. That sacred aura on Yi Yuan's body was cut from the same cloth as that light screen earlier. Seeing so many people gathered in the courtyard, Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look, "What are you all doing here?" Bai Chen came before Yi Yuan and briefly recounted the events that happened recently. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly when he heard it. This rumor was clearly intentionally spread by someone. In an instant, Yi Yuan thought of a lot. With Yi Yuan's understanding of Bai Chen, he would not do so. Then it was Mo Yun? Either that, or it was the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace who was unresigned to suffering a huge loss, deliberately fabricating this rumor and spreading it out. Except, this hearsay was not a rumor, but real. Of course, there was still another kind of possibility. That was that somebody else knew his identity and wanted to borrow the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's strength to finish him off. These three situations were all possible. Could it be that Wu Meng Academy also had someone enter the Sky Foothill world? Yi Yuan's heart sunk. An inexplicable anger burned in his belly. It was not without this possibility. The Qin family could even influence Wu Meng City Lord's decision-making. Knowing that he was in the Sky Foothill world and getting this world's coordinates did not seem to be something unthinkable. Yi Yuan gave Bai Chen a glance and said with a frown, "You're injured." He shot another glance at the Azure Peak lying on the ground and said, "It was done by that guy?" Seeing that Yi Yuan had signs of flying off the handle, Bai Chun hurriedly said, "Master mustn't get angry. Lord Divine Envoy cannot be offended." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said with a nod, "Fine, I got it." But Bai Chun only felt a blur before his eyes and he lost sight of Yi Yuan. Bang! Everyone only felt their chrysanthemum tighten. Azure Peak's body was directly kicked flying. When Azure Peak made a move earlier, it was precisely when Yi Yuan and the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain produced a resonance. With the might of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain leaking out, how could it allow a Heaven Glimpse deity realm fellow's impudence? With this, it just nicely knocked onto the spearhead. He was knocked unconscious by the recoil force. Right now, Azure Peak was in a deep coma. Yi Yuan was like kicking a rubber ball, one after another, not letting him land at all. Kicking over a dozen times in a row, Yi Yuan landed floatingly. Bang! Azure Peak's robust body landed, crushing a stretch of green bricks. The group of martial artists all turned their faces over, unable to bear looking straight at it. But no idea why, including Bai Xiu, each and every one of them all felt very liberated. This Azure Peak relied on that he was a divine envoy. That was high, his nostrils were almost pointing to the sky. Furthermore, regardless of whether Bai Chen's strength was strong or not, he was the White Knight Sacred Palace's palace lord. Azure Peak disciplined him like a grandson, that was disciplining the White Knight Sacred Palace as a grandson. How could these people, feel like they had a face? Yi Yuan's way of doing things, they did not dare. But they felt very relieved watching. MN about there. Either way, he's unconscious and won't remember the things now either. Bring him down and remember to arrange a first-class wing room. Don't let people say that we slighted Lord Divine Envoy, Yi Yuan said faintly. Everyone exchanged glances and followed Yi Yuan to the Great Hall. After arriving at the Great Hall, everyone looked at Yi Yuan with eager eyes, wanting to speak, but finding it hard to speak up. Yi Yuan could not help smiling and said, "Say whatever you have. I'm not some ferocious beast either." All of them turned their gazes to Bai Chen. Bai Chen toughened his scalp and said with clasped hands, "Master Yi Yuan, actually, everyone is all worried about this rumor. We all want to ask whether Master, you are an intruder or not. After all, Master Yi Yuan, you were originally a reclusive powerhouse. Furthermore, your age is young, and you have such terrifying cultivation. This is completely out of tune with our Sky Foothill World's powerhouses. But this time, Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over. Under the Tianlu Shrine, everything will be revealed." The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes were all glued on Yi Yuan, wanting to see what he had to say. In reality, everyone was stifled until they were about to explode. After all, it was a major life and death matter. Furthermore, the more it spread, the more vivid and dramatic. Everyone was naturally anxious and doubtful in their hearts. Bai Chen's complexion appeared somewhat pale because of nervousness and injuries. He was asking questions on the surface but was actually warning Yi Yuan that it could not be hidden anymore. Take the chance when Lord Divine Envoy had not woken up yet and hurry up and leave the Sky Foothill World. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, understanding tacitly, but said with a smile, "It's useless to say anymore. Since Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over, then let him try. See whether or not he can reflect me, this intruder." The moment everyone heard this, they immediately heaved a long sigh in relief. With Grand Elder's words, this large stone in our hearts finally landed. How can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? When he was in a fierce battle with Lan Jiru, they already fought to that extent and didn't see Heavenly Tao produce any rejection towards him either. You don't say. These few days it spread really vividly and dramatically. I was really somewhat scared. Isn't that so? That's primarily because Grand Elder is too young, too formidable. On a completely different level from us, these mediocre people. Ha ha! After everyone dissipated, inside the secret chamber, Bai Chun and Mo Yun's expressions were not too good. "Master Yi Yuan, you'd best go. I know that you said that in order to placate everyone. But the Tianlu Shrine is different, because it's created to specifically target you all, these trial takers," Bai Chen urged. Yi Yuan could not help becoming interested the moment he heard. Although the Sky Foothill World's Tao of artifact refinement was not above the Heavenspan worlds, it had its uniqueness. "Just what is this Tianlu Shrine? Talk about it," Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chen saw that Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and explained the origins of the Tianlu Shrine in detail. It turned out that the Sky Foothill world discovered that quite a number of trial takers all had many concealment means. As long as they did not urge divine essence to the limit, it was very hard to arouse Heavenly Tao's rejection. Even when facing deity realm powerhouses, they could cover up very well too. Hence, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace refined the Tianlu Shrine in order to make these people reveal everything. This Tianlu Shrine was said to be a celestial divine artifact refined by a peak 3-star artifact god, containing a portion of Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's oppression. As long as one activated the Tianlu Shrine and intruders drew near within a certain range, it would automatically have a response and attack the other party. Even if your concealment means were heaven-defying and able to hide from the Tianlu Shrine's response, as long as you drip a drop of fresh blood in, it could sense it too. According to what I know, there are already no less than several hundred trial takers who have died under the Tianlu Shrine. "Lord Yi Yuan, you'd best leave?" Mo Yun also urged bitterly. Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard. This artifact refining ability was truly impressive, to actually be able to integrate a trace of Heavenly Tao into the divine artifact. This artificer's means were really impressive. After listening to these, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, I said before, for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, I'll do whatever it takes. You guys rest assured if I really can't hide from the Tianlu Shrine's investigation, I won't implicate you all either. The moment Bai Chan heard, he was indignant and said angrily, Master Yi Yuan, what are you saying? This life of mine was given by you, would I still be scared of you implicating? It's just that this Tianlu Shrine is truly too formidable. I'm afraid. One could tell that Bai Chan was really worried about Yi Yuan's safety. If he really was found out, even if this Azure Peak could not make Yi Yuan stay, it would also be very hard for Yi Yuan to escape the Skyfoot Hill world. Yi Yuan smiled and patted Bai Chen's shoulder, and slowly left. Azure Peak abruptly opened both eyes and suddenly sat up in shock. Arg. Pain. So painful. Green veins throbbed on Azure Peak's forehead, instantly breaking out into cold sweat. Waves of heart-piercing pain seemingly spread throughout his entire body like an uninterrupted electric current. Slam! Azure Peak directly rolled off the bed and tumbled about on the ground in agony. He could not even emit a cry for help. Those few kicks of Yi Yuan seemed ordinary and bland. Actually, each kick was very particular. One should not look at what Yi Yuan's background was. In fact, he was too familiar with the acupoints on a martial artist's body. With the physical body toughness of deity realm powerhouses, those few kicks did not leave any hidden injuries on his body. It just released his backlash injuries to the greatest extent. Now, the moment he was awake, this pain instantly erupted, making him suffer for quite a while. The current Azure Peak was curled up on the ground, his body twitching non-stop, looking incomparably miserable. No idea how long had passed either, the pain finally subsided. Azure Peak's 4 limbs finally recovered some mobility. However, he only barely managed to stand up after trying for a long time. His entire person seemed to be drained, without a trace of strength from head to foot. During this long time, he maintained clarity of his consciousness from start to end but was utterly helpless. Every hint of pain on his body was transmitted into his brain clearly, like tidewater, without break. Azure Peak very much wanted to faint, but he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. This period of time was simply even worse than death. Damn White Knight Sacred Palace. If I discover that Yi Yuan is an intruder, I'll definitely not spare even the chickens and dogs. Azure Peak gnashed his teeth and said in hatred. At this time, Bai Xiu's voice sounded out from outside the door. Has Lord Azure Peak rested well? Palace Lord and Grand Elder have made this lowly one come and invite Lord Divine Envoy to the Great Hall. What? The door was opened violently from the inside. Azure Peak's face was sullen until water was virtually about to drip out. Rest? That was called rest just now? He was hurting until he was practically about to commit suicide just now. You guys actually said that it was resting. Azure Peak wanted to kill people right now. He really wanted to kill people. What's with Lord Azure Peak? Could it be that you're blaming our White Knight Sacred Palace for the poor reception? Lord Divine Envoy suffered the backlash force and injured the internal organs. Grand Elder said that he helped Lord Divine Envoy purge the hidden injuries with a special technique. There's absolutely no sequela. Could it be that, Grand Elder, he didn't cure Lord Divine Envoy's hidden injuries? Bai Xiu pretended to be surprised. Azure Peak was just about to flare up when he suddenly frowned. He viewed internally and discovered that the internal injuries he suffered because of the backlash force were indeed already cured. The meridians in his whole body were unobstructed and actually had a refreshing feeling. This discovery made his expression ease up slightly. Could it be that Yi Yuan really treated him? Recalling that palm of his, the backlash force was indeed not small. It would likely leave behind considerable hidden injuries. Now, the injuries were completely healed. Clearly, he had obtained treatment. It was just that this treatment was a little too painful, right? MN. The hidden injuries are already healed. Lead the way, Azure Peak said coldly. This Azure Peak, as a divine envoy, was clearly an extremely prideful person. Since the other party was really treating him, he did not wish to let the other party know such a deplorable side of him. Bai Xiu already had flowers bloom in his heart long ago. If he was not in front of Azure Peak, he would practically be laughing until he rolled on the ground. But Bai Xiu was not Bai Chun, that sort of little chap. He was in a high position all year round. His shrewdness was rather deep. He did not show the slightest hint of emotion on the surface. Yi Yuan invited him to watch a good show. That scene of Azure Peak rolling about on the ground in pain previously, he saw it all clearly outside the window. How smart was Bai Xiu. He knew that it was Yi Yuan's underhanded trick done in secret. Originally, he was still apprehensive, worried that Azure Peak would utterly rampage after coming out. But when he said it according to the words Yi Yuan taught him, he discovered that Azure Peak's complexion immediately became much better. Just as Yi Yuan said, not only would he not blame, he would even be secretly grateful in his heart. Currently, he was simply prostrating on all fours in admiration toward this grand elder. Azure Peak sucking in cold air while on the ground in pain. He heard it clearly outside. To be able to make a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse agonized until he wished he was dead. That pain could be imagined. Hey! Not only did he not assign blame, but his reaction was also really calm and smooth. This method, probably only Grand Elder, this kind of figure, could accomplish it, right? Coming to the great hall, Yi Yuan greeted with a smile and said with clasped hands, White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan, respectfully welcomes Lord Divine Envoy. Previously, this Yi Yuan was in close seclusion, resulting in slighting Lord Divine Envoy. Truly sorry. This Yi apologizes and asks Lord Divine Envoy for punishment. Yi Yuan's attitude was very sincere, like he was really going to bow down. Azure Peak hurriedly supported his arm and said coolly, No need, Yi Yuan said joyfully. Lord Divine Envoy is indeed an exalted envoy, with a broad breadth of mind. Oh right, the cultivation method that this Yi cultivates is rather peculiar. Once somebody draws near, there will be an extremely powerful backlash force, resulting in accidentally injuring your excellency. This Yi is truly guilty and deserves 10,000 deaths. Fortunately, this Yi has some unique methods and helped Lord Divine Envoy open up the meridians, relieving the hidden injuries. This method is a bit painful, but the effects are very good. I wonder if your excellency still has ailments now. Azure Peak's muscles twitched slightly. It was more than a bit painful. It was simply painful until he wished to die. However, the effects were really good. Otherwise, if he went back to report completion of the mission with hidden injuries, he really had no idea how he would be laughed at. Amen, it's already well, Azure Peak still said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then that's good. Since Lord Divine Envoy already arrived, then let's get down to business first. This Yi was just a reclusive cultivator previously, how am I some intruder? Some people like to cause trouble by spreading rumors. Truly detestable. Seeing Yi Yuan so calm, Azure Peak unwittingly really started to somewhat doubt it in his heart. Although this rumor started from God knows where, without a doubt the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's suspicions were the greatest. But, as long as there was a trace of possibility, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace would not let it go either. Furthermore, such an expert suddenly emerged, how could they possibly not be careful? Whether or not it's a rumor, we'll know after testing. Azure Peak still continued his indifferent style. Finished talking, Azure Peak slightly formed a seal. A box-sized shrine rested on his palm. Yi Yuan was currently in a position of face-to-face with Azure Peak. This distance, if the Tianlu Shrine had a response, it should have long unleashed an attack. But the Tianlu Shrine did not have any movements at all. Seeing this scene, everyone in the White Knight Sacred Palace all heaved a long sigh in relief. Like I said, how can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? It must be the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. That bunch of bastards. After the miserable defeat this time, they harbored hatred in their hearts and deliberately fabricated rumors. Damn Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, we are not done with them. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses all pointed the spearheads at the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, obviously thinking that this was their idea. However, the worry of Bai Chen and Mo Yun, in the two persons' hearts, did not disappear at this point. After all, the most crucial part of the Tianlu Shrine was still the blood test, this checkpoint. Sure enough, Azure Peak said coolly. The aura on the surface can be disguised, but the heavenly Tao laws contained in the martial artist's blood cannot be disguised. Elder Yi, please. A martial artist's growth was the process of absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy. During this process, one would naturally bring the aura of heavenly Tao into their own blood too. Hence, verifying a martial artist's identity, the most reliable was still blood. When Mo Yun and Bai Chen Duo heard this, their hearts leaped to their throats. The rest also stopped the din, looking towards Yi Yuan with unmoving eyes. The instances of finding out using blood were not few. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and did not hesitate either, only to see a cold light flash. Yi Yuan's finger had a gash added to it. Drip! A drop of fresh blood flowed down the fingertip and dripped into the Tianlu shrine. Everyone's breathing all became ragged. Swish! All of a sudden, the Tianlu shrine burst forth with a dazzling golden light, shining until everyone could not open their eyes. Azure Peak's expression turned sharp. His deadpan face finally revealed a surprised expression. This is... It was also the group of White Knight powerhouses' first time seeing the Tianlu shrine, and they did not know what this golden light represented. Bai Chun could not resist asking, Lord Divine Envoy, what does this golden light represent? Is Grand Elder an intruder or not? Azure Peak's expression turned cold and he said solemnly, Intruder my ass. The guy who spread this rumor will die a horrible death. Elder Yi is pure until he cannot be pure. Sky Foothill martial artist. Everyone was first stunned, and immediately revealed a look of great joy. Since Azure Peak said so, then it was impossible for Yi Yuan to be some intruder anymore. The shock in Bai Chen's heart could not be any greater. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, giving him a calm look. Except the elation on Bai Chen's face at this time, he did not need to act at all. This result, he was really too surprised. Only he and Mo Yun, two people, knew best. Master Yi Yuan was absolutely an outside trial taker. But just what method he used to actually even outsmart the Tianlu shrine? One had to know that all of the outside world's trial takers, even Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse trial takers, could not escape the Tianlu shrine's verification. Yet only Yi Yuan did it. This kind of ability was simply inconceivable. To be able to change the exterior aura and hide from the Tianlu shrine's investigation, this was not anything impressive. But the blood in a martial artist's body, how did one change the aura to hide from the Tianlu shrine's investigation? He naturally did not know that Yi Yuan did not use some secret art to conceal the aura in his body, but simulated the Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's aura with the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. This kind of imitation was not on the surface, but fused into every inch of the skin on his body, including the blood. Forget about a measly little Tianlu shrine. Even the real Heavenly Tao could not distinguish it. Bai Chun discovered that this master he acknowledged was simply an omnipotent god. It seemed like there was nothing he could not do. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Seems like this Yi Yuan's identity shouldn't have anything worth suspecting, right? At this time, Azure Peak's face actually squeezed out a hint of a smile and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Elder Yi, I've given offense previously. But Azure Peak is here under orders and didn't have the intention of being hard on the White Knight Sacred Palace. Please excuse me. The moment these words came out, White Knight's group virtually did not dare to believe their own ears. Such a proud divine envoy Azure Peak was actually so courteous to Yi Yuan. This was not logical. It seemed like the issue lay with that golden light. It was just that, no idea what that golden light represented. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What's Lord Divine Envoy saying here? You're a divine envoy representing the paramount Sky Foothill Divine Palace. To be able to welcome Lord Azure Peak is our White Knight Sacred Palace's honor. Azure Peak suddenly felt that this Yi Yuan looked so pleasing to the eye. Don't keep calling Lord Divine Envoy, I'm a few years older than you, just call me Big Brother Azure Peak. Azure Peak said with a laugh. Yi Yuan did not stand on ceremony either and said with a smile, Big Brother Azure Peak. The two people exchanged glances and smiles, writing off all enmity. All right, this matter is settled. I'll also have to go back to report on completion of the mission, Azure Peak said with clasped hands. Since that's the case, I won't hold Big Brother Azure Peak back anymore. Take care. Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said. Azure Peak bade farewell to everyone. When he turned around and left, he said with vicissitudes of emotion, This child is actually able to trigger the Tianlu Shrine's golden light. indicating that he has grasped the complete sky foothill laws. No wonder his strength is so powerful. This child's future is limitless and is bound to enter the sky foothill divine palace in the future. Building good relations with him might be beneficial to me in the future. Finished talking, his figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. In the White Knight Sacred Palace, everyone finally truly relaxed. That golden light is definitely remarkable. You all didn't see Lord Azure Peak's expression, it changed at that time. Hehe, Grand Elder actually addressed Lord Divine Envoy as his brother. Let me see if the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of trash, still dares to be arrogant. The Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of trash, used this kind of despicable method to disgust us when they can't beat us. Truly too abominable. One of these days, we'll exterminate that bunch of grandsons. Everyone tried to get a word in, but Yi Yuan fell into contemplation. Was it really a stumbling block done by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace? Afraid not, Yi Yuan thought. What did you say? The Divine Palace's divine envoy went to the White Knight Sacred Palace and then left just like that. When Qin Tian heard this news, he nearly jumped up. No, wait, should be almost spilled the beans. Yes, Palace Lord. Somebody saw that when Yi Yuan saw the divine envoy out, they addressed each other as brothers, their relationship appearing rather good. That subordinate said. A mouthful of coagulated blood in Qin Tian's chest nearly spewed out. He forcefully suppressed that mouthful of coagulated blood and said coldly, "All right, it looks like it was this palace lord who made a mistake. Withdraw. Continue keeping a close watch for me." Yes, Palace Lord. After that subordinate withdrew, the coagulated blood that Qin Tian suppressed could not be endured anymore, spouting out. This is impossible. That Tianlu shrine is so formidable. How in the world did Yi Yuan avoid it? Could it be that he came out of the sky foothill world to begin with? No way. This coordinate had restrictions placed by City Lord, His Excellency. It's impossible for somebody to escape the sky foothill world. Just how many secrets are hidden on this damn fellow's body? Qin Tian was depressed, failed to screw Yi Yuan over. His heart was struck with anger for a moment and his injuries actually worsened once again. Looks like there's only making a move myself personally after healing my injuries. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His aura was much stronger compared to before. I didn't expect that after expending so many medicinal pills, I actually only cultivated to the half-step Heaven Glimpse realm. This Chaos Heavenspan cannon is truly too resource-intensive, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Without a doubt, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon was a top-tier powerful cultivation method in the world. But the money-burning extent of this cultivation method, Yi Yuan felt greatly overwhelmed too. Before he came, he used points and divine essence stones to exchange for a large batch of spirit medicines. It was actually only able to support him cultivating to the half-step Heaven Glimpse realm. If it were others, they would have long cultivated to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This cultivation method of yours is indeed unusual. The resources expended is a lot, but it can exchange for powerful strength. What's there to be unsatisfied with? Fortunately, you entered the selfless realm last time and already created the second-level cultivation method. You only need an opportunity now, and you can break through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm, Dustless said. Yi Yuan nodded and said that death cultivation was really very scary. I almost died under my own sword at that time. Such a perverse cultivation method, I really don't know how Heavenly Emperor and Immortal Grove thought of it. However, while this method is dangerous, it's really very effective. For people, their greatest opponent is not the enemy, but themselves. Right at this time, a communication talisman broke into Yi Yuan's closed seclusion area. Yi Yuan checked it, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile. The divine ruins was finally about to open up. Ha ha! I finally recovered. Yi Yuan, this time, I'll see where you can escape. Inside the life and sacred palace's hidden chamber, Qin Tian suddenly snapped open his eyes, bursting forth with rays of brilliant light. He was in close seclusion here for 10 years. Today, he finally healed all of his injuries. All of the grudges and enmity shall be settled in full this time. Wu Hen, your subordinate is present. Has the White Knight Sacred Palace set off yet? Already set off for the Divine Ruins. Palace Lord, should we set off too? Depart. This trip we have to return fully loaded. Yes, Palace Lord. After Wu Hen left, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Qin Tian's mouth. All right, I came, so I can't return empty-handed. In front of him was a massive stretch of ruins, but the waves of terrifying aura exuding out from inside. Even Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate too. This divine ruins seemed to have existed here since ancient times. This place was both unusually dangerous and also full of opportunities. This place was also a place filled with dangers to origin deity realm powerhouses. The entrance to the divine ruins was a volcanic crater. The place had a stretch of pure white bones, seemingly declaring to everyone death. Yi Yuan had not approached the entrance area yet and already sensed the rolling heat waves surge over. This terrifying temperature, even he, this half-step into heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouse, not quite bear it. Once entered from there, the temperature inside could only be imagined. It's probably Grand Elder's first time coming to the divine ruins, right? When Bai Xiu saw Yi Yuan's expression, he guessed it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the past, I've always been cultivating bitterly in close seclusion. It's really my first time coming to this divine ruins." Bai Xiu said, "The peripherals of the divine ruins have a natural flame restriction that can incinerate everything. Even peak origin deity powerhouses aren't able to enter inside normally too. Every 1,000 years or so, this restriction power will have a period of dormancy. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace's Divine Palace Lord will use a celestial divine artifact, the Flame Restriction Seal, and break the restriction, letting us enter." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "So that's how it is." At this time, a large group of deity realm powerhouses flew over from the horizon. They were precisely the Autumn Rain Sacred Palaces Hua Tianyang and Co. The atmosphere on the White Knight Sacred Palace's side changed all at once. Especially Bai Chen, his two eyes were about to spew fire. He only hated that his strength was too weak. Otherwise, he would have long charged forward to fight it out with Hua Tianyang. The moment the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace landed, it became dangerously explosive between the two major forces, with major signs of attacking at a word of disagreement. Goodness me, my eldest nephew, don't use this expression to look at this palace lord. In a while, when inside, it wouldn't be good if this palace lord accidentally pushes you into the fire pit. Hua Tianyang said with a taunting look. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "With the likes of you?" Hua Tianyang's expression became stifled, his eyes full of apprehension. If not for this guy in front of him, they would have long eradicated the White Knight Sacred Palace. "Heh, punk, don't get cocky first. It's not late to be cocky after you can come out of the divine ruins," Hua Tianyang said with a cold smile. Finished talking, Hua Tianyang brought the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's powerhouses to one side. Yi Yuan's expression turned grim. This Hua Tianyang had an underlying meaning in his words. Bai Xiu's expression was not too good as well. Moving close in front of Yi Yuan, he said softly, "Grand Elder, this Hua Tianyang seems to be somewhat off." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Looking at his appearance, he seems to be relying on something. You go and warn everybody. After entering the divine ruins in a while, be more careful." Bai Xiu nodded and said, "Amen, got it." As they were talking, one group of force after another arrived in succession. The entrance area became much more lively all at once. But the various major forces seemed to be very interested in the White Knight Sacred Palace. I really didn't expect that the White Knight Sacred Palace actually let a kid still wet behind his ears become the Palace Lord. I really don't know what that Bai Xiu is thinking. Haha, this is probably the funniest scene in the history of the Sky Foothill world, right? An initial stage grotto profound chap is actually leading a group of heaven glimpse powerhouses. Really funny. Heard that their Grand Elder Yi Yuan is very formidable. Not only is his strength powerful, he even has a powerful ghost Dao powerhouse by his side, capable of fighting evenly with Hua Tianyang. These discussions made the Bai Chun beside Yi Yuan appear rather restless and uneasy. He knew that after Master obtained the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, he might be leaving the Sky Foothill world. At that time, how was he going to face the numerous powerful enemies? Everybody in the world can look down on you, only you can't. They all feel that you can't make it, so you do it for them to see and make all of them shut up. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, and his mood immediately calmed down, and he said with a nod, I understand, master. Right at this time, several profiles flew over from the horizon again. The person in the center rode on a tiger with wings, with the air of an expert. This person's aura was incomparably powerful. The person had yet to arrive, and a powerful aura already enveloped over, making everyone's faces change. Origin Deity Powerhouse. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, looking at that old man on the tiger's back. This should be the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official. Very soon his gaze was placed on a person behind the old man. It was actually an old acquaintance. Who could it be if not Azure Peak? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the faces of everyone around him changed. The atmosphere on the White Knight Sacred Palace's side became oppressed all of a sudden. Yi Yuan had a blank look and asked Bai Xiu, What's wrong? Bai Xiu's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said, No wonder Hu Tianyang was so cocky. It looks like he had long gotten the news. This divine official is the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's previous generation palace lord, Duan Fei. Yi Yuan's expression also changed when he heard it. He did not expect that there was actually still such a coincidental thing. He knew that in the Sky Foothill world, as long as one could break through to the Origin Deity realm, they would be called away by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, becoming the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official. After becoming a divine official, they must cut off all relations with their original sacred palace and serve the Sky Foothill Divine Palace faithfully. However, even if he became a divine official, he was still a human after all. People have feelings. How could it be possible to turn a blind eye to their original faction? From Hu Tianyang's performance, he had clearly long known that the divine official coming this time was Duan Fei. This indicated that Duan Fei definitely notified him in advance. Then during the Divine Ruins trip this time, what Duan Fei would do, use once but to think, and they would also know. Yi Yuan immediately felt a headache coming. One Hu Tianyang was already troublesome enough. Adding on another Origin Deity powerhouse, Duan Fei, this trip was really perilous. Yi Yuan, that guy wearing a mask, his entire body's aura cold and gloomy, seems to be constantly paying attention to you. This person seems to be rather familiar. Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind, making Yi Yuan's heart jump again. Paying attention to me? Rather familiar. A hint of a bitter smile flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart, and he said, I think I know who he is. I really didn't think that everyone got together. You know who he is? Dustless said curiously. Apart from Qin Tian, who else can there be? Yi Yuan said coldly. It's him. Dustless was also somewhat surprised as he said. The rumor that spread last time, everybody said that it was done by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. However, that doesn't conform to common sense. The most logical situation should be that somebody knows my identity and wants to put me to death. Previously, I was only suspecting. Now, already his aura has changed drastically. I'm very certain that he's Qin Tian. Yi Yuan said. Dustless came to a realization and said, Looking at it this way, it really is so. Looks like Wu Meng Academy that side is really unreliable. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Our city lord is really indulgent enough toward the Qin family. Dustless fell silent. Qin Tian's appearance made Yi Yuan lost the last trace of favorable impression towards the Wu Meng city lord. Now, an Origin Deity realm Duan Fei, a Grand Completion Heaven glimpse Hu Tianyang, plus a Grand Completion Heaven glimpse Qin Tian. This Divine Ruins trip was really extremely dangerous. These three people added up were even a bit more dangerous than the Divine Ruins. Then, do you still want to enter? Dustless said. Why wouldn't I go in? I have no time to wait anymore. This Divine Ruins open once every 1,000 years. For the sake of the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, I must enter, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Boom! Right at this time, the volcano that had always been in turmoil finally erupted. Violent magma was seemingly like a fountain, spraying out non-stop, presenting a magnificent sight. Everyone was extremely far away, but under the impact of wave after wave of heat waves, Some staggered unsteadily on their feet. Everyone all mustered up divine essence, covering the surface of the body to resist these heat waves. Suddenly, Duan Fei felt something, turning his head and looking in Yi Yuan's direction, only to see that when those air billows approached Yi Yuan's proximity, they seemed to split, automatically dividing into two halves, flowing past from Yi Yuan's side. A hint of strange look flashed across in Duan Fei's eyes, and he turned his head around again. No idea how long had passed either. The volcanic eruption was finally done. Everything returned to normal. Those horrifying heat waves finally took away the temperature. Now is the time. Duan Fei gave a cold cry. A hint of stunning light flashed in his hands. The flame restriction seal flagrantly attacked. Everyone only saw a streak of white light tear across the horizon, flying straight for the volcanic entrance. A light halo spread out. Everyone immediately felt that temperature dropped significantly. That natural flame restriction finally had a gap opened up. Done with all these, Duan Fei looked in the White Knight Sacred Palace's direction and said coolly, "White Knight Sacred Palace, enter first, the others follow closely behind." It indeed came. The divine ruins had not opened for 1,000 years. It was not known how many powerful existences had spawned inside again. Letting the White Knight Sacred Palace enter first was the idea of letting them be cannon fodders and scout the path. This targeting was truly a bit too obvious. The White Knight Sacred Palace's people all dared to feel indignant but did not dare to speak. Bai Chun was even angered until his face turned red, wishing to go up to find Duan Fei and risk his life, while the other sacred palaces let things drift if it did not affect them personally, gloating over others' misfortunes by the side. Yi Yuan gave Duan Fei a glance and discovered that he was currently sizing him up with interest. At once, he said indifferently, "Come on, Grand Elder," Bai Xiu said unwillingly. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, "Go." The current Yi Yuan already established an absolute prestige in the White Knight Sacred Palace. With him being furious, the others could only swallow the insult and endure in silence, following him and flying towards the volcanic entrance. Seeing this scene, Duan Fei's face revealed a trace of surprise. He thought that Yi Yuan was young and would definitely find him to argue. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually forcefully endured it. Hu Tianyang's face revealed a smug smile. With the old palace lord around, it is really too awesome. I hope that these guys step on more landmines and die out. Grand Elder, they are being too much, Bai Xiu said indignantly. Yeah, Master? Why did we just swallow the insult and endure in silence? Bai Qin also said unhappily. Yi Yuan said coolly, otherwise what? You guys finding him to go and risk your lives. Everyone could not help choking up. Finding an origin deity powerhouse to put up a desperate fight? Wasn't this courting death? But the Divine Palace has regulations. The Divine Palace is not to have ties with their original faction, Bai Xiu said with indignation. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "My deputy palace lord, you're also someone up in the years. How can you be so naive? If you become a divine official, will you break away, but still remain connected or not?" Bai Xiu froze, his face immediately flushing red, but said no more. In all fairness, he could not do it. Hence, don't feel any psychological imbalance either. Wanna blame can only blame you all for not having people in the Divine Palace. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace setting this rule, it's just in order to better govern the various forces and maintain the Sky Foothill world's balance. But to really talk about completely prohibiting it, that's impossible. Therefore, going to find him to reason can only invite humiliation. Yi Yuan said coolly. The words made everyone speechless. Clearly, Yi Yuan saw it more thoroughly than them. For Duan Fei to dare do so, there must be a contingency plan waiting for them. As long as they knocked into the spearhead, it was not overboard to make one or two people the first targets of punishment. Hence, it was better to be more low profile. Wasn't it just being cannon fodders, we'll do it. At least on the surface, Duan Fei did not dare to kill people without any reason. After all, so many eyes were watching. Yi Yuan entered first, flying straight into the volcanic entrance. The rest followed him, entering in a single file. No idea how long he flew either. Yi Yuan finally landed. What entered the eyes was full of magma with sparks flying in all directions, looking soul-stirring. Careful, Grand Elder, Bai Xiu suddenly shouted. Yi Yuan had just landed when a ball of fire flew over towards Yi Yuan, its speed quick to the extreme. However, Yi Yuan's sword was even faster than it. Whoosh! Yi Yuan had long detected the approach of danger. Lifting his hand, it was sundering stars. Boom! That ball of fire was directly chopped flying out, smashing into the rock wall. It's a lava-flying monster. Divine rank lava-flying monster. Not good, they normally appear in groups. Bai Xiu's expression changed as he said. Bai Xiu's voice had yet to face when everyone just felt a blur before their eyes and saw many fireballs rush out of the lava. Just like that one earlier. They were precisely the lava-flying monsters. At a glance, the numbers were likely no less than 100. Over 100 divine rank lava-flying monsters made people's eyes blurry. The commotion was outrageous. As long as hit by one, they would be crippled even if not dead. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Be careful, elders. Guard the periphery. The rest in the inner circle." Of the 9 elders, only 3 came this time. Adding Yi Yuan and Bai Xiu, there were a total of 5 heaven glimpse and above strength. Under Yi Yuan's word of command, everyone immediately formed inner and outer, 2 circles to carry out the defense. These lava-flying monsters were extremely powerful. Even if heaven glimpse powerhouses were struck, they would probably lose a layer of skin too. Even Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it too. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The lava-flying monsters' trajectories were virtually untraceable. Furthermore, they were swift to the extreme, simply impossible to guard against. In a blink, that bunch of flying monsters arrived in front of them. Attack! Yi Yuan gave a loud cry. Lifting his hand, it was several sundering stars tearing through the air. Bang! 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 Several lava-flying monsters were hacked flying. Bai Chen hid in the inner circle only to see a blur before his eyes. A surge of heat waves hit him head-on. Wanting to defend was already too late. Whoosh! A ray of sword light came through the sky, chopping that lava-flying monster flying. Bang! At the same time, only to hear a loud bang. Yi Yuan's body was directly smashed flying out. Poo work! Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, but immediately adjusted his position in the air, abruptly borrowing force and returned into the group battle. In midair, he even managed to find time to release several swords, cutting down lava-flying monsters. Master Yi Yuan! Bai Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. If not for Yi Yuan helping him to block this, he would be dead for sure. I'm fine. This thing's speed is too fast. Be careful, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Forcefully taking the hit of a lava-flying monster, Yi Yuan felt his blood in turmoil too. Fortunately, his fleshy body was already grand completion first transformation, and what he cultivated was also the Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. His defensive power was more than several times stronger than those in the same rank. A one-time impact would not cause fatal damage to him yet. Bai Chen clenched his jaws. Self-reproaching emotions had long already filled his chest. Who said that the trial takers were all bad guys who destroyed the Sky Foothill world? Master, he values relations and sentiments immensely. God knows how many times better than the Sky Foothill world's people. It's all my fault. All my fault for being too weak. I want to become strong. I can't become Master's burden. A surge of powerful fighting spirit erupted from his body. Kill! Bai Chen's spear was peerlessly domineering, brazenly attacking. In this instance, a trace of enlightenment was produced in Bai Chen's heart. Originally, he could not catch the lava-flying monsters at all. At this time, he actually saw it incomparably clearly. His spear tip was actually slowing down. Boom! The spear struck a lava-flying monster without any deviation. Yi Yuan's hands did not slow down in the slightest, but taking the spear of Bai Chen's into his sights, revealing a hint of a praising smile. "Ha! I finally did it," Bai Chen said excitedly. "Pretty well done. Careful. Coming again," Yi Yuan warned. Bai Chen's face fell, his spear stabbing out once more. In a blink, over 100 lava-flying monsters were all blasted away. On the ground, on the rock walls, were holes everywhere. Yi Yuan alone virtually resisted over half of the lava-flying monsters. Otherwise, their party would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Bai Chun came before Yi Yuan with a self-reproaching look and said, "Master, it was all my fault, causing you to be injured." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You've already done very well. These lava-flying monsters are not what the current you can resist. These few years, your painstaking cultivation, Master has seen it. Now, your spear art finally improved further. Congratulations!" With Bai Chen's strength, blocking one or two that were weaker was still okay. Some lava-flying monsters' impact force already approached Heaven Glimpse realm. How could it be what he was able to deal with? These few years, Bai Chen trained in the spear for all he was worth, wanting to reach the realm of that spear Yi Yuan exhibited. For this, he was tired out until all the divine essence in his body was exhausted God knows how many times, collapsing weakly onto the ground. All these Yi Yuan naturally saw it. Presently, his spear art was finally mastered, his strength increasing greatly. Hoo-hoo! Elder Ye's sword art is transcendent. How impressive! Facing so many lava-flying monsters. Not a single person actually died. Truly impressive. At this time, the others also descended from the sky and landed onto the ground. Hua Tianyang directly taunted. Yi Yuan knew that they had come over long ago, but each and every one of them watched indifferently without lending a hand. Most likely, they all hoped to see the White Knight Sacred Palace suffer heavy casualties. Just now, that lava-flying monster almost killed Bai Chun. Hua Tianyang had a look of excitement, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan saved Bai Chun at the risk of suffering a blow himself. Even more unexpected was that Yi Yuan was actually still able to maintain such powerful combat strength after suffering such a heavy blow. Right now, although these words were ridiculing, it actually also had some sour taste in it. Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that and said, "Sorry about that. Disappointed you. This bit of minor trouble, this Yi can still resolve it. Just take it as blazing the trail for Lord Divine Official." "Don't you say so, Lord Divine Official?" Yi Yuan looked at Duan Fei with a wide grin. Duan Fei grunted his assent and said, "Elder Yi indeed has fine means. If you don't fall, you and I might even work together one day." Duan Fei's words immediately caused an uproar. There were dozens of Heaven Glimpse powerhouses here, but among them, nobody dared to say that they would become Origin Deity powerhouses. Breaking through to the Origin Deity realm was far too difficult. Hence, Duan Fei's appraisal of Yi Yuan could not be said to not be high. Of course, the prerequisite was that he did not perish. Everyone was smart and naturally heard insinuation. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "This Yi likely won't have that good fortune." Everyone's expressions changed. This Yi Yuan's guts were plucky. The meaning of his words was naturally not saying that he would fall, but saying that Duan Fei would not live till that day. These two people's words hid needles, the smell of gunpowder rather strong. Duan Fei's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Elder Yi, please go ahead." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go." Yi Yuan took the lead and continued leading the White Knight Sacred Palace's people as cannon fodders. This was a wide stone bridge. The two sides of the stone bridge were endless magma. Yi Yuan could sense those powerful restriction undulations on both sides and above walking on the stone bridge. Yi Yuan reckoned that this celestial deity sky foothill's comprehensions in fire laws must be extremely deep. This restriction power, forget about the deity realm, 3 realms martial artists, even divine lord realm probably could not withstand it too. Quickly look. Purple sand gold. What a large chunk of purple sand gold! Bai Chen suddenly shouted. Duan Fei's eyes lit up and saw that at the end of the stone bridge, a piece of enormous rock was mounted on that cliff wall. It was likely as large as 3 people wrapped their arms around. Purple sand gold was an excellent material for refining celestial divine artifacts with a wide range of uses. The Sky Foothill World's artifact refining path being prosperous had a lot to do with the existence of the purple sand gold. Such a large chunk of purple sand gold could be said to be worth several cities. But everyone's faces did not have very happy expressions. Because according to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's rules, purple sand gold, this level of material, all completely belonged to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Palace Lord Bai Chen, go and pluck down the purple sand gold. At this time, it's time for your White Knight Sacred Palace to show loyalty. Duan Fei turned to Bai Chen and said indifferently, Bai Chun was practically about to explode. He glared at Duan Fei and said, "Places that have purple sand gold are bound to have giant flame stone men. If Lord Divine Official wants to kill me, just say a word. Why is there a need to do so?" Duan Fei smiled and said, "Why? Palace Lord Bai Chen's meaning is that the White Knight's sacred palace is going to oppose the divine palace?" Bai Chen's expression changed, simply infuriated to the extreme. Duan Fei, this guy was clearly going to screw the White Knight's sacred palace to death. "Best for me to go then. Lord Divine Official's charge is a little too big. We can't bear it," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Master, a giant flame stoneman is extremely strong. Such a large chunk of purple sand gold, it must be adult giant flame stoneman guarding it, existences that rivals middle-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses." Bai Chen gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, it's fine." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure floated away, arriving at the purple sand gold's area in a blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan unleashed several slashes with the raise of a hand and directly cut out that purple sand gold. Slam, slam, slam. Indeed, as expected, a giant stoneman covered in flames all over appeared in front of everyone. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Duan Fei's mouth, but very soon his smile turned stiff on his face. "Lord Divine Official, catch!" Yi Yuan urged his palm force. That chunk of incomparably massive and heavy purple sand gold flew straight at Duan Fei. Duan Fei's expression changed several times, finally still catching it and putting it away into his storage ring. But right then, everyone's expression became unbelievably ugly. The front of the bridge and rear were all blocked by giant flame stonemen. These giant flame stonemen all had incomparably strong auras. Clearly, they were not easy to deal with. There are normally only 1 or 2 giant flame stonemen around purple sand gold. How come there are so many? These giant flame stonemen's auras are so strong. Quite a number are even heaven glimpse realm existences. We're dead this time. You guys look. There are still more below. They are climbing up. Everyone looked down the bridge and discovered that there were still many giant flame stonemen scaling up the rock wall. With this, the surroundings were all surrounded by giant flame stonemen. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he shouted fiercely, "Charge with me! Rush in!" Done talking, Yi Yuan held the evil extermination sword out and charged over toward the giant flame stonemen ahead. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses did not hesitate in the slightest, following Yi Yuan and charging over in the direction of the Divine Ruins depths. Clank! Yi Yuan dealt sundering stars with a raise of a hand, but chopping onto the giant flame stoneman's body, only sparks splashed out. That giant flame stoneman raised its fire fists and smashed over towards Yi Yuan. The fist had yet to arrive when a surge of powerful fire laws battered over toward Yi Yuan. So strong. Yi Yuan's heart went slightly cold too. This was just an initial stage heaven glimpse giant flame stoneman, and its strength was actually so powerful, virtually able to one-shot same-rank martial artists. Although Yi Yuan was shocked, he did not panic. Raising his life, it was another sundering stars. Bang! The stone fist that was currently in full swing directly exploded. The moment Yi Yuan made a move, it crippled one of the giant flame stonemen's arm. "Elders, pin down all the stonemen together, the others break through first," Yi Yuan shouted. "Yes." Everyone immediately answered. But at the back, Duan Fei's face fell and he said, "We're going too." Slam. His voice had yet to fade when an even more robust giant flame stoneman flew out of the magma, directly blocking in front of Duan Fei. Duan Fei's expression turned sharp and he cried out in shock, "Origin Deity Realm Giant Flame Stoneman." That giant flame stoneman did not give him the chance to be surprised at all, its fist already smashing over towards him unreasonably. Boom! Duan Fei was forced to exchange a blow with the giant flame stoneman, being shocked back over a dozen steps. Before waiting for him to catch a breather, that giant flame stoneman's punch arrived again. Damn thing! To actually dare scam me? How did he discover this giant flame stoneman? Duan Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred. How could he still not know that Yi Yuan dug a pit for him? Yi Yuan giving him the purple gold sand right away was to lure this giant flame stoneman to deal with him. At this time, the giant flame stonemen around Duanfei were the most. Those stonemen that crawled up from beneath the bridge, most of them closed in around him. It was just that those giant flame stonemen were nothing to him. The most terrifying one was still this origin deity realm giant flame stoneman in front of him. Duanfei was clearly aware that he was scammed by Yi Yuan, but could only suffer a quiet loss too. After all, Yi Yuan's way of doing things could not pick out the slightest fault. Yi Yuan they all were treated as cannon fodders, at the front of the team. But now, the giant flame stone men on their side were the least instead. They had already reached the end of the bridge. Ahead was a large cave, and the giant flame stone men that came out from the direction of the cave were only 5 or 6, while what the rear battalion had to deal with were several dozens. These giant flame stone men were very powerful. Yi Yuan already heard miserable cries lingering on incessantly from behind. "Finish the fight quickly. Don't cling to battle," Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He summoned Gui Yunao too. The nether ghost claw was incomparably fierce, smacking over toward a late-stage Heaven Glimpse realm giant flame stoneman. Yi Yuan recently had breakthroughs in laws and cultivation realm. Displaying the complete version Sundering Stars was already no longer that taxing. Swish! 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 Yi Yuan released 3 sword moves in succession, directly blasting that giant flame stoneman's upper body into smithereens. But executing these 3 sword moves, Yi Yuan's divine essence, more than half were consumed. He hurriedly took out a divine essence recovering medicinal pill to consume and could not be bothered with refining it, directly covering Bai Qin and the rest over to this gap. Bang! The nether ghost claw slapped down, directly smashing that giant flame stoneman into dust. Looking at the others again, inclusive of Bai Xiao, they had all fallen into hard battles. "You go and help Bai Xiao. I'll go help the rest," Yi Yuan said to Gui Yun. "Yes, master?" Gui Yun voiced his assent and went. After he cultivated the Ghost Dao 100 runes, his combat power was extremely powerful now. Although these giant flame stone men were strong, they would be blown up after lasting a while under his hands. Fortunately, their side did not have grand completion Heaven Glimpse giant flame stone men. This made their battles easy to resolve. Before long, under Yi Yuan and Gui Yun's cooperation, those 5 to 6 giant flame stonemen were all smashed to pieces, becoming balls of fireballs scattering all over the ground. He did not have the awareness to return to save people, directly bringing the White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses inside. "Yi Yuan, you dare!" The Duanfei, who was currently fighting fiercely with the origin deity realm giant flame stoneman, felt something in his heart and shouted at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lord Divine Official, it's not that I'm not helping you. But this origin deity realm giant flame stoneman is seriously too powerful. I have the heart but not the strength too. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We'll continue scouting the path ahead for you. Let's meet again if it's fated." Boom! Yi Yuan's words stirred Duanfei's mind. The giant flame stoneman's fist rumbled over, brushing by his cheek and flying past. Although Duanfei dodged it, the power of laws still burnt a chunk of his skin, turning it charcoal black. Arg! Duanfei cried out tragically and was considered to be disfigured. The burns of fire laws were not that easy to treat. "Bai Chun, does your White Knight Sacred Palace want to be enemies with the Divine Palace?" Duanfei could not be bothered with the injuries on his face and shouted fiercely. Bai Chen's expression changed and indeed stopped his footsteps. "Master," Bai Chen said hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Wait for him to go out alive before coming to threaten us. Not leaving now, we'll all have to be buried in death. Go." Bai Chen's gaze turned intent. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Go." Bai Xiao and the rest understood this logic too. Furthermore, they held resentment in their hearts toward Duanfei and the rest. Duanfei let them be cannon fodders, not a single person stepped forward to say something. When they suffered the attack of the lava-flying monsters, no one lent a helping hand too. The resentment in their hearts had long reached the peak already. If without Yi Yuan, their group of people would probably have long been completely annihilated now. How could they still have the chance to stand here and watch a joke? Seeing the other 7 major sacred palaces screaming miserably on the bridge, everyone felt very pleased in their hearts. "Weren't you guys watching a show just now?" Now, the winds of fortunes changed. It's our turn. This divine ruins seems to have some abnormal changes. It will likely not be very safe in front either. Everybody be more careful. Take care not to get lost. Yu Yuan warned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The giant flame stoneman punched again and again. The momentum was vigorous, with its power sweeping away all. Similarly, Origin Deity Realm, Duan Fei could only keep on dodging and not dare to face the enemy head-on at all. This giant flame stoneman was too strong. Each punch carried extremely profound fire laws. Incomparably powerful. Damn Yi Yuan, when I catch you, I'll definitely tear you limb from limb. Duan Fei already hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. It was just that thoughts were thoughts. This giant flame stoneman in front of him was too powerful. Duan Fei was so fully occupied that he had no time to spare for other things at all. All around, screams lingered on incessantly. Everyone fell into the besiege of the giant flame stonemen. There were already quite a few people who had fallen. Swoosh! Right at this time, a black silhouette charged out of the giant flame stoneman's encirclement, turned into an afterimage, vanishing from everyone's line of sight. Duan Fei's face fell and he shouted fiercely again. Life end. Could it be that you want to betray the divine palace too? However, Life End ignored him, directly disappearing from his line of sight. Duan Fei was gloomy, virtually about to explode. This divine official, there was actually no one who took him seriously. Forget about the White Knight's sacred palace, the Life End sacred palace's palace lord actually dared to not listen to his words too. This was too much. Damn it. After going back this time, I must charge White Knight and Life End. Let the divine palace punish them. These guys are simply too arrogant. Duan Fei sulked in his heart. Qin Tian's head was full of thoughts about killing Yi Yuan currently. So how could he have time to care about Duan Fei? How the Life End sacred palace would end up had nothing to do with him at all. Qin Tian's strength already reached the extent of half-step origin deity. Furthermore, his law comprehension was exceedingly high, much stronger compared to those so-called palace lords. With his strength, although charging out of the heavy encirclement took some effort, it was not considered too hard. Hence, he was the first to charge out. He had concealed in the Sky Foothill world for 10 years. The objective was in order to kill Yi Yuan. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, how could he possibly let it go? The White Knight Sacred Palace's party, Yi Yuan was scouting out the path in front, advancing slowly. Grand Elder. I keep feeling that something is not quite right. Entering the divine ruins this time feels much more dangerous. Bai Xiu said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan nodded and said, if I didn't guess wrongly, there should be a precious treasure coming into being. Precious treasure coming into being. Hearing these words, everyone was aroused. Precious treasure being born? Who could remain calm? Perhaps it was a lucky chance. Seeing their expressions, Yi Yuan smiled and said, all of you, you don't have this expression. Precious treasures coming into being are obtained by the fated. It can't be forced. If one doesn't have self-awareness, they will only lose their lives in vain. Yi Yuan directly splashed a tub of cold water on him, but it clearly could not extinguish their enthusiasm. These words everyone all knew. But facing a precious treasure, how many were able to stay calm? Suddenly, everyone arrived at an open area. The boundless essence energy undulations made everyone's eyes lit up. 9 melodies psychic immortal fruits. So many. There are also quite a number of matured ones. What a big haul. Before their eyes were around 10 9 melodies psychic immortal fruit trees. The trees were full of 9 melodies psychic immortal fruits. 9 melodies psychic immortal fruit was categorized into semi-mature and mature. That one that Bai Chun gave Yi Yuan was semi-mature. In reality, even in the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, there were extremely few mature 9 melodies psychic immortal fruits too. Mature 9 melodies psychic immortal fruits were greatly beneficial to Origin Deity Realm powerhouses too, even capable of increasing the chances of Heaven Glimpse Realm martial artists breaking through to Origin Deity Realm. Therefore, when everyone saw these 9 melodies psychic immortal fruits, they naturally coveted endlessly. Grand Elder, can we pocket it or not? Bai Xiu could not resist asking. According to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's rules, Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, 9 melodies psychic immortal fruit, purple sand gold. These precious treasures all belonged to them. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace would occasionally reward that little bit according to each sacred palace's contributions. The 9 melodies psychic immortal fruits in Bai Chen's possession was obtained like that. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace's accumulated awe was too immense. Hence, Bai Xiu, this kind of wily old fox, did not dare to arbitrarily take forcible possession of these fruits. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "If you pluck all the fruits, then destroy all these trees, will Duan Fei know that you obtained the immortal fruits? As long as you all don't say, what can he do to you? Moreover, whether or not he can get out alive is still up in the air." The moment everyone heard this, they could not help being greatly roused. "So, let's do it," Bai Xiu said rather excitedly. "Do it," Yi Yuan said without any hesitation. With Yi Yuan's instructions, everyone immediately acted like being injected with stimulants, dividing up these 9 melodies psychic immortal fruits in no time flat. Bai Xiu carried 5 to 6 mature fruits and came before Yi Yuan, saying with a silly grin, "Grand Elder, without you there wouldn't be our White Knight Sacred Palace. These 9 melodies psychic immortal fruit are what you deserve. Also, that pile of semi-matures over there all belong to Grand Elder." Yi Yuan reached his hand out and took one of them and said with a smile, "At least you have some conscience. But I don't really need this thing. This one, just take it as receiving your kindness. The rest, you guys divide it." The White Knight Sacred Palace's group of experts were like bandits entering a village at this time, sweeping it clean. After that, they destroyed all of these fruit trees without leaving even dregs behind. Each and every one had grins on their faces, like having eaten honey. Suddenly, a black-robed person wearing a ghost mask slowly stepped into this open area. Yi Yuan's face fell. He did not expect that this guy actually charged out so quickly. "Qin Tian. Looks like I still underestimated you," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Hearing these words, Qin Tian clearly felt very surprised, slowly took off the mask, and said, "You actually know that it's me. Looks like your probing means are indeed impressive. No wonder Uncle Yuan Long would succumb at your hands." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Heh, your Qin family really cover the skies with one hand." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Looks like you're very furious. I enjoy this expression of yours very much. Wanna blame that you didn't reincarnate well. Better forget it. Reincarnating into your Qin family. I'm afraid that I'll be ashamed until I commit suicide," Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Qin Tian's face turned cold and he said solemnly, "Razor-tongued, today you can't escape your doom. The humiliation that you gave me will be washed off with your fresh blood." While talking, Qin Tian slowly opened but his sword sheath, the aura on his body rising sharply, directly soaring to half-step origin deity realm. The White Knight Sacred Palace's group of experts had puzzled looks and had completely no idea what happened. All the way until this instant, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. Intruder. He's an intruder," Bai Xiu cried out in shock. When Qin Tian's aura rose to its peak, a faint pressure of heavenly Tao descended, oppressing over toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian's realm was finally suppressed at grand completion. Heaven glimpse. What the White Knight Sacred Palace was shocked at was not Qin Tian but Yi Yuan. They used dumbfounded gazes to look at Yi Yuan, each and every one revealing looks of incredulity. Through this conversation, even a fool also knew that Yi Yuan and Qin Tian were the same. Yi Yuan was an intruder too. The moment Qin Tian's sword momentum rose, everyone's expression turned fearful. Even when suppressed by heavenly Tao, Qin Tian's strength was also so terrifying. Grand Chant Sword Void. This move was precisely one of Wu Meng Academy's 6 Supreme Academy skills, the Grand Chant Sword Void. Back then, when Yi Yuan had the life-and-death battle with Qin Xiao, he had once witnessed the power of this move before. Except, this move being displayed in Qin Tian's hands, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. This was a grand completion sword Dao second-layered heaven martial technique. Gui Yun. Yes, master? Gui Yun's figure flashed out, facing off with Qin Tian from afar. Qin Tian was an entire major realm higher than Yi Yuan. He was not what the current Yi Yuan could handle at all. When Qin Tian saw the situation, he said disdainfully, A mere late-stage 2-star evil spirit wants to deal with me? Do you think that I'm Xianxia, that inept? Go to hell. Finish talking. Qin Tian's grand chant sword void carried powerful sword Dao laws and charged towards Yuan. Immediately, the entire space pervaded with powerful sword intent. The group of experts avoided it like the plague. So strong. His realm is clearly being suppressed a lot, and he's actually still able to display such a powerful martial technique. Could it be that the strength of the outside world's martial artists, they all are so powerful? Truly terrifying. This person is clearly so young, but his strength is sufficient to sweep across all sacred palaces' palace lords. The moment Qin Tian made his move, everyone was incredibly appalled. But right at this time, Gue Yun's hands drew a bizarre rune. After that, a surge of terrifying ghost energy rose up from under his feet out of thin air. Gue Yun's strength actually instantly broke through to grand completion 2-star. Ghost Dao 100 runes. Ghost energy spiritual possession. Nether Ghost Law. The moment Gue Yun attacked, it was 2 Ghost Dao 100 runes. Under Dustless's teachings with close to 100 years of cultivation. His strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath long ago. He was already completely different from that evil spirit hiding in the Yin Wind Den. Boom! The Ghost Claw and Sword Dao laws collided together violently, shaking the entire cave until it was about to collapse. Qin Tian's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not expect that this 2-star evil spirit actually still had such means. 2 ghost runes adding together, he actually forcefully withstand a blow of his. Indeed have some skill. But, how much time can this trick last? Qin Tian laughed coldly, sword momentum rising again, directly clashing together with the Nether Ghost Claw. Qin Tian's strength was truly daunting to the extreme. Even when suppressed at grand completion Heaven Glimpse, the power of his grand chant sword void was irresistible too. The Nether Ghost Claw actually showed signs of being unable to endure it. One had to know that when Gue Yun was at late stage 2-star, he could rely on the Nether Ghost Claw to forcefully resist Hua Tianyang for several hundred moves and not be defeated. Now, Gue Yun had ghost energy possessing, his strength skyrocketing, the power of the Nether Ghost Claw would also soar greatly. He actually could not defeat the Qin Tian in the same rank as him. Even if his realm was the same, Qin Tian's strength shook Hua Tianyang that fellow off more than a dozen streets. If he did not have his realm suppressed by heavenly Dao, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. The title of Inner Court's #1 person was really not called in vain. Yi Yuan's expression turned grim and knew that it could not carry on like this. He flashed, arriving behind Qin Tian. Raising his hand, it was a complete version sundering stars. Who knew that Qin Tian's back seemed to have grown eyes? He just casually pointed and directly annihilated this complete version sundering stars. The powerful sundering stars actually could not withstand Qin Tian's casual tap. Just your bit of strength. You actually still want to play ambushing. When I take care of this ghost, I'll let you know what's called despair. Qin Tian, who was in the midst of fierce fighting, appeared to have plenty of room for maneuver, still having strength left over to speak with Yi Yuan. This battle situation was rather bad. When Bai Chun saw this scene, his heart really burned with anxiety. His omnipotent master actually encountered such a powerful adversary. Bai Xiu, what are you all still waiting for? Could it be that you all are going to passively watch Master Yi Yuan get killed? Bai Chun could not resist saying to Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu had a conflicted look too and said with difficulty, but he's an intruder. So what if he is an intruder? You recall it yourself. How did Master Yi Yuan treat your White Knight Sacred Palace? Without him, do you still have the chance to stand here and question him right now? Without him, even if you became the Palace Lord, can you withstand the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's assault? Without him, could you all escape from under the hands of the lava-flying monsters and giant flame stone men? Bai Chen's words were like a machine gun, bombarding everyone's heart. Bai Xiu fell silent. The expression on his face became even more conflicted. While at this time, Yi Yuan and Gue Yun fell into a bitter fight. Yi Yuan's divine essence was already insufficient to support him releasing multiple perfect versions of sundering stars. He could only move around and continuously harass Qin Tian so as to ease Gue Yun's pressure. But his harassment also seemed to be trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. Bai Chun gritted his teeth and said, "If you all are not going, I'm going. I, Bai Chen, am not willing to be an ungrateful person." Finished talking, he swung his long spear and charged straight for Qin Tian. Regarding Bai Chen's attack, Qin Tian completely ignored it. Yi Yuan's attack still posed a threat to him, but Bai Chen's attacks did not pose any threat to him at all. Bai Chen's strength could not even breach his protective divine essence. Bang! Bai Chen's heavy spear had not entered the battle yet and was directly shocked away by the aftershocks, immediately knocked flying out and smashing heavily onto the rock wall. Poowork! Bai Chen's internal organs shook, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. But he did not give up. Gripping his long spear, another spear shot over again. Bang! Bai Chun was flicked away once more without any surprises. But the stubborn Bai Chun did not have the intention of giving up at all. He crawled up again and again, attempting to enter the battle time and again. "Let me, Palace Lord." Mo Yun finally could not hold back. He held his long spear out and joined the battle too. It was just too bad that his strength was likewise unbelievably weak. "Damn it, don't care anymore. I will screw you to death." Bai Xiu could not resist swearing and charged straight for Qin Tian. He was a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses. Although his strength was lacking to Qin Tian, restraining him was enough. With him joining, Gui Yun's pressure dropped sharply. Regarding Bai Xiu, Qin Tian could not possibly ignore him. He must divide out a portion of his energy to deal with him. "I'm coming too. I'm coming too." Seeing Bai Xiu join the battle, Bai Rong and another elder both charged over. 5 great heaven glimpse realm powerhouses plus a Gui Yun. 6 mighty powerhouses besieged Qin Tian. Gui Yun was the primary attacker, the others restrained. For a moment, they actually could not determine who was better. Qin Tian's sword dealt with enemies everywhere, but did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. However, Qin Tian also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so popular. Under the circumstances where they clearly knew that Yi Yuan was a trial taker, the White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses would actually still help him deal with him. Carrying on like this is out of the question. I need to finish off that late-stage heaven glimpse first, Qin Tian thought in his heart. Suddenly, Qin Tian's sword art changed, dealing a false move towards the nether ghost claw, then stabbed toward Bai Xiu with momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. Careful, Deputy Palace Lord. Everyone did not expect this sudden turn of events. Right at the critical moment, Bai Rong actually pushed away Bai Xiu. This sword of Qin Tian stabbed into his chest. "Bai Rong! Elder Bai Rong!" Bai Xiu and Bai Chun virtually cried out at the same time. Bai Xiu's gaze even turned bloodshot from anger, his 2 eyes blood red. However, Bai Xiu's eyes were currently going lax. How terrifying was Qin Tian's sword Dao Laws. After entering the body, it destroyed all of Bai Rong's vitality very quickly. But at this time, the nether ghost claw also fell toward Qin Tian. It was already too late for him to want to draw his sword. But Qin Tian did not panic in the face of danger. Left hand forming fingers as a sword, powerful sword Dao Laws directly tapped onto the nether ghost claw. It was just that he was currently responding in a haste and not the nether ghost claw's match at all. But Qin Tian's strength was too powerful. With this drawing the bow with the left and right, his imposing momentum was still equally matched with the nether ghost claw. Not being able to kill Bai Xiu, Qin Tian was secretly rather regretful. After all, Bai Xiu was the person with the greatest strength apart from Gui Yun. But being able to finish off one could at least diminish the other party's combat strength. But right at this moment, Qin Tian's alarm bells sounded. A fierce killing intent erupted without any warning. Swift as a thought. All this happened in an instant. Qin Tian had both hands preoccupied and was unable to care about other things anymore at this time. This attack appeared too craftily. The timing of the opportunity was grasped too timely. It was simply a certain kill situation. The scent of death hit him head-on. Qin Tian was already unable to save himself and could only muster up the divine essence within his body crazily, protecting his whole body. Chasing Moon. The sharp evil extermination sword was seemingly like a meteor, stabbing straight for Qin Tian's stomach. The power of this sword was actually a magnitude stronger than sundering stars. From Yi Yuan mobilizing to stabbing onto Qin Tian's body, it was only a twinkle, the movement swift to the extreme. Everyone did not have the time to react to it at all. Boom! This sword move made a showy display of ability. It was as if a sharp knife that could pierce myriad objects in the world. The evil extermination sword passed through Qin Tian's protective divine essence without any surprises, stabbing Qin Tian's body. Poo work. Qin Tian's entire body was akin to being electrocuted, fresh blood spraying wildly from his mouth, his body flying out horizontally, smashing ruthlessly into the rock wall. Gue Yun. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he shouted fiercely. Gue Yun understood tacitly. Deploying the nether ghost claw, he smacked straight for the rock wall. Boom! The rock wall directly had a large pit smashed out. The life and death of the Qin Tian inside. It was unknown. Go! Yi Yuan bellowed and was about to bring everyone towards the depths of the divine ruins. But right at this time, Bai Xiu suddenly went berserk, his figure speeding toward that rock wall's hole rapidly. Damn intruder! I'll kill you! Bai Xiu roared as he flew speedily. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Figure swaying, he attempted to intercept Bai Xiu from the side. Bai Xiu, calm down, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Bai Xiu did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Looking at Yi Yuan with both eyes bloodshot, he said sharply, "You damn intruder! Get lost for me!" Bai Xiu raised his hand and it was a palm smacking over toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a swift and fierce sword light rushed out of the rock wall without any warning signs. But Gue Yun deployed the nether ghost claw and intercepted this sword light. Boom! Bang! At virtually the same time, Bai Xiu's palm landed on Yi Yuan's body, while the nether ghost claw forcefully resisted this sword light. Yi Yuan and Gue Yun simultaneously flew backward in two very different directions. Poo work! Yi Yuan's internal organs quivered, directly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood, while Gue Yun's body became much fainter. The nether ghost claw could not sustain either, vanishing. Whoosh! Gue Yun turned into a cloud of green smoke and flew into Yi Yuan's body, escaping into the soul-suppressing pearl. In an instant, Yi Yuan and Gue Yun were seriously injured at the same time. Bai Xiu's entire body trembled. Only then, abruptly startling awake. If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be a dead soul under Qin Tian's sword now. That sword of Yi Yuan's only severely wounded Qin Tian and did not really cause irreversible injuries to him. He still had the strength to fight back. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan made them leave right away. Bai Xiu, you're crazy. What the hell are you doing? When Bai Chan saw this scene, he roared at Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu was a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses. How terrifying was the power of this palm? If not for Bai Xiu pulling back the majority of the force at the last moment, Yi Yuan might even be killed by him with one palm. Master Yi Yuan, are you all right? Bai Chen's voice was almost in tears. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and said with difficulty, "Leave, quickly leave." Mo Yun gritted his teeth and barked at Bai Xiu. "Still in a daze for what?" Bai Xiu shook, bringing along Bai Rong's corpse and headed over towards the divine ruins depths. Mo Yun also brought along the heavily injured Yi Yuan and sprinted wildly all the way. Fortunately, they did not encounter any dangers along the way. The group of people ran wildly, no idea how long they ran either. Suddenly, everyone felt a blur dashing out of a cave. So many doors, where should we go? Bai Chen said with a panicky face. If not, let's turn back, someone suggested. No way. Yi Yuan forcefully endured his churning vital energy and blood and said. On the way, Yi Yuan swallowed healing medicinal pills. His injuries were already brought under control. But his internal organs were still in upheaval. It was as if they had shifted positions. Within a short time, he was unable to take action anymore. Yi Yuan patted Mo Yun's shoulder, signaling him to put him down. We've already entered an array formation. The original caves have already been completely displaced. These 8 doors, only one is a life door. The others are certain death, Yi Yuan said. Everyone's faces changed. 1 out of 8. The chance of death was too great. What to do? Aren't we at death's door right now? Previously, panicking and not choosing the path we entered here bafflingly. It's all Bai Xiu's fault. If not for him, we wouldn't be in such a difficult position either. This guy simply can't distinguish right from wrong. How can Bai Rong's death be blamed on Grand Elder? From start to end, he never opened his mouth to ask us for help before. For a moment, everyone tried to get a word in, all pointing the spearhead at Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu's expression flickered incessantly but did not refute. Instead, he was full of guilt. Thud. Bai Xiu flushed red and directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan. Grand Elder. It was all Bai Xiu being foolish, causing you and Lord Grand Elder to be heavily injured. I'll apologize for the sin with death. Bai Xiu gritted his teeth. Raising his hand, he smacked down towards the top of his head. Stop. Yi Yuan had sharp eyes and agile hands, grabbing hold of his wrist. Cough, cough, cough. This affected his injuries. Yi Yuan spouted out a mouthful of blood again. Bai Xiu's expression changed greatly, hurriedly supporting Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with sullen anger, "You fool! Right now, among us, you're the strongest one. If you die, what are they going to do?" Bai Xiu choked up, the thought of suicide immediately dissipating. Seeing this situation, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Qin Tian infiltrating the Sky Foothill world was aiming for me. Bai Rong's death was indeed caused by me. You and Bai Rong were on very close terms. I know that his death was a great blow to you. If it were me, I'll probably be even more enraged than you. This matter wasn't your fault." Bang! Qin Tian's body sprang out of the rock wall with a gloomy face. Just how long has it been? That guy's sword art improved again. If not for me wearing the heavenly feather flexible armor, my life would have met its end here, Qin Tian said and gnashed his teeth. That chasing moon move of Yi Yuan's was simply dangerous to the extreme. If not for his realm being far more powerful than Yi Yuan's, if not for him wearing the profound divine artifact, heavenly feather flexible armor, then he would be a corpse right now. Qin Tian's understanding of Yi Yuan had still remained at sundering stars. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's Sword Dao laws had already broken through to Sword Dao second layered heaven and created a new move. Chasing moon, this move was too powerful. Even if Qin Tian wore the heavenly feather flexible armor, his internal organs suffered a tremendous shock too, only recovering after a long time. Recalling that scene previously, Qin Tian's scalp was still tingling until now. But this sword of Yi Yuan's was too heavy. His current injuries were rather heavy, his strength greatly reduced. I absolutely can't let Yi Yuan live on anymore. His growth speed is too fast. Just how long has it been? And he already has the strength to threaten me. Give him another few decades' time, most likely even I won't be a match anymore too. Qin Tian became ruthless and was going to hunt down in the direction Yi Yuan and the rest escaped in. But right at this time, a figure swayed, blocking his way. Qin Tian's expression changed. The one who blocked his path was none other than precisely Duan Fei. The current Duan Fei's breathing was chaotic, his injuries very heavy. Half of his face was virtually burned to a crisp, looking incomparably hideous. I didn't expect that there was really an intruder who sneaked in and even disguised as the Life-End Palace Lord. Punk, prepare to die. Previously, Qin Tian concealed his aura and even hoodwinked Duan Fei. Now Qin Tian revealed his true colors. Duan Fei did not talk crap with him at all, directly taking action. Qin Tian's injuries had yet to recover. At this time, he could only forcefully rouse his spirits and accept the challenge. Fortunately, Duan Fei's injuries were much heavier than his. Currently, it was already pretty good for him to be able to unleash 20% of his strength. Upon exchanging blows, Duan Fei discovered something off. This Qin Tian's strength was more powerful than he imagined. If not for Cultivation realm suppression, he might even have the strength to contend with him. Although Duan Fei occupied the absolute advantage, he actually could not bring him down after a long battle. After a fierce battle, the two people's injuries worsened significantly again. Qin Tian was burning with anxiety. He would not let himself succumb here before killing Yi Yuan. Stop. Don't fight anymore, Qin Tian said solemnly. Hey, you say don't fight and we stop? The Sky Foothill world kills intruders without mercy. You dared to sneak into the divine ruins? Could it be that you still wish to get out? Duanfei was an extremely prideful person too. Not taking down Qin Tian after a long battle, how could he be willing to give up? I came in order to kill Yi Yuan, and don't have any interest in your Sky Foothill world at all. He is our common enemy. If we both sustain injuries, do you think he'll laugh himself awake when dreaming or not? Qin Tian said. Duanfei's face fell. As expected, he pulled back and stopped fighting. What do you mean? Duanfei said in a solemn voice. Qin Tian smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan is my junior apprentice brother. What do you think I mean? Duanfei's expression changed and said, impossible. Azure Peak had once used the Tianlu Shrine to check his blood before. He's the purest Sky Foothill people. So how can he possibly be your junior apprentice brother? Qin Tian sneered and said, Heh! The intel about his identity was disclosed by me. When I heard this result, I was very surprised too. But this junior apprentice brother of mine can't be measured with common sense. There must be a precious treasure that we don't know on him. As long as we kill him, the precious treasure on him will be ours. Duanfei's expression turned dark and he said, On what basis should this old man believe you? Qin Tian said coolly, Actually, you already believe it. How can such a young and powerful deity realm powerhouse possibly appear in your Sky Foothill world? Grotto profound realm killing heavenly Tao realm? Do you feel that it's possible? Duanfei fell silent. What Qin Tian said was right. Regardless of looking from which angle, Yi Yuan did not seem like a Sky Foothill world's person. All right, I'll cooperate with you. But the precious treasure on him belongs to me, Duanfei said solemnly. Qin Tian shot him a glance and said with a cold smile, You and I are clever men. Don't play this kind of sham. If Yi Yuan really has some precious treasure on him, none of us will let it go. At that time, each of us relies on our own abilities. Right now, the urgent matter on hand is to recover strength. That brat's strength isn't ordinary. Don't look down on him because his realm is low. Duanfei's expression became stern and he nodded his head. It was my miscalculation. I didn't expect that this guy even wore a profound divine artifact battle armor on him. I should have thought of it long ago. Yi Yuan's words revealed remorse and anger. Bai Chen urged, Master, you're already very amazing. You nearly killed a half-step origin deity powerhouse. I don't even dare to think about it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Deity realm powerhouses are people too, and people have weaknesses. Nobody stipulated that grotto profound martial artists can't be killed. In a true life and death fight, what's competed is never the cultivation realm. By Xiao, I assure you, by Rong's grudge, I'll definitely help you avenge it. By Xiao's entire body trembled. Gritting his teeth, he said, Grand Elder, I was wrong. You're currently heavily injured. Don't risk your life anymore. If something were to really happen to you, Bai Xiao would really find it hard to absolve my sins even if 100 deaths. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since you all know my identity, I can't be your Grand Elder anymore. Everyone was just about to speak, but Yi Yuan stopped it with a hand gesture and said, My goal of coming to the Sky Foothill world is for the sake of the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. As long as I find Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones in this place, I'll leave. Now, we already don't have a way out and can only charge inside. I'll do my best to help you all seize precious treasures and let you guys have the strength to protect yourselves after going out. The rest don't need to say anymore. Unknowingly, everyone was already accustomed to relying on Yi Yuan. Now that he said he wanted to leave, everyone actually had a reluctant feeling. These Sky Foothill people actually had such sentiments towards an intruder. It was simply treasonous and heresy. But they all felt very natural at this time, without the slightest resistance. This intruder protected them in all aspects, even rescuing Bai Xiao without balking at heavy injuries. But what about the Duanfei as the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official? He wanted to doom everyone to death at all costs. The public sentiment for or against it was clear at a glance. But these 8 doors in front, which should we take? Bai Chen could not resist asking. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said coolly, Just follow me. Yi Yuan walked toward a door very casually and walked straight inside. Everyone exchanged glances and quickly followed after. This was a gloomy and dark passage, causing the inability to see one's hand in front of you. Everyone just kept on walking and walking like that. No idea how long had passed either. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes. A wave of terrifying temperature hit from head-on. This was an enormous dome. Under the feet was endless lava. In the center of the dome, a lone island suspended above the magma. And on the island, something bloomed with multicolored brilliances. That is, Yi Yuan looked at that fruit with a dumbfounded look, his eyes full of incredulity.